On a quiet Monday morning, 3 alien warships broke through the clouds over Fort Bragg, and their commander laughed at what his scanners showed him. Just soldiers, just rifles. Just men in green uniforms drinking coffee. He had no idea he had just picked the one base on Earth he should have left alone. Before we step into this journey, hit that like button, subscribe if you are new, and drop a comment telling me where you are watching from tonight. Now, let's go back to the moment it all started. Fort Bragg woke up like it did every Monday. Trucks rolled down gravel roads. Boots hit pavement in steady rhythm. Steam rose off cups of black coffee in the mess hall. Nobody on that base expected the sky to change before lunch. Colonel Robert Hayes had been in charge of the garrison for 6 years. He was 51 years old, broad-shouldered, with gray creeping into his short hair and a voice that could stop a room without him raising it once. He was standing outside headquarters going over a supply report when the birds went quiet. That was the first sign. Dead silence. No wind, no birds, no hum of distant traffic. Then the sky tore open. 3 shapes dropped out of the clouds, dark and angular, moving with a kind of silence that felt wrong for something that large. They hovered above the training fields, casting shadows that swallowed entire companies of soldiers standing in formation. Master Sergeant Dale Whitman was mid-sentence, correcting a recruit's rifle stance when he looked up and simply said, "Well, that's new." Radios across the base lit up at once. Every channel filled with the same confused, overlapping voices. Colonel Hayes didn't wait for the confusion to sort itself out. He grabbed his radio and gave the only order that made sense. "All units hold position. Nobody fires unless fired upon. Let's see what we're dealing with." The 3 ships settled low over the open field near the airborne training area, kicking up dust in slow, deliberate waves. A ramp opened on the lead vessel. Steam poured out into the morning air. Then came the first alien soldier. He stood roughly 7 feet tall, covered in dark plated armor that looked more grown than built. His skin, where it showed at the joints, had a faint gray sheen. He carried a weapon that hummed faintly like it was breathing. Behind him came dozens more, forming disciplined ranks with mechanical precision. Corporal Sam Reeves, crouched behind a supply truck with his rifle ready, muttered to the private beside him, "They walk like they've never lost a fight in their lives." Private Danny Holt, chewing gum like his life depended on it, replied, "Yeah, well, they've never met us." The alien commander stepped forward last. He wore armor with more ornamentation than the rest, gold trim tracing down his chest plate, and he studied the base with open amusement. His voice, translated through some device built into his collar, rang out across the field. "This world's defenders," he said, tone dripping with mockery. "Rifles and dirt roads." "We expected more of a fight." Colonel Hayes stepped forward, hands empty, posture calm. "I'm Colonel Robert Hayes. This is Fort Bragg. You're standing on United States Army property." The alien commander tilted his head, clearly unfamiliar with the word army, but not unfamiliar with the tone of a man who wasn't afraid. "I am General Threl Vask of the Korathi Dominion," he announced. "This world has been selected for resource acquisition. Your kind will comply or be removed." Behind Hayes, a low murmur ran through the ranks of soldiers. Not fear, something closer to disbelief mixed with irritation. Sergeant First Class Ethan Cole leaned toward Whitman and whispered, "Did he just say remove us from Fort Bragg?" Whitman didn't blink. "Son, he has no idea what he just walked into." Hayes kept his tone level, giving nothing away. "You picked one hell of a Monday to land here, General." Vask laughed, a dry mechanical sound. "Location was randomized. Your world's coordinates were simply the closest viable landing zone." "Random," Hayes repeated quietly. Then, almost to himself, of course it was random, because Fort Bragg wasn't just any patch of land. It was home to some of the most trained, most stubborn, most relentlessly capable soldiers on the entire planet. Airborne units, special operations. Communications specialists who could reroute an entire battlefield network before breakfast. Logistics teams who could move an army across an ocean in days. And thousands of soldiers who had spent years training for exactly one thing, never backing down, no matter what stood in front of them. General Vask raised one clawed hand, signaling his troops to spread out and begin scanning the perimeter. His soldiers moved with total confidence, treating the base like an afterthought, a formality before conquest. That confidence was about to become a problem. Private Wyatt Cross, watching from the tree line with a pair of binoculars, spoke quietly into his radio. "Command, be advised. Their point squad just walked past our ammunition supply depot without stopping to look inside." Colonel Hayes allowed himself the smallest trace of a smile. "Copy that, Cross. Let's keep it that way. Everyone hold. Let them think we're exactly what they expect us to be." Because right now Fort Bragg looked calm, organized, almost passive. But underneath that calm, radios were already buzzing with quiet, coordinated movement. Positions were shifting. Communications teams were pulling data. Airborne units were staging without a single visible change on the surface. General Vask stood in the middle of the field, arms behind his back, admiring his own ships like a man who had already won. He had no idea that 300 meters behind him, an entire operations center was already building a plan built on decades of hard lessons, real combat experience. And the one thing these aliens had clearly never accounted for. They had landed in the wrong yard, and Colonel Hayes was about to make sure they learned exactly why. Inside the base operations center, the mood was tense but controlled. Maps and readouts filled the room with quiet, static energy. Colonel Hayes stood at the center table, flanked by his senior staff, watching updates roll in from every corner of the base. "Talk to me," Hayes said. "What are we looking at?" Major Lisa Grant, head of base intelligence, pointed to the readout in front of her. "3 landing craft, sir. Troop numbers estimate somewhere around 400, spread across the training fields and the edge of the airborne range. Their weapons emit an energy signature we've never logged before, but preliminary data suggests standard kinetic shielding on their armor, nothing that stops a well-placed round completely. Just slows it, so they can be hurt," Hayes said. "Yes, sir, just not easily." Sergeant First Class Ethan Cole leaned over the table. "Sir, with respect, half our guys already want to know why we're not moving yet." Hayes didn't look up from the map. "Because the second we open fire, this becomes a war neither side can walk back from. I want to understand what we're dealing with before we commit to that." Outside, the alien soldiers continued their slow sweep of the base perimeter, confident and unhurried. General Vask walked the open field like a man inspecting property he already owned, occasionally pausing to examine a fence post or a parked vehicle with mild curiosity. Near the motor pool, Corporal Sam Reeves and Private Danny Holt were tucked behind a row of parked trucks, watching 2 alien soldiers examine a Humvee like it was some kind of ancient artifact. "They're actually touching it," Holt whispered, "like they've never seen a truck before." "Maybe they haven't," Reeves said. "Maybe out there in space, everybody just floats everywhere." One of the alien soldiers reached out and pressed a clawed hand against the Humvee's hood, testing the metal. The vehicle's alarm went off immediately, a sharp, blaring horn that echoed across the open field. Both aliens jumped back so fast one of them tripped over his own weapon. From behind the trucks, Holt covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Reeves elbowed him hard. "Do not," Reeves whispered. "Let them hear you laughing at their tactical retreat from a car alarm." Back in operations, that exact moment showed up on the base's internal reporting feed. And even Colonel Hayes allowed himself a brief, tight smile before turning back to business. "Grant, what's the situation with their ships?" "Still hovering, sir. No sign of additional reinforcements incoming yet. If they called for backup, we haven't detected the signal." "Good. That buys us time." Hayes turned to Whitman. "Dale, I want 2 things. First, I want every non-combat personnel moved to secure buildings, quiet and controlled, no panic. Second, I want our best marksmen positioned along the tree line out of sight, and I want eyes on every single one of their weak points." Whitman nodded once. "Already moving, sir." Outside, General Vask returned to the center of the field, addressing Colonel Hayes again through the translation device. "Your world grows more curious by the minute," Vask said. "Your soldiers hide behind vehicles instead of forming ranks. Is this some form of primitive strategy?" Hayes stepped forward again, calm as ever. "It's called cover, General. You might want to look into it." Vask's jaw tightened slightly, the closest thing to irritation his alien expression allowed. "You stall for time, Colonel. It will not save you." "Maybe," Hayes said. "Or maybe you're about to learn why nobody invades an active military installation without doing their homework first." Vask laughed again, that same dry mechanical sound. Though this time, there was a flicker of something else behind it. Uncertainty, perhaps, though he would never admit it. Meanwhile, near the eastern fence line, Sergeant Cole was crouched with two of his men, watching a group of alien soldiers attempt to interface with the base's outer communication tower. One of them placed a device against the metal frame, and sparks immediately shot out, sending all three aliens stumbling backward. "They're trying to hack our comms," Cole whispered into his radio. "And it's fighting back." In operations, Major Grant almost laughed. "Our systems weren't built with universal alien compatibility in mind, sir." "Looks like they're finding that out the hard way." Hayes allowed himself one more small smile before his expression hardened again. "Let's make sure that's the only thing that surprises them today." He turned to the room, every eye on him. "Listen up. These things are strong, disciplined, and confident. That confidence is the only weakness we've seen so far. They think this is going to be easy. We are going to prove them wrong, but we do this smart. No wild shots, no unnecessary losses. We use everything we have, our training, our terrain, our people." Outside, unnoticed by General Vask, 3 Black Hawk helicopters were quietly powering up in a hangar half a mile away, their rotors just beginning to turn. And far across the base, deep in a communications building the aliens hadn't yet reached, a young specialist was already typing furiously, sending a message no one on that field could have predicted. A message headed straight for the Pentagon, because Fort Bragg wasn't planning to fight this war alone for long. Inside the communications building, Specialist Casey Miller sat hunched over her terminal, fingers moving fast across the keyboard. She was 24 years old, sharp and calm under pressure in a way that made older soldiers trust her instincts without question. "Colonel," she said into her headset, "message is away." Pentagon confirmed receipt. They're already looping in Joint Chiefs and requesting a live status update every 10 minutes. Colonel Hayes exhaled slowly. "Good work, Miller. Keep that line open no matter what happens out there." "Yes, sir." Outside, tension on the field was rising. General Vask had grown tired of waiting for what he considered a proper response to his ultimatum. He turned to his second-in-command, a broad-shouldered alien officer named Commander Threck, and gave a short, sharp order. "Advance the second wave. Let them see real numbers." More alien soldiers poured out from the landing ships, forming tighter, more aggressive lines. Their weapons hummed louder now, a collective vibration that seemed to shake the ground beneath their boots. Colonel Hayes watched the buildup from a covered position near the command post, jaw tight but expression unreadable. "They're pushing," Whitman said beside him. "Trying to force our hand. Then we don't give them the reaction they want," Hayes replied. "Hold every position. Nobody fires first." Near the tree line, Sergeant Cole adjusted his rifle scope, watching the alien ranks grow. Beside him, a young private named Ryan Walsh shifted nervously. "Sarge, there's a lot of them now." Cole didn't look away from his scope. "There's a lot of us too, Walsh. They just haven't figured that part out yet." General Vask raised his voice again, addressing the entire base as though delivering a verdict. "You have 5 minutes to lower your weapons and surrender this territory. After that, we begin removal by force." Colonel Hayes stepped forward one more time, standing tall in the open field despite the obvious danger. "General, let me explain something about this place." His voice carried clearly across the silence. "This isn't just a base, this is Fort Bragg. Home to more combat-trained soldiers than most countries have in their entire military. Every man and woman standing here has trained for years for exactly this kind of moment. You didn't just land in someone's backyard. You landed in the one place on this planet built to make sure moments like this don't end well for people who threaten it." Vask's mechanical laugh returned, though weaker this time. "Confidence will not stop energy weapons, Colonel." "No," Hayes agreed, "but planning will." At that exact moment, the quiet hum of rotors grew louder in the distance. General Vask turned his head toward the sound, confusion crossing his alien features for the first time. 3 Black Hawk helicopters rose over the tree line, flying low and fast, flanking the alien position from 2 different directions. Behind them, disciplined formations of soldiers who had been quietly repositioning during the standoff began emerging from cover, weapons ready but still not firing. "Colonel," Vask said, voice sharp now, "what is this?" "This," Hayes said calmly, "is us showing you exactly how prepared we are. Before things get worse for everyone." For the first time since landing, doubt flickered across General Vask's expression. His soldiers, disciplined as they were, exchanged uncertain glances as the sound of engines and rotors surrounded them from multiple directions at once. Commander Threck leaned toward Vask, voice low. "General, our scans show additional units mobilizing from structures we hadn't detected before." Vask's confidence cracked slightly, though he masked it quickly. "Numbers mean nothing against superior technology." "Maybe," Hayes said, overhearing the exchange through the open channel. "But numbers backed by training, terrain, and time to prepare mean everything." He raised one hand, a signal only his own soldiers understood. Every rifle on the field shifted almost imperceptibly, aligning perfectly with predetermined targets, still holding fire, still waiting. General Vask's 5-minute deadline ticked closer, the tension stretching tighter with every passing second. Somewhere above, the Black Hawks circled once, engines roaring louder, forcing the alien ranks to look skyward instead of forward. And in that single distracted moment, Colonel Hayes gave the only order that mattered. "Hold until my mark," he said quietly into his radio. Not 1 second before, because General Vask had come expecting an easy conquest. Instead, standing right in front of him, hidden behind calm words and quiet movement, was an entire base that had spent the last 20 minutes turning his overwhelming confidence into the very thing that was about to destroy his advantage completely. The countdown reached its final seconds, and Fort Bragg was ready. The 5-minute deadline expired with a silence so heavy it felt like the entire base was holding its breath. General Vask raised one hand, ready to give the order to advance. "Your time has run out, Colonel. Compliance was the easier choice." Colonel Hayes didn't flinch. "We already made our choice, General. You just haven't seen it yet." Vask's hand dropped. The alien front line surged forward, weapons raised, their formation moving with terrifying discipline. But the moment they crossed the open field toward the base perimeter, the ground beneath them lit up with a controlled response that had been waiting patiently for exactly this moment. From the tree line, Sergeant Cole gave the order through his headset. Fire! Coordinated rifle fire erupted from multiple positions at once, striking the alien front line from angles they hadn't accounted for. Their armor absorbed some of the impact, but not all of it. Soldiers staggered, several dropped entirely, and for the first time since landing, the alien ranks broke formation out of pure instinct. Overhead, the Black Hawk swept in low, forcing a second wave of alien soldiers to scatter toward the open field. Directly into the sightlines of soldiers who had been waiting in perfect position the entire time. "They're not holding formation," Whitman reported from his position near the command post. "They weren't ready for return fire this coordinated." Colonel Hayes moved quickly but calmly toward a secondary command point, watching the battlefield unfold exactly as planned. Though far from finished, "Keep the pressure controlled. We're not here to wipe them out. We're here to make them leave." Near the motor pool, Corporal Reeves and Private Holt found themselves face to face with 2 alien soldiers who had broken off from the main formation, clearly disoriented by the sudden resistance. "Cover," Reeves shouted, pulling Holt behind an armored vehicle just as an energy blast tore through the space they had been standing in seconds earlier. Holt fired back around the edge of the vehicle, striking one alien soldier square in the chest plate. The soldier staggered, but didn't fall, armor absorbing most of the impact. "Aim for the joints," Reeves shouted. "Their armor's weakest where it bends." Holt adjusted his aim and fired again, this time catching the alien soldier at the shoulder joint. The soldier dropped his weapon, clutching the wound, before Reeves closed the distance and disarmed him completely. Across the field, General Vask watched his forces falter with growing disbelief. "Impossible," he muttered. "This world had no advanced defenses in our scans." Commander Threck, standing beside him, looked equally shaken. "General, their coordination suggests extensive prior training. This is not primitive resistance." "No," Vask said slowly, realization creeping into his voice. "This is something else entirely." Colonel Hayes' voice carried clearly across the open comm channel, calm despite the chaos surrounding him. "General Vask, you still have a choice. Withdraw your forces now, and this ends without further losses on either side. Vask hesitated, watching his soldiers pull back instinctively from positions they had expected to hold with ease. Around him, the battlefield had transformed from an easy conquest into a controlled, methodical defense that refused to break no matter how much pressure his forces applied. Near the eastern perimeter, Sergeant Cole and his squad advanced carefully, pushing a group of alien soldiers back toward their landing ships without a single unnecessary shot fired. Every movement was deliberate, controlled, exactly as they had trained for years to execute. "They're falling back toward their ships," Cole reported. No signs of reinforcement incoming. In the command post, Major Grant confirmed the same. "Sir, their remaining forces are consolidating. No additional ships detected in orbit. Whatever backup they might have called, it isn't here yet." Colonel Hayes allowed himself a brief moment of calculation before responding. "Then we press just enough to make sure they understand this fight isn't winnable, but we don't push them into desperation. Controlled pressure only." General Vask, watching his forces retreat further, finally turned to face Colonel Hayes directly across the battlefield, voice tight with barely restrained frustration. "You call this defense," Vask said. "This is not the behavior of a primitive world." "No," Hayes replied evenly. "It's the behavior of soldiers who train their entire lives for exactly this kind of moment, whether they ever expected to face it or not." Vask's grip tightened around his weapon. Torn between the order to press forward and the growing realization that continuing this fight might cost him more than his mission was worth. Somewhere behind him, one of his officers shouted a warning about incoming movement from the northern tree line, a fresh wave of soldiers Colonel Hayes had kept in reserve the entire time. And as General Vask turned to assess this new threat, the battlefield shifted once again, tightening around his forces from every direction at once. The fight was far from over. But for the first time since landing, General Vask understood exactly how badly he had underestimated the people standing in front of him. The reserve unit moved in fast and disciplined, closing the gap around the alien position from the north exactly as Colonel Hayes had planned from the very first minute of the standoff. General Vask, watching his forces caught between two fronts, finally understood the trap he had walked into hours earlier without realizing it. "Pull back to the ships," Vask ordered, his voice sharp now, stripped of the earlier mockery. "Full retreat," Commander Threck hesitated. "General, retreat now signals weakness to the Dominion Council. Staying here signals death," Vask snapped. "Move." Alien soldiers began falling back in controlled but urgent formation, covering each other as they retreated toward the landing ships still hovering at the edge of the field. Colonel Hayes watched the retreat begin, giving one final order through his radio. "Let them go. No pursuit past the tree line." "We wanted them gone, not destroyed." Near the motor pool, Reeves and Holt watched the retreating soldiers pass close by, weapons still raised but not firing. "They're actually leaving," Holt said, almost in disbelief. "Told you," Reeves replied. "Nobody wins a fight against people who already know every inch of their own backyard." General Vask reached the ramp of his lead ship, pausing for one final look back at the base that had dismantled his entire operation in under an hour. Colonel Hayes stood in the open field, unmoving, watching him leave with the same calm expression he'd carried since the ships first appeared. "This is not finished, Colonel," Vask called out, voice carrying across the distance one last time. "Maybe not," Hayes replied. "But if you come back, you already know what's waiting for you." Vask disappeared into his ship without another word. Moments later, all three vessels lifted off the field, engines roaring as they climbed back into the sky and vanished into the clouds as quickly as they had arrived. Silence returned to Fort Bragg, but this time it carried a different weight, the quiet exhaustion of soldiers who had just faced something none of them had ever trained specifically for. And won anyway. Colonel Hayes lowered his radio slowly, allowing himself one long breath before turning back toward his command staff. "Status report," he said. "I want numbers on wounded damage assessments and anything unusual left behind on that field." Major Grant moved quickly to comply, already coordinating teams across the base. Whitman approached Hayes directly, expression unreadable but respectful. Sir, for what it's worth, that was about as clean as a first contact firefight could go. Hayes allowed a tired but genuine smile. Nobody trains for aliens showing up on a Monday, Dale. We just trained for chaos in general. Turns out that covers more than we thought. Across the field, soldiers slowly began regrouping, checking on each other, securing the perimeter, and processing what had just happened in real time. Specialist Miller's voice crackled over the radio from the communications building. "Colonel, Pentagon is requesting a full briefing immediately. They also want to know if you need additional support inbound." Hayes considered that for a moment before responding. "Tell them the situation is contained for now, but we'll need a full debrief team out here as soon as possible." And Miller, good work keeping that line open the whole time. "Thank you, sir." As the base slowly shifted from combat readiness back toward controlled recovery. Whispers began spreading among the soldiers, some in disbelief, some already turning the events of the day into stories they knew they'd be telling for years. Near the tree line, Sergeant Cole gathered his squad, checking each soldier for injuries before allowing himself to process what had just happened. "Anybody want to explain to me how we just fought off an alien invasion before lunch?" Walsh asked, still catching his breath. Cole shook his head slowly. "Don't overthink it, Walsh. Just remember every bit of training you've ever had matters, even when the enemy looks like something out of a movie." Far above the base, the alien ships had already vanished from sight, leaving behind scorched patches of grass, a few pieces of abandoned equipment, and one very shaken Dominion general who now understood exactly why this particular stretch of land had never been an easy target, even by accident. Colonel Hayes stood alone for a moment in the center of the field, looking up at the empty sky where the ships had disappeared. He knew this wasn't truly over. A retreat wasn't the same as a surrender, and somewhere out there, General Vask would be reporting back to a much larger power, one that now had real data on exactly what humanity was capable of. But for today, Fort Bragg had held its ground. And as Hayes turned back toward his waiting staff, already preparing for the long process of reports, briefings, and whatever came next, one thought settled clearly in his mind. Whatever came back through that sky in the future, they would be ready for it too. By nightfall, Fort Bragg looked almost normal again, except for the scorched patches of grass near the training fields and the steady stream of vehicles moving equipment and personnel in careful, deliberate patterns. Word of what happened had already spread far beyond the base, but the full picture remained locked behind classified briefings and careful, controlled statements. Inside the command building, Colonel Hayes sat across from a secure video briefing with senior officials from the Pentagon, walking them through every detail of the encounter with the same calm precision he had used throughout the entire event. "To summarize," Hayes said, "hostile forces landed with clear intent to claim this location. Standard defensive protocols, combined with rapid tactical repositioning, were enough to convince them withdrawal was the safer option. We sustained minor injuries, no fatalities, and minimal structural damage." A senior official on the other end leaned forward. "Colonel, based on your report, it sounds like their technology significantly outmatched conventional expectations. Yet your forces still managed to force a full retreat. They underestimated us," Hayes said simply. "They assumed advanced technology alone would guarantee an easy victory. They didn't account for trained soldiers who understood terrain, coordination, and patience better than any scanner could measure." The briefing continued for another hour, covering logistics, potential future threats, and recommendations for base-wide readiness updates. By the time it ended, Hayes finally allowed himself a moment to step outside and breathe in the cool evening air. Near the mess hall, soldiers gathered in small groups, quietly processing the day's events over late dinners. Corporal Reeves and Private Holt sat near the end of one table, still replaying the moment the car alarm sent 2 alien soldiers stumbling backward. "I'm telling you," Holt said, grinning despite his exhaustion, "that's going in my report exactly like it happened." Reeves shook his head, smiling. "Nobody's going to believe an alien invasion got interrupted by a Humvee alarm. Doesn't matter if they believe it," Holt replied. "It happened." A few tables over, Sergeant Cole sat with his squad, going over small details of the engagement with the same careful focus he brought to every debrief. though even he allowed a rare moment of quiet satisfaction. "You did good today, Walsh," Cole said. "First real contact and you held your position the whole time." Walsh nodded, still processing everything. "Sarge, do you think they're coming back?" Cole considered the question honestly before answering. "Maybe, probably, but if they do, we'll be ready the same way we were ready today." That's the job. Across the base, Specialist Miller remained in the communications building long after her shift technically ended, helping coordinate the flow of information between Fort Bragg and higher command. She had spent the entire encounter as the quiet, steady link between chaos on the ground and decision-makers hundreds of miles away. And she felt the weight of that responsibility settle now that the adrenaline had faded. Master Sergeant Whitman found her there, offering a rare compliment. "You kept that line open the whole time, Miller." Command's already flagging your performance for commendation. Miller allowed herself a tired smile. "Just doing the job, Sergeant. That's usually when people do it best," Whitman replied. Later that night, Colonel Hayes walked the perimeter of the base alone, taking in the quiet after a day that had tested every ounce of training, discipline, and composure his soldiers possessed. He paused near the edge of the training field where General Vask had once stood with such absolute confidence, mocking a world he assumed would fall without resistance. Hayes looked up at the clear night sky, stars scattered peacefully above him, giving no hint of the danger that had appeared there just hours earlier. He thought about General Vask's final words before retreating, the promise that this wasn't finished. Hayes didn't doubt that for a second. Whatever power stood behind that Dominion Council would eventually receive a full report, detailing exactly how badly their expectations had been shattered by a single military installation on a planet they assumed would offer no real resistance. But if they came back, Hayes knew exactly what they would find waiting for them. Not a base caught off guard, not soldiers underestimating the threat in front of them. A garrison that had already proven, in the span of a single Monday morning, that assumptions about easy conquest could collapse the moment they met real training, real coordination, and real people who refused to back down. As he made his way back toward the command building, radios crackled quietly around him, base personnel settling into the long process of after-action reports, equipment checks, and the slow return to normal routine. Somewhere far above the clouds, General Vask's ships continued their journey back toward wherever they had come from, carrying data that would eventually reshape how an entire alien civilization viewed the planet they had once dismissed as primitive. And down below, Fort Bragg stood exactly as it always had, quiet, steady, and ready, waiting for whatever came next. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to drop a comment letting me know what part hit hardest for you. Share this video with someone who loves a good underdog story. And subscribe if you want to see what happens the next time something decides to test the wrong soldiers on the wrong Monday morning. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Ancient text appeared in the air, written in an old form of Caltheron that was barely readable. "This section is marked as forbidden knowledge," Silren said. "It talks about civilizations that went beyond." Beyond what? Beyond this region of space. Beyond normal physics. The text is fragmented, but it mentions species that achieved technology so advanced they simply left, went somewhere else. The archive calls them the Others. Keltos felt a chill despite the warm archive air. "You think this vessel might be related to these others?" "I think we should not dismiss any possibility," Silren replied. Before Keltos could respond, his communication device chirped. It was Fleet Admiral Theron. "Ambassador, your presence is required on the command ship immediately. We are moving to intercept the unknown vessel." The command ship Dominator was the largest vessel in the 3rd Border Legion. Its bridge was a massive room filled with screens, holographic displays, and dozens of officers monitoring every system. Keltos felt small standing there, surrounded by military might. "Ambassador," Theron greeted him, "we are approaching the unknown vessel's projected path. We will attempt to intercept in 6 hours. What do you expect to happen?" Keltos asked. "I expect them to stop when they see my fleet," Theron said confidently. "We have 847 warships deployed in a blockade formation. No sane commander would try to pass through that." "And if they are not sane?" Keltos asked quietly. Theron did not answer. Kael'thas spent the next 6 hours preparing. He had a team of linguists ready with translation matrices that could handle 10,000 languages. He had cultural advisors who had studied every known civilization's customs. He had diplomatic gifts prepared, ranging from simple symbols of peace to valuable resources. He was ready for any kind of first contact scenario, except perhaps for being completely ignored. "Contact in 30 seconds, an officer announced. The main screen showed the empty void of space ahead. Kael'thas held his breath. Around the Dominator, hundreds of warships waited in formation, their weapons powered but not aimed. A show of strength but not aggression. Contact in 10 seconds. Kael'thas saw it before the sensors announced it. A flash of light that resolved into a shape. The unknown vessel dropped out of faster-than-light travel and coasted through space at a mere fraction of light speed. For the first time, they could see it clearly. The ship was sleek and dark, its surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was smaller than Kael'thas expected, perhaps the size of a mid-range cargo vessel, but there was something about its shape, its presence, that spoke of incredible power being held in check. Hailing on all frequencies, the communication officer said. Kael'thas leaned forward. "Unknown vessel, this is Ambassador Kael'thas of the Kaltheran Empire. We mean you no harm. Please identify yourself so we may speak peacefully." Silence. They tried every frequency, every communication method in the database. Radio waves, laser signals, quantum entanglement messaging, even ancient methods like light pulse patterns. The vessel did not respond. It simply continued forward, not fast but steady, moving through the fleet formation as if the warships were not even there. "Ambassador, they are ignoring us," Theron said, his voice tight with frustration. "Request permission to fire a warning shot across their bow." Kael'thas hesitated. A warning shot could be interpreted as an act of war, but letting the vessel simply pass through might show weakness. "One warning shot only," Kael'thas agreed. "Make it clear we are not trying to hit them." Theron gave the order. A beam of energy lanced out from one of the warships, passing a safe distance in front of the unknown vessel. The vessel did not slow down, did not change course, did not react at all. "They are approaching the neutral zone boundary," an officer announced. "If they cross, they will trigger the automated defense satellites." The neutral zone was a buffer region at the edge of Imperial space. Ancient defense satellites, thousands of years old but still functional, guarded it. Any unauthorized vessel that entered would be fired upon automatically. "Recall the satellites," Kael'thas ordered. "Shut them down before—" "Too late," Theron said. "They just crossed the boundary." On the screen, Kael'thas watched as 3 defense satellites activated. They were old technology, primitive by modern standards, but still dangerous. They fired kinetic projectiles at incredible speeds, designed to punch through the hull of any vessel. The unknown ship did not try to dodge. The projectiles simply vanished before they reached it. No explosion, no impact. They just ceased to exist as if they had never been fired. Then the vessel did something that made every officer on the bridge freeze. It destroyed the satellites. Not with weapons. There were no energy beams, no missiles, nothing visible at all. The satellites simply came apart, their pieces drifting in space like someone had gently disassembled them. "How did they do that?" Theron whispered. Nobody had an answer. The vessel continued forward. It still had not changed course even slightly. Kael'thas pulled up the navigation data and felt his blood run cold. "Admiral," he said slowly, "this ship has not made a single course correction since we first detected it." "What does that mean?" Theron asked. "It means they know exactly where they are going," Kael'thas replied. "They have been here before, or they have incredibly detailed maps of our space. Either way, this is not random exploration." Dr. Silren's voice came through on the communication channel. She had been monitoring from the science vessel. "Ambassador, I am reading the energy output from that vessel. It is orders of magnitude beyond anything in our technology. Whatever power source they are using, it is more advanced than our most experimental reactors by at least several hundred years." "Could you calculate where they are heading?" Kael'thas asked. There was a pause while Silren worked. Then her voice came back, quieter now. "Based on their current trajectory, they are heading for the outer mining colonies, specifically Colony 793. "Why would they want to go there?" Theron demanded. "There is nothing at that colony except mining operations and worker housing." "I do not know," Silren admitted. "But they clearly have a specific destination in mind." Kalthos made a decision. Admiral, have your fleet follow at a safe distance. Do not engage unless they show hostile intent. I want to see what they do when they reach the colony. And if they attack the colony, Theron asked. Then you have my permission to defend it, Kalthos said. But I do not think they came all this way just to attack a mining colony. Then what do you think they want? Theron asked. Kalthos watched the dark vessel on the screen, moving through space with purpose and confidence. I think they want something very specific, and I think we are about to find out what. The unknown vessel continued toward Colony 793. Behind it, 847 warships followed like a school of fish trailing a shark. The fleet was supposed to be intimidating. Instead, they looked small and uncertain. In the Imperial Palace, Chancellor Morn received constant updates. Each report was more worrying than the last. The vessel could not be communicated with. It could not be stopped. It was heading toward an Imperial colony with clear purpose. And most worrying of all, it had technology that made the Empire's military might look like primitive weapons from a forgotten age. Morn stood at the window again, looking out at the capital city. Somewhere out in space, something was approaching that the Empire did not understand and could not control. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Kaltheran Empire was not the most powerful force in the room. The thought terrified Morn more than any war ever had. Colony 793 was not a beautiful place. It orbited a dead star, pulling minerals from asteroids that had once been planets. 20,000 workers lived there, most of them from the lower castes of the Empire. They worked long shifts in the mines, processing ore that would be sent to the core worlds to build ships and stations. Governor Ralseth received the emergency transmission with disbelief. An unknown vessel was approaching his colony. The entire 3rd Border Legion was following it. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was requesting that the colony prepare for possible evacuation. This must be a drill, Ralseth said to his aide. Nobody attacks mining colonies. There is nothing here worth attacking. The Admiral seemed quite serious, Governor, the aide replied nervously. Ralseth looked out the window of his office at the ugly industrial landscape below. Fine, send out an alert. Tell people to stay calm but be ready to move to emergency shelters if needed. 2 hours later, the unknown vessel arrived. It came out of faster-than-light travel and stopped, just stopped, hovering in space above the colony like it was examining something. The 847 warships of the 3rd Border Legion spread out around it, weapons powered and ready. On the bridge of the Dominator, Admiral Theron watched the vessel with growing frustration. It has been sitting there for 10 minutes, he said. Not moving, not communicating, just sitting. Ambassador Kalthos was equally puzzled. Maybe they are scanning the colony. Scanning for what? Theron demanded. Before anyone could answer, the communication systems across every ship in the fleet suddenly activated. Not with a voice transmission, with data, pure data, flooding into their systems faster than the computers could process. What is happening? Theron shouted over the alarms. They are transmitting something, the communication officer said, hands flying over controls. It is overwhelming our systems. Wait, the computers are translating it automatically. Translating from what language? Kalthos asked. I do not know, the officer admitted. The translation matrices are not recognizing the base language, but they are still producing output. It is like the transmission is telling our computers how to understand it. A moment later, text appeared on every screen throughout the fleet. Simple text in perfect Kaltheran language. We are human. We are here for our people. The bridge went silent. Human, Theron said slowly. That designation is not in our database of known species. Search the colony records, Kalthos ordered. See if there are any workers registered under that species name or anything similar. It took 15 minutes to search the records. When the results came back, Dr. Silren was the one who made the connection. Ambassador, you need to see this, she transmitted from the science vessel. I cross-referenced the colony worker database with historical records. There is a species registered as human in the old databases. The spelling is slightly different, but the pronunciation is almost identical. What do we know about them? Kalthos asked. Very little, Silren said. The records go back 400 years. It seems a damaged colony ship entered our space. The ship was failing, life support critical, and they requested assistance. We provided it, so we helped them, Theron said. Then why are they acting hostile now? Let me read you the full record, Silren continued. Her voice was tight. The damaged ship contained approximately 3,000 individuals. They were brought to various colonies and integrated into the workforce. Their ship was scrapped for materials. There is no record of them ever leaving or requesting to return home. Understanding dawned on Kael'thas like cold water. We did not rescue them. We absorbed them. We took their ship and scattered them across our colonies as workers. They were going to die if we did nothing. Theron protested. We saved their lives. And then we made them work in our mines for 400 years, Kael'thas replied quietly. On the screen, the unknown vessel began to move. Not toward the fleet, toward the colony. It descended through the atmosphere with impossible grace, landing in the main worker district. Governor Ralseth, what is happening down there? Theron demanded over the communication channel. The governor's voice came back, confused and frightened. The vessel landed in Sector 9. It is just sitting there. No one has come out. But something strange is happening. What kind of strange? Kael'thas asked. Workers are moving toward it, Ralseth said. Hundreds of them. They are just walking toward the vessel like they are being called. Stop them, Theron ordered. We are trying, Ralseth replied. But they are not listening to orders. It is like they are in a trance. On the Dominator's main screen, they switched to a view from the colony's surface cameras. Kael'thas watched as hundreds of workers walked through the streets toward the landed vessel. They were not running or panicking. They moved with purpose, with certainty, like they knew exactly what they were doing. Get me a closer view, Kael'thas said. The camera zoomed in on the crowd. Kael'thas studied the faces. They looked similar to many other bipedal species in the Empire, but there were subtle differences. The facial structure, the way they moved. These were humans, the descendants of those refugees from 400 years ago. The vessel's hull opened, not with a door or ramp, but the surface simply became permeable, allowing people to walk through like it was made of water instead of metal. The humans walked inside, disappearing into the ship. How many workers are entering? Theron asked. An officer counted on his screen. Current count is 2,847, Admiral. Dr. Silren's voice came through again. That is a very specific number. Let me check something. There was a pause. Then Silren spoke again, and her voice was filled with awe and fear. Admiral, Ambassador, I just cross-referenced the colony's genetic database. There are exactly 2,847 individuals in this colony, with genetic markers matching the original human refugees. Not approximately, exactly. What are you saying? Kael'thas asked, though he already knew. I am saying that vessel knew the exact number of humans in this colony before it arrived, Silren said. It knew their precise location. It probably knows the location of every human descendant in the entire Empire. Theron's face went pale. How is that possible? I do not know, Silren admitted. But it implies they have been watching us, tracking their people, probably for a very long time. On the surface, the last human entered the vessel. The hull sealed behind them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the vessel lifted off. It rose through the atmosphere and stopped in space, directly in front of the fleet formation. The communication systems activated again. Another data transmission faster than before. This time it included more than words. It included images, names, faces, locations. They are sending us a list, the communication officer said, his voice shaking. 74 locations across the Empire. Each location is marked with numbers. The numbers add up to 147,936. What do those numbers represent? Theron demanded. Ambassador Kael'thas knew the answer before anyone said it. Those are people, humans, every human descendant scattered across our empire. A new message appeared on the screens. This time, the words were not polite. You have 10 cycles to gather our people and bring them to designated release points. If you comply, we leave peacefully. If you do not comply, we will retrieve them by force. You have been warned. The transmission ended. The human vessel accelerated and vanished, returning to faster-than-light travel. It was gone in seconds, leaving only the stunned fleet behind. They are giving us an ultimatum, Theron said. His voice was hard, angry. They are ordering the Kaltheran Empire to obey them. They are asking for their people back, Kael'thas corrected. People we took from them. We saved them from certain death, Theron insisted. And then we kept them as workers without their consent, Kael'thas replied. Admiral, we need to contact Chancellor Morn immediately. This situation is bigger than either of us can handle. Back on Kaltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn convened another emergency council. This time there was no debate about whether the threat was real. Everyone had seen the transmission. Everyone understood what was being demanded. "We cannot comply," General Corseth said firmly. "If we give in to this ultimatum, it will show weakness. Every enemy of the Empire will see that we can be intimidated." "If we do not comply," Kael'thas countered, "we may be starting a war with a civilization that has technology centuries beyond ours." "We do not know they are that advanced," Corseth argued. "We have only seen one ship. For all we know, that is all they have." Dr. Silren spoke up from her position at the Science Council. "With respect, General, I do not think that is true. The vessel's energy signature suggests it is not a warship. The design, the size, everything about it suggests a transport or rescue vessel, a civilian ship." The room went quiet. "You are saying their civilian ships are more advanced than our military vessels?" Morn asked. "I am saying this ship came alone confidently to retrieve their people from the heart of a galactic empire," Silren replied. "That suggests either incredible arrogance or absolute certainty that they are safe. Given what we have seen of their technology, I believe it is the latter." "We need more information," Morn decided. General Corseth began mobilizing additional fleets. The first 3 days were chaos. Across the Empire, planetary governors received orders to identify and gather any workers with human ancestry. The orders came with little explanation, which caused confusion and panic. On industrial worlds, human descendants were pulled from their jobs. On agricultural colonies, they were separated from other workers. Some went willingly, curious about what was happening. Others resisted, afraid they were being punished for something they did not understand. Governor Ralseth of Colony 793 sent daily reports to Imperial Command. After the human vessel took the workers, the colony's productivity had dropped by 15%. Other governors reported similar problems. The humans and their descendants had been integrated so deeply into the Empire's economy that removing them caused disruptions everywhere. "We cannot simply give up 147,000 workers," Economic Minister Tolvex argued in a council meeting. "Do you know what that will do to our production quotas? Some colonies will have to shut down entirely. Better than starting a war we cannot win," Ambassador Kael'thas replied. "We do not know we cannot win," General Corseth insisted. He stood at a holographic display showing fleet positions. "I have mobilized the first fleet to join the 3rd Border Legion. That gives us over 2,000 warships. Whatever technology these humans have, they cannot stand against that kind of firepower." Chancellor Morn rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building. "And if they can? Then we die defending the Empire's honor," Corseth said simply. Dr. Silren had barely slept in 3 days. She spent every waking moment in the archives, searching for any information about humanity. What she found was frustrating. The records from 400 years ago were sparse and vague. The human colony ship had been damaged badly. The refugees had been grateful for rescue. That was all the official record said. But Silren had learned to look in unofficial places. Old personal journals, maintenance logs, even entertainment broadcasts from that time period. Slowly, a different picture emerged. She found a journal entry from a cargo ship captain who had been part of the rescue operation. The captain described the human colony ship as primitive but functional. The humans had been traveling for generations, seeking a new home. Their ship was old and worn, but it had not been failing when they entered Caltheron space. It had been attacked. Attacked by what? Silren muttered to herself, reading further. The captain did not specify, but he mentioned that the human ship's weapon systems had been destroyed, their engines damaged, their life support barely functioning. Another entry, this one from a medical officer who had examined the refugees. They are remarkably adaptable, strong for their size. They seem to have an unusual resistance to various environmental stresses. One of them told me their species originated on a high-gravity world, which would explain their physical resilience. Silren kept searching. She found census records showing where the humans had been sent. Mining colonies, mostly. A few agricultural worlds. Places that needed manual labor. Over 400 years, they had integrated into the Empire's lower castes. They had families, children, grandchildren. By now, most of them probably did not even remember they were originally from somewhere else. But someone remembered. Someone had been keeping track. On the 6th day, Silren found something that made her blood run cold. It was buried deep in a restricted archive, marked as classified by authority of the Imperial Science Council. The file was labeled Precursor Species Database, restricted access only. She should not have had access. But in the chaos of the current crisis, security protocols had been relaxed. She opened the file. Inside were references to dozens of species that had once lived in this region of space, not recently. Tens of thousands of years ago, the database called them precursor species, civilizations that had achieved advanced technology and then simply left, disappeared from the known galaxy. One entry caught her eye. The species designation was corrupted in the database, but the description was clear. Bipedal, bilateral symmetry, high adaptability, originated from a high-gravity world in the inner systems. Last confirmed sighting approximately 50,000 years ago. Believed to have achieved post-physical technology and departed for regions unknown. The physical description matched humans perfectly. Silren transmitted her findings to Ambassador Kael'thas immediately. Are you saying humans are one of these precursor species? Kael'thas asked, his voice tight with tension. I am saying humans were here before we were, Silren replied. They achieved technology we cannot even imagine and left. They went somewhere else, somewhere beyond. And now they are back, Kael'thas said slowly. Now they are back, Silren confirmed. And we accidentally enslaved their descendants. On the 8th day, Chancellor Morn made a decision. Sort of. We will gather the humans as requested, Morn announced in a council meeting, but we will not simply hand them over. What do you mean? Kael'thas asked. I mean we will bring them to a designated location, but we will also have every available military asset in position, Morn explained. If the humans come to collect their people, we will be ready to negotiate from a position of strength. Or fight, General Korseth added with satisfaction. Or fight, Morn agreed reluctantly. I am offering them a choice. Peaceful negotiation or conflict. Let them decide which they prefer. Kael'thas wanted to argue, but he understood the political reality. The Empire could not appear weak. Even if they gave the humans back their people, it had to look like a negotiation, not a surrender. Where will this meeting take place? Kael'thas asked. Neutral space, Morn said. Sector 14. It is far enough from our core worlds to be safe, but close enough to our fleet bases that we can respond quickly if needed. The orders went out. All humans and their descendants were to be transported to collection points, then moved to Sector 14. The process was not gentle. Many humans protested being taken from their homes. Some tried to resist, but the Empire's security forces were efficient, and within 2 days, nearly 120,000 humans had been gathered. That is not enough, Admiral Theron said, reviewing the numbers. They wanted all of them. We are missing almost 30,000. Some are in remote locations, an aide explained. Deep space stations, long-range exploration ships, colony worlds that have not responded to our hails. We are still trying to reach them. We do not have time, Theron said. The deadline was in less than 2 days. Bring whoever we have to Sector 14. We will explain the situation to the humans when they arrive. If they arrive, Theron thought but did not say. Part of him hoped the humans would not show up, that this was all some elaborate bluff. But he knew better. They would come. The question was how they would respond to the Empire's military display. Vexilla, back at Sentinel-7, was monitoring long-range sensors when she detected them. 4 contacts this time, coming from the same direction as before, moving at the same impossible speeds. Multiple contacts detected, she reported to Fleet Command. 4 vessels on approach vector to Sector 14. Estimated arrival time 3 hours. In Sector 14, the trap was set. Over 2,000 warships were positioned in a massive formation. At the center of the formation, transport ships held the gathered humans. The entire 1st Fleet and 3rd Border Legion were present, representing the largest concentration of military power the Empire had assembled in centuries. Admiral Theron stood on the bridge of the Dominator, watching the sensors. Ambassador Kael'thas stood beside him, looking uncomfortable in the military environment. 4 ships, Theron said with confidence. We have 2,000. Even with their technology, those odds should give them pause. Or it will make them angry, Kael'thas replied quietly. Then we will see what they are really capable of, Theron said. The human vessels arrived exactly on schedule. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the sector and stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. The 4 vessels just hung in space, dark and silent. Then one of them transmitted. This time it was not just data. It was video. A face appeared on every screen in the fleet. A human face. The being looked middle-aged by most species standards, with short dark hair and eyes that seemed tired and disappointed. "I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human recovery vessel Remembrance," the human said. Her voice was calm, measured, but there was steel underneath. "You have gathered our people. Thank you. Transfer them to our vessels and we will depart." Admiral Theron activated the fleet's communication system. "This is Fleet Admiral Theron of the Caltheron Empire. Before any transfers occur, we need to discuss terms." "Terms?" Captain Chen's expression did not change. "There are no terms. You have our people. We are taking them home. That is all." "With respect, Captain, you are surrounded by 2,000 warships," Theron said. "Perhaps we should negotiate like civilized beings." For the first time, Captain Chen showed emotion. She smiled, but it was not a friendly smile. "Admiral, we left this region of space 50,000 years ago. We hoped you would have evolved beyond threatening people to get what you want. Clearly you have not. You dare," Theron began, but Chen cut him off. "We dare many things, Admiral. We crossed the galaxy. We transcended the physical limitations of normal space." "Begin the transfer," Admiral Theron said quietly. His voice carried defeat. "Admiral?" General Corseth's face appeared on a communication screen from one of the other command ships. "We cannot simply surrender. The Empire's honor is irrelevant if we are all dead," Theron interrupted. "Begin the transfer." "That is an order." The transport ships opened their docking bays. Small shuttles began moving between the Imperial vessels and the human ships, carrying their precious cargo of confused and frightened people. Kael'thas watched the transfer on the monitors. He saw human faces looking out from the shuttle windows. Some looked happy, some looked scared. Most just looked confused. These were people who had been born in the Empire. Their parents and grandparents had been born in the Empire. Many of them probably thought of themselves as Imperial citizens, not humans. Now they were going home to a place they had never seen. "It will take hours to transfer everyone," an officer reported. "We have nearly 120,000 individuals to move." "How many did they ask for?" Theron asked. 147,000, the officer replied. Theron closed his eyes. They were short. Nearly 30,000 people were still scattered across the Empire, too far away to retrieve in time. "Inform Captain Chen that we could not locate everyone," Theron said. "Some are in remote locations that we could not reach before the deadline." Captain Chen's voice came through the speakers. She did not sound sympathetic. "We know where they are, Admiral. Every single one of them. We have been tracking them for quite some time." "Then you know we tried to comply," Theron said. "You tried to set a trap," Chen corrected. "But yes, you are transferring those you gathered. That is something." The transfer continued in tense silence. Hours passed. The Imperial fleet stayed in formation, weapons powered but not aimed. The human vessels waited patiently, their own weapon systems never even activating. They did not need weapons to be threatening. Finally, the last shuttle completed its journey. Nearly 120,000 humans had been transferred to the recovery vessels. "All available individuals have been transferred," Admiral Theron reported. "Confirmed," Captain Chen replied. "Now we will collect the rest." "What do you mean?" Theron asked, though he feared he knew. "We told you, Admiral. We know where they are. Every station, every colony, every deep space exploration vessel that has humans aboard. We are going to collect them. You may either cooperate or watch. Your choice." Before Theron could respond, the human fleet split up. Groups of vessels departed in different directions, moving faster than anything in the Imperial fleet could follow. They spread across the sector like seeds in the wind, heading for specific destinations with perfect knowledge of where to go. "They have complete intelligence on our territory," General Corseth said, his voice filled with horror. "They know the location of every military installation, every colony, every ship in our fleet." "They have been watching us," Kael'thas said. "Probably for a very long time. We took their people 400 years ago. They have been monitoring them ever since." Over the next 3 days, reports came in from across the Empire. Human vessels appeared at remote stations and colonies. They did not attack. They did not threaten. They simply arrived, collected any humans present and left. Imperial forces that tried to interfere found their weapon systems disabled without any visible attack. Ships that moved to intercept found themselves unable to navigate properly, as if space itself was pushing them away. The humans did not fight. They did not need to. On the fourth day after the confrontation in Sector 14, all human vessels converged at a single point in neutral space. Admiral Theron, following orders from Chancellor Morn, took the Dominator to that location with a small escort fleet. This time, Captain Chen agreed to a face-to-face meeting. The meeting took place on a neutral shuttle halfway between the fleets. Admiral Theron, Ambassador Kael'thas, and Dr. Silren represented the Empire. Captain Chen came alone. She looked different in person, smaller than Theron expected. Humans were not an impressive species physically, but there was something in her eyes that made Theron want to look away. Authority, power, the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of. "Thank you for meeting with us," Kael'thas began, trying to be diplomatic. "I am here as a courtesy," Chen replied, sitting down across from them. "You seem like you want to understand what happened. I can give you that much before we leave." "We want to avoid future conflicts," Kael'thas said. "We did not know who you were. We did not know your people were here." "You did not know because you did not ask," Chen said flatly. "When you found that refugee ship 400 years ago, did anyone think to find out where they came from? Did anyone consider that maybe they had a home to return to?" Silence. "We thought the ship was alone," Theron said. "A lost colony vessel with no home." "That vessel was exploring this region," Chen explained. "We sent dozens of them out thousands of years ago before we left. They were generational ships meant to travel for centuries, documenting this part of the galaxy. That particular ship ran into some kind of spatial anomaly that damaged their engines. They limped into your space asking for help. And we helped them," Theron insisted. "You helped them and then kept them," Chen repeated. "Admiral, let me tell you something about humans. We do not forget our people, ever. When that ship failed to report back, we sent others to investigate. By the time they arrived, your empire had already scattered the survivors across dozens of worlds. We have been watching them ever since. Watching you." Dr. Silren spoke up. "The archives call your species precursor. They say you left this region 50,000 years ago." Chen nodded. "That is correct. This area of space was our original home. We evolved here, built our first civilization here, but we outgrew it. We discovered technologies that allowed us to go further, to do more. So we left, seeking new frontiers. Why come back?" Silren asked. "Because it is still home," Chen said simply. "We left, but we never forgot where we came from. We maintain long-range monitoring systems. We protect this region even though no one here knows it. When we detected that one of our exploration vessels had been absorbed into your empire, we came to get them back. You could have contacted us," Kael'thas said, "asked for their return peacefully. Would you have given them back?" Chen asked. "Or would you have made excuses? Claimed they were integrated, that they wanted to stay? That they were too valuable to your economy to release?" No one answered because they all knew she was right. Chen stood. "This meeting is over. We have all our people now. We are leaving. But I want to give you some information before we go." She placed a data crystal on the table. "This contains coordinates. Safe routes through this sector. Dangerous areas you should avoid. Warnings about spatial anomalies. Think of it as a gift from a more advanced civilization to a younger one." "Why would you help us after what we did?" Theron asked. "Because we remember being where you are now," Chen replied. "Young, ambitious, thinking we were the pinnacle of civilization. We made mistakes too. We learned from them. Maybe you will too." She moved toward the door, then paused. "One more thing. This region of space is under human protection. We have monitoring stations throughout the sector. Automated defense systems. If you expand into areas we have marked as dangerous, you will encounter them. Follow the guidelines in that data crystal and you will be fine. Ignore them and you will have problems." "Are you threatening us?" Theron asked. "I am informing you," Chen corrected. "The galaxy is bigger than you imagine, Admiral. More complex, more dangerous. You have been living in a small, safe pocket of space, thinking you are the dominant power. You are not. You never were. But you can be safe if you are smart." She left the shuttle. Through the window, they watched her return to her vessel. Minutes later, the entire human fleet vanished. Not gradually, not in sequence. All at once, they simply ceased to exist in normal space, leaving only faint energy readings that quickly faded to nothing. Back on Caltharoc's Prime, Chancellor Morn addressed the Imperial Council. News of what had happened had spread quickly. Some council members demanded revenge. Others called for increased military spending. A few suggested trying to acquire human technology. Morn listened to them all, then raised a hand for silence. For 10,000 years, we believed we were the greatest civilization in the galaxy, Morn said. We were wrong. That illusion died in the last week. Now we have a choice. We can rage against that reality, or we can learn from it. You are suggesting we accept this humiliation? General Corseth demanded. I am suggesting we accept the truth, Morn replied. The humans could have destroyed our fleets. They could have taken their people by force from the beginning. Instead, they gave us chances to do the right thing. They could have left us with nothing. Instead, they gave us navigation data and warnings about dangers we did not even know existed. They showed mercy, Ambassador Kael'thas said quietly. They showed us what we could be, Morn corrected. Advanced, powerful, but still capable of kindness. Still capable of giving younger civilizations chances to improve. So what do we do now? Economic Minister Tolvex asked. We reform, Morn said. We examine every species in our empire. We look for others we have mistreated.
The emergency alarm had been screaming for 6 seconds before I understood what I was looking at. My body had locked. Every muscle, every joint, every crystalline ridge along my forearms had gone rigid in the ancient paralysis my species never managed to evolve past. I could not move. I could not breathe. I could only watch through frozen eyes as Kesed lifted Desi off the ground by her throat, and the small Pelori kicked uselessly against the air with her short legs, and Professor Torvon stumbled backward into the display board with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender that meant nothing to Adratha, who had already decided the room belonged to him. But I am getting ahead of myself, and if I am going to tell you what happened that day in the classroom on Paleo 7, I need to tell you about her first. I need to tell you about the human. My name is Relic Sav. I am Velani, which means I am tall, I am thin, and I am fragile in ways that make most other species in the Galactic Concord either pity me or ignore me. My bones are hollow and laced with mineral deposits that give my skin a faint crystalline shimmer. It is beautiful, I am told. It is also about as durable as wet glass. I enrolled at the Concord Institute on Station Paleo 7 because I wanted a career in the diplomatic corps, and the Institute was the most prestigious multi-species academy in 3 sectors. I was not the smartest student. I was not the bravest. I was the kind of student who sat in the middle of the classroom, took careful notes, and tried very hard not to be noticed by anything with claws. The Institute held students from 42 recognized species. There were the Dratha, massive and armored, built like something between a reptile and a fortress, who walked through corridors as though the rest of us were furniture they had not yet decided to break. There were the Chivrin, insectoid and precise, who communicated in subsonic clicks that rattled my chest when I stood too close. There were the Meluuri, aquatic beings who glided through the halls in sealed hover tanks filled with their homeworld's alkaline seas. There were a dozen others, all shapes, all sizes, all carefully selected for intellect and temperament. The Institute was supposed to be a place of learning and civility. We were told this on the first day. We were told this frequently. Then, at the start of my second year, they admitted the human. Her name was Marin Ortega. She arrived on the same transport shuttle as a shipment of laboratory supplies, carrying a single travel bag and a notebook made of actual paper, which several students mistook for some kind of primitive cultural artifact. She was the first human exchange student the Institute had ever accepted. Earth had only recently been granted probationary membership in the Concord, and the general consensus among the student body was that this was a political gesture rather than an academic one. Humans were classified as a pre-integration species. Their world was a Category 12 death world, which sounded impressive until you actually looked at one of them and realized they had no natural defenses worth mentioning. No venom, no claws, no dermal plating, no bioluminescent threat displays. Nothing. Marin was shorter than every species on campus except the Pelori, and even some of them had her beat. She had brown skin, dark hair she kept tied back, and an expression that defaulted to a kind of open, easy friendliness that I initially found confusing and eventually found disarming. She smiled at everyone. She asked too many questions in the dining hall about which foods would kill her and which ones would merely make her sick, and she seemed to find the distinction genuinely entertaining. She sat in the back row of every class. She doodled in her paper notebook with a small wooden writing instrument she called a pencil. She was, by every metric I could identify, the least remarkable person on the station. I was assigned to the same seminar group as Marin for Professor Torvand's class on interspecies conflict resolution. During our first introductions, she mispronounced my species name 3 times and apologized after each attempt with such visible distress that I finally told her the mispronunciation was fine, just to make her stop. She seemed almost painfully concerned with social harmony, which I found either endearing or pathetic, and I spent several days trying to decide which. The other students did not spend much time deciding anything about her. To most of them, Marin was a curiosity at best and a political annoyance at worst. The Dratha ignored her entirely, which was their standard treatment of anything they considered beneath their attention. The Chivrin observed her with the clinical detachment of entomologists studying a new insect specimen. The Meluuri showed mild interest in the fact that humans were composed of roughly 60% water, which made them distant biological cousins of a sort. Though the Meluuri lost interest when they learned that the human version of water-based biology involved walking around on dry land breathing gaseous atmosphere, which they found both primitive and uncomfortable to think about. I overheard a group of Varsky upperclassmen discussing Marin's admission during lunch one afternoon. They were not being cruel exactly, but the tone carried a dismissiveness that did not need cruelty to sting. One of them said that admitting a human was the academic equivalent of bringing a pet to a research symposium. A nice gesture that made everyone feel progressive, but contributed nothing of substance. Another said he had reviewed the available literature on human cognitive capacity and found it adequate for a death world species, but well below Concord academic standards. They said these things loudly enough that Marin, sitting 3 tables away, could certainly hear them. She did not react. She kept eating her meal and reading something on her datapad, and if the words bothered her, she buried the evidence so deep that even I could not find it. And Veilani are excellent at reading emotional suppression because we do it constantly. The trouble started with Kesed. Kesed Varn was a 3rd-year Dratha student from a military caste family on their homeworld of Droth Kolar. He stood nearly 3 meters tall. His hide was layered with interlocking plates of natural armor that could deflect a low-caliber plasma bolt. His jaw contained 3 rows of teeth designed for crushing bone. He had come to the institute not because he cared about diplomacy, but because his family considered it a useful addition to his military resume, and he treated the entire campus as a territory he was allowing the rest of us to occupy out of generosity. He had 2 companions who followed him everywhere, both nearly as large, both nearly as hostile, and the 3 of them moved through the institute like a storm front that everyone had learned to track and avoid. Kesed despised smaller species. He called us prey animals. He made remarks in corridors about glass bones and soft skin, and species that should have stayed in their oceans or their burrows, instead of pretending they belonged in institutions built by real civilizations. He said these things openly, casually, the way you might comment on the weather, and nobody did anything about it, because the Dratha diplomatic delegation had made it clear to the administration that their students were to be treated with appropriate cultural sensitivity, which apparently meant allowing them to terrorize everyone else without consequence. His 2 companions were named Brook and Tesov. Brook was slightly shorter than Kesov, but wider, built like a siege engine, with a permanent expression of bored menace that suggested he was always one inconvenience away from deciding that the smaller being in front of him would make a satisfying sound if he stepped on it. Tesov was leaner, faster, and had a habit of standing too close to other students in corridors and breathing slowly on them until they moved. Alone, either of them would have been the most dangerous thing on campus. Together with Kesov, they formed a triad that the rest of us navigated around the way you navigate around a structural fault in a ship's hull. You learn where it is, you give it space. You do not touch it, and you pray it does not spread. On her 3rd day at the institute, Marin Ortega sat down at Quesada's usual table in the Commons. I watched it happen from across the room, my stomach's clenching. She did not know it was his table. She did not know anything. She was eating something from a sealed container she had brought from Earth. And when Quesada approached and loomed over her with his crest flared, she looked up at him and smiled, and held out a small brown square. She said it was something called chocolate, and that it was the best thing her planet had ever produced, and she wanted to share it, because she had been told that shared meals were important in most galactic cultures. Quesada took the chocolate from her hand and crushed it into powder between his fingers. He let the remnants fall onto her tray. Then he walked away without a word. Marin looked down at the ruined chocolate, looked back up at his retreating form, and shrugged. She actually shrugged. Then she went back to eating as though absolutely nothing had happened. I remember staring at her from across the Commons and thinking two things. The first was that she was either extraordinarily brave or extraordinarily stupid. The second was that she looked very small. Not just physically, though she was certainly that. She looked small the way something looks small when it does not yet understand how large the things around it are. I felt a pang of something that might have been concern, but I told myself it was none of my business. I had my own survival to worry about. That evening, long after the Commons had emptied, I saw Marin standing alone at the viewport dome on the station's upper observation deck. She was looking out at the stars, her hands in her pockets, her reflection ghosting across the transparent alloy. The light from a distant nebula caught her face, and for a moment, she looked very still and very far away. She looked very small against all that dark. I almost went to talk to her. Instead, I turned around and walked back to my quarters and told myself that the human exchange student was not my responsibility, and that whatever happened to her at the Concord Institute was simply the natural consequence of a pre-integration species reaching too far beyond its place in the galaxy. I was wrong about almost everything that night, but I would not understand that for several more weeks, and by then, everything had already begun to fall apart. The weeks that followed Marin's arrival settled into a rhythm that felt almost normal, if you did not look too closely at the cracks forming underneath. I attended my classes. I studied for my placement exams. I ate my meals in the Commons and walked the corridors with my head down and my crystalline ridges tucked tight against my forearms, which is the Vellani equivalent of making yourself as small and unnoticeable as possible. It was a survival strategy I had perfected over 2 years at the Institute, and it worked well enough as long as I never forgot the fundamental rule of campus life, which was to always know where Quesada was and to never be in the same place. Marin did not seem to understand this rule, or if she did not care, which was somehow worse. We developed a cautious semi-friendship, she and I. It happened the way most things happened with Marin, which was gradually and without any apparent effort on her part. She borrowed my notes after missing a lecture because she had gotten lost in the engineering sublevel and accidentally wandered into a maintenance crawl space that she described as cozy. She asked me questions about Vellani biology with a genuine curiosity that did not feel like academic detachment, and in return, I asked her questions about Earth that I told myself were purely xenobiological in nature. I was a student, she was a subject of study. That was all. But the things I learned about her made the back of my neck prickle in ways I could not explain. She could function on 4 hours of sleep and still be alert enough to follow a lecture on quantum diplomacy. I watched her do this repeatedly. My species requires 9 hours of deep rest, or our cognitive functions degrade to the point where we cannot form sentences. 4 hours would leave me functionally comatose. Marin did it as though it were mildly inconvenient and nothing more. She healed from injuries at a rate that I found quietly alarming. She cut her finger on a broken lab instrument during our second week of sharing a seminar group, and by the following week, the wound had closed completely, leaving only a thin pink line that was already fading. When I mentioned this to a Meluwari classmate, he told me that human tissue regeneration was considered unremarkable by Deathworld standards. I told him that on my homeworld, a cut that deep would take 3 months to fully mend, and might leave a permanent structural weakness in the surrounding crystal. He looked at me the way people look at something fragile, and I hated it, and I changed the subject. She ate everything, not just the foods designated safe for human consumption in the dining hall, but things that were mildly toxic to 3 other species. She consumed capsaicin, which is a chemical weapon produced by certain earth plants, as a flavor additive. She called it hot sauce. She put it on her morning protein ration and offered me some with the casual friendliness of someone who did not realize they were offering me a chemical irritant. I declined. She shrugged and poured more on her food. One evening, while we were studying together in the library, she mentioned that she had played something called rugby at her university on Earth. She said it was a sport. She said it casually, the way you might mention a hobby. That night, alone in my quarters, I searched the term on the data net and found video footage of humans slamming into each other at full speed without any protective equipment, driving each other into the ground, getting up with blood running from their faces, and continuing to play. I watched a human take an impact that would have killed a Veilani instantly, stand up, spit something red onto the grass, and run back into the formation. My stomach's turned. I did not sleep well. I began to notice something else about Marin in those weeks. She was watching things, not in the distracted way that most students observe their surroundings, but with a focused, cataloging attention that reminded me of how the Chivrin processed information, quietly absorbing and filing every detail for later retrieval. She watched how students moved through the corridors. She watched the social hierarchies, the unspoken rules, the invisible boundaries that kept the prey-evolved species on one side of the commons and the predator-evolved species on the other. She watched the way everyone tracked Kesod's movements, the way conversations went quiet when he passed, the way the administration looked the other way. She stopped smiling as much. I noticed this gradually, the way you notice a change in the weather not by a single moment, but by the accumulation of small differences. She still spoke with warmth when addressed directly. She still laughed at the Meluuri's dry humor during study sessions, and patiently answered Desi's endless questions about Earth's oceans. But the default expression she wore between interactions shifted from open friendliness to something quieter and more watchful. She spent longer periods in the library, staying late after the rest of us had left. And when I passed her table, I saw that she was not always studying coursework. Sometimes she was reading xenobiology databases, flipping through anatomical reference files with the systematic focus of someone memorizing a map. Once I caught a glimpse of her screen showing a detailed skeletal diagram of a species I recognized immediately. It was a Dratha. She saw me looking and switched to a different file without comment. Neither of us mentioned it. Meanwhile, Kesod's behavior was getting worse. The incidents had been escalating for months, even before Marin's arrival, but now they were happening with a frequency and a brazenness that suggested he had realized there would be no consequences and had decided to test exactly how far that immunity extended. He cornered a Chivrin student named Fial in the laboratory wing and told him to give up his assigned research station. When Fial tried to refuse, Kesod leaned down until his inner jaw was centimeters from Fial's sensory antennae and released a low-frequency growl that triggered an involuntary defensive curl in the Chivrin's exoskeleton. Fial spent 3 hours locked in that position before the medical staff could coax him out of it. Kesod told the administration it was a misunderstanding. 2 weeks later, Kesod accidentally cracked the hover tank casing of a Meluuri student named Savon while passing him in a corridor. The crack was small, but it was enough to begin leaking the alkaline solution that kept Savon alive. By the time other students found him, Savon's gill membranes were already beginning to dry, and he was making a high-pitched distress call that I could hear from 3 corridors away. The medical team repaired the tank and saved Savon's life, but he was moved to a different residential section afterward, and I heard he requested a transfer back to his homeworld that was still pending. Reports were filed, complaints were logged. The Dratha diplomatic delegation intervened every time, issuing formal statements about cultural misunderstandings and the need for patience during interspecies integration. The administration accepted these statements the way they accepted everything the Dratha said, with polite nods and closed files, and a silent understanding that the political cost of confronting the Dratha was higher than the cost of a few broken students. I was furious. I was also terrified, which is a combination that produces a very specific kind of self-loathing in a Veilani. We are not built for confrontation. Our fear response is biological, hardwired, a muscular paralysis that locks every joint in our bodies when we detect a predator-class threat. I could not have stood up to Kesod, even if I had wanted to. My body would not have allowed it, and so I did what every other prey-evolved student on campus did. I stayed quiet. I stayed small. I survived. Marin watched all of it. One evening in the library, after I had spent 20 minutes complaining about the Sivan incident in the low whisper that had become my default volume when discussing anything related to Kesod, Marin set down her pencil and looked at me with an expression I could not read. She asked me a question. She asked it simply, without judgment, without accusation, but it landed in my chest like a stone. She asked, "Has anyone here ever actually stood up to him?" I stared at her, then I explained, as calmly as I could, that Kesed was an apex predator from a species that had conquered 3 star systems through military dominance before they even discovered faster-than-light travel. He was twice the mass of most students on campus. His skeletal structure was reinforced with a calcium-titanium composite that made his bones effectively unbreakable. His species possessed chemical signaling capabilities that could trigger involuntary terror responses in every prey-evolved species on the station. Standing up to a Dratha was not a matter of courage. It was a matter of biology. It was physically, neurologically, chemically impossible for most of us to even remain conscious in the presence of a Dratha threat display, let alone fight back. Marin listened to all of this. She nodded slowly. Then she said, "Yeah, that tracks." I did not know what that phrase meant, and she did not explain it. 3 days later, Kesod came for me. It happened in the corridor outside the science wing, in the gap between afternoon classes when the halls were mostly empty. I was walking alone, my notes clutched against my chest, thinking about the placement exam I had the following week, when a shadow fell over me, and I looked up and Kesod was there. His 2 companions flanked the corridor behind me. I was boxed in. He did not say much. He did not need to. He told me that he had noticed me talking to the human, and that he found it amusing that 2 prey animals had found each other, and that he wanted me to understand something about how the natural order worked. Then he shoved me into the wall. The impact cracked one of the crystalline ridges on my left forearm, a sound like breaking ice that echoed off the metal walls. Pain flooded through me in a white wave, and my body did what it always did. It locked. I fell against the wall, rigid and helpless, and Kesod leaned down and told me not to report this to anyone. He said that glass things should be careful about drawing attention to themselves. Then he walked away, and his companions walked with him, and I stood frozen in the corridor for 11 minutes before the paralysis released, and I could move again. 11 minutes. I counted them afterward when I checked the corridor's time display. 11 minutes of standing rigid against a wall with a cracked ridge sending pain signals through my nervous system that I could feel but could not respond to. 11 minutes of staring at the place where Kesod had been and being unable to close my eyes or look away, or do anything at all except exist inside a body that had decided, on my behalf and without my consent, that the safest thing to do was to stop being a person and become a statue instead. When the paralysis finally released, it came all at once, and I crumpled to the floor like something whose supports had been removed. I sat there with my cracked ridge cradled against my chest, and I hated myself with a clarity and a thoroughness that I had not previously known I was capable of. I hated my body for freezing. I hated my species for evolving a defense mechanism that was indistinguishable from surrender. I hated the Institute for admitting me into a place where I could be broken in a corridor and no one would know for 11 minutes. I sat there and I hated everything, and the hate accomplished nothing, because hate without the ability to act on it is just another form of paralysis. Marin found me 20 minutes later, sitting on the floor of the corridor with my cracked ridge cradled against my chest. I do not know how she knew where I was. She did not ask me what happened, because the answer was obvious. She looked at my arm, and something in her face changed. It was subtle, a tightening around her jaw, a stillness in her eyes that reminded me of the way the station's blast doors sealed before a hull breach. She did not say anything. She helped me to my feet, walked me to the medical bay, and sat with me while the medic applied a bonding agent to my ridge. She was very quiet the entire time. Not the comfortable quiet of someone with nothing to say, the loaded quiet of someone with too much to say, and a very specific reason for keeping it inside. That night, I heard from another student that Marin had gone to the administration office and filed a formal complaint against Kesod on my behalf. She had included the incident with File, the incident with Sevon, and 3 other incidents she had apparently documented without telling anyone. She had cited specific provisions of the Institute's charter regarding student safety and administrative responsibility. She had requested an emergency review. The complaint was rejected within the hour. Insufficient evidence, the administration said. The Drotha delegation had already intervened with a preemptive statement about cultural context and species-specific behavioral norms. I found out later that Marin had sat in the Commons after receiving the rejection notice. She sat at a table by herself, her datapad in front of her, the official response glowing on the screen. Several students who passed by told me she was just sitting there, not moving, not speaking, her face completely still. I would learn later that humans have a phrase for that expression. They call it the calm before the storm. It is the moment just before everything breaks open, when the air goes flat and the pressure drops, and every animal on Earth with any survival instinct at all knows to find shelter. None of us had that instinct. None of us recognized what we were looking at. We should have. I need to tell you exactly how it happened, because the official reports got it wrong, and the unofficial accounts that spread across the data net afterward turned it into something it was not. It was not a performance. It was not a display of human superiority. It was not some calculated demonstration designed to announce humanity's arrival on the galactic stage. It was a Tuesday morning in Professor Torvan's seminar room, and a girl who weighed less than most of the furniture in the room decided that she was done watching people get hurt. The class was interspecies conflict resolution. The irony of that has not faded with time. I arrived early because arriving early meant I could choose a seat near the exit, which had become my standard practice in any room that also contained Kesod. The seminar room was a tiered amphitheater with curved desks arranged in ascending rows, a display wall at the front, and 2 doors, one at the bottom near the lectern and one at the top of the highest row. Kesod always sat in the front row with his 2 companions, a positioning that was less about academic enthusiasm and more about territorial dominance. The rest of us arranged ourselves around and above him like small animals, clustered on the high branches of a tree, trying to stay above the predator on the forest floor. Marin was already in her usual spot in the back row, her paper notebook open, her pencil in her hand. She glanced up when I came in, and we exchanged a brief nod. She looked the same as always, calm, attentive, unremarkable. There was a small adhesive bandage on her left hand, where she had burned herself in the chemistry lab the previous day, and I remember noticing it, and thinking that humans were bizarrely fragile for a species that came from a death world. Professor Torvan was a Varsky, tall and spindly, with a reedy voice that carried well in the amphitheater. He was a good teacher, patient and thorough, and he had spent 30 years studying interspecies communication breakdowns. He was also, I had realized over the past 2 years, someone who avoided confrontation with the same desperate intensity that the rest of us did. He knew what Kesod was doing. Everyone knew. But knowing and acting are different things, and most people on that station had decided a long time ago which one they were willing to do. The topic that day was de-escalation across predator-prey species dynamics. Torvan opened by discussing the biological factors that make interspecies conflict uniquely dangerous in mixed environments. The pheromone responses, the hardwired fight-or-flight mechanisms, the sensory mismatches that can turn a minor disagreement into a lethal encounter. He was clinical about it, detached, presenting it the way he presented everything, as an academic problem to be solved with protocols and procedures. Then he made a mistake. He used a real example. He did not name anyone. He said something about recent interpersonal tensions within this institution, and how they illustrated the challenges of predator-prey coexistence in shared academic spaces. It was vague. It was careful. It was intended to be a teaching moment wrapped in enough abstraction that no one could take offense. Kesod took offense. He stood up in a single motion that sent his desk sliding sideways across the floor with a shriek of metal. The sound alone was enough to trigger the first wave of fear responses across the room. I felt my forearms go rigid, the crystalline ridges locking together in the opening stage of paralysis. 2 shivering students in the middle rows began curling into defensive postures, their exoskeletons clicking shut like closing doors. A Meluuri student near me, made a sound through his tank speakers that I had never heard before, high and thin and afraid. Kesod was standing with his full crest extended. The bony plates along the back of his skull had flared outward, nearly doubling the apparent size of his head. His inner jaw was visible behind his outer teeth, and the secondary set of mandibles were spread wide in the full Dratha threat display, a posture that evolution had designed to paralyze prey species at close range. The effect was chemical as much as visual. Dratha produce a cocktail of pheromones during a threat display that interact with the fear receptors of most prey-evolved species in the Concord. The scent hit us like a wave. I felt it wash over my brain, cold and electric, and my body responded the way 100,000 years of evolution had programmed it to respond. I froze. Every muscle locked. My vision narrowed to a tunnel with Kesod at its center, and I could not move, could not speak, could not do anything except watch. Professor Torvan stumbled backward. His hands came up in a reflexive gesture of submission, palms outward, body curling inward. He hit the display board behind him and pressed himself against it. His mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. Kesod's two companions stood simultaneously, and they moved to the two doors. The one at the bottom sealed the exit near the lectern. The other climbed the stairs and blocked the door at the top. The room was closed. Then Kesod reached sideways and grabbed the nearest student. It was Desi. She was a Pelori, barely a meter tall, covered in soft gray fur, with enormous dark eyes that made up nearly a third of her face. She weighed maybe 30 kilograms. Kesod lifted her off the ground, with one hand wrapped around her neck, and Desi's small legs kicked against the air, and she made a sound that I will never forget for as long as I live. It was a whistling, choking cry that cut through the chemical fog in my brain, like a blade, but still could not break through the paralysis that held my body in place. Kesod spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, filling the amphitheater the way a rockfall fills a canyon. He said he was done. He said he was done pretending that glass creatures and water breathers and insect things deserved to sit in the same rooms as real species. He said the Institute was a joke, and the Concord was a joke, and every species that could not survive a single blow from his fist had no right to share air with those who could. He shook Desi as he spoke, and her small body swung like something hollow, and the choking sound continued, getting weaker. Professor Torvan hit the emergency alert panel on the wall. A red light began strobing. Somewhere in the station, security officers received the signal, but security was stationed 3 decks below, and the fastest response time from that distance was 4 minutes, and Desi's face was already changing color. I wanted to move. I want you to understand that. I wanted to stand up and do something, anything, and my body would not let me. I was locked in my seat, my arms pressed against my sides, my jaw clenched shut so hard that my back teeth ached. The paralysis was total and absolute, and it was not a choice. It was biology. It was what I was built to do when a predator decided I was prey. And then, in the back row, Marin Ortega stood up. She did it slowly. Not the explosive lurch of someone acting on impulse, but the deliberate, measured movement of someone who had made a decision and was now carrying it out. She closed her notebook. She set her pencil down on the desk beside it. She pushed her chair back. She stood, and then she walked forward, down the stairs between the rows, toward the front of the room where Kesod held Desi in the air. She walked, she did not run. The Dratha pheromones that had locked every other conscious being in the room into rigid, trembling immobility did not seem to affect her at all. I watched her pass through the invisible chemical cloud that was pressing against my nervous system, like a hand around my brain, and she did not flinch, did not stumble, did not even seem to notice it. I learned later that humans lack the receptor pathways that Dratha pheromones target. The chemical signaling that evolution had turned into a weapon against every prey species in the Concord simply had no mechanism to latch onto in a human nervous system. It was like trying to hack a system that ran on a completely different operating language. The attack connected with nothing. It passed through her like light through glass. Marin stopped about 3 meters from Kesod. Desi was still dangling from his grip, her kicks getting weaker. The room was silent except for the strobing alarm and the wet, whistling sound of the Pelori trying to breathe. Marin spoke. She said, "Put her down." Her voice was calm, conversational. She could have been asking someone to pass a plate across a dinner table. There was no tremor in it, no aggression, just a simple, clear instruction, delivered with the quiet expectation that it would be obeyed. Kesodot turned his head and looked at her. I could see his expression even from my frozen vantage point in the middle row, and what I saw there was not anger, it was amusement. This was a creature roughly half his height, with no claws, no armor, no visible weaponry of any kind. Her skin was bare and soft. Her bones, as far as he knew, were as breakable as mine. She was standing in front of him, making demands the way a pebble might make demands of a landslide. He laughed. It was a deep, grinding sound that vibrated through the floor. He tossed Desi aside, and the pillory hit the edge of a desk and crumpled to the floor in a heap of gray fur and labored breathing. Then Kesod turned his full attention to Marin, expanded his crest to its maximum span, dropped his stance into the Dratha combat posture, and waited for her to do what every other species in the galaxy did when a Dratha decided they were worth killing. Marin did not flinch. She did not step back. What happened next lasted 63 seconds. I know because the security footage was time-stamped, but it felt like it happened outside of time entirely, in some compressed, airless space where the normal rules of the universe had been suspended and replaced with something older and more frightening. Kesod lunged. He was fast, terrifyingly fast for something his size, and his clawed hand swept toward Marin's head, in a strike that would have taken it from her shoulders. But Marin was not where his hand arrived. She had dropped low, below the arc of his swing, and driven forward into his center mass with her shoulder. She was using leverage and momentum, turning his own weight and velocity against him, and the impact staggered him sideways by a full step. It should not have been possible. She weighed a fraction of what he did, but she hit him at the right angle, at the right moment, with her entire body behind the point of contact, and physics did not care about size when the math was right. Kesod recovered and swung again. Marin ducked under the strike, caught his arm, and redirected his momentum into the nearest desk. The desk exploded into fragments. Kesod roared, a sound that rattled the walls, and came at her again. This time Marin met him head-on. She struck him in the throat with the heel of her palm, a sharp, precise blow that caught the gap between his lower jaw plates. Then she kicked the side of his knee, targeting the joint where his natural armor was thinnest. Kesod buckled, not much, just enough for Marin to get inside his reach again and drive her elbow into his solar plexus. She knew his anatomy. That was the thing that broke through my paralysis just enough for me to think a coherent thought. She knew exactly where the gaps in his plating were. She knew where his joints bent and where they did not. She knew the nerve clusters, the soft tissue, the structural weaknesses that the Dratha never talked about, because no one had ever been close enough to exploit them. She had studied him. She had studied all of them. She had learned Dratha anatomy the same way she had learned everything else at the Institute, quietly, thoroughly, in the back row with her paper notebook, and she had never told anyone. One of Kesod's companions abandoned his position at the upper door and charged down the stairs toward her. He hit Marin from behind with a running tackle that lifted her off her feet and slammed her into the lectern. The lectern shattered. Marin hit the floor and rolled, and when she came up there was blood on her face. A gash had opened above her left eyebrow, and the blood was running down her cheek and dripping off her jaw, and it was red. Impossibly vividly red, a color that looked almost alien against the muted tones of the seminar room. She did not stop. She did not slow down. If anything, she got faster. I learned later that humans have a chemical response to pain and danger that they call adrenaline. It floods their system with a compound that increases their strength, their speed, and their pain tolerance, sometimes to levels that border on the biologically improbable. Marin was running on a full adrenaline cascade, and I watched her fight two Dratha simultaneously, with blood running into her eye, and her hands raw and split, and she did not stop. She used the broken furniture as barriers, forcing the Dratha to maneuver around obstacles that she could slip through. She used the confined space of the amphitheater to prevent them from flanking her. She used the stairs, the desk fragments, the walls themselves as tools, bouncing off surfaces to redirect her movement, ducking through gaps that the larger Dratha could not follow. It was not brute force. It was intelligence applied to combat with a precision that made my chest ache with something between terror and awe. She broke the companion's wrist joint with a targeted strike that twisted the armored plate past its range of motion. The Dratha screamed, a sound I had never heard a Dratha make, and stumbled back, clutching his arm. Marin spun and drove the second companion into the wall with a combination of strikes that targeted the same nerve cluster she had hit on Kesod, and then she hooked her foot behind his ankle and brought him down. His head hit the wall on the way to the floor with a sound like a hammer striking stone. Then she turned back to Kesod. He was getting up. Of course he was getting up. He was Dratha, and the Dratha did not stay down, and he was looking at Marin with an expression that had shifted from amusement to something I had never seen on a Dratha face before. I think it was disbelief. I think, for the first time in his life, he was looking at something smaller than him and not understanding why it was still standing. Marin hit him once more. It was a single, devastating strike delivered with her entire body behind it, aimed at the nerve cluster behind his bony crest, a location that was not in any publicly available anatomy database I had ever seen. She had found it on her own, through research or observation, or some combination of both, and she hit it with a precision that suggested she had been thinking about this moment for a long time. Kesod went down. He hit the floor with a impact that I felt through the soles of my feet, and he did not get up. The room was silent. The alarm was still strobing. The chemical fog of Dratha pheromones was beginning to dissipate, and I could feel the first tremors of movement returning to my limbs, the paralysis releasing its grip one muscle fiber at a time. Marin was standing in the middle of the front row, breathing hard, surrounded by 3 fallen Dratha and the wreckage of half the classroom furniture. Blood was running from the gash on her forehead and from the split skin across both sets of knuckles. Her shirt was torn at the shoulder. She was shaking, a fine tremor that ran through her whole body, and I realized later that it was not fear. It was the adrenaline beginning to metabolize, the chemical aftermath of what her body had just done. She looked around the room at the paralyzed, terrified faces of 26 students and 1 professor. Then she turned away from us and walked to where Desi lay curled on the floor beside the broken desk. She knelt down. She checked the Pelori's breathing with gentle, careful hands, the same hands that had just put 3 Dratha on the ground. Then she sat down on the floor beside Desi and took the small alien's hand in her own, and she held it, and she waited. When security arrived 4 minutes later, they found Marin Ortega sitting on the floor of the seminar room with blood drying on her face and a Pelori's hand in hers. She looked up at the lead officer with an expression that was neither proud nor apologetic. She said, "The 3 Dratha assaulted a student. I intervened. I would like to file a report, please." My paralysis released fully. About 30 seconds after that, I sat in my seat with my arms trembling and my heart's hammering behind my sternum, and I stared at the human in the front of the room. This quiet, small, smiling girl who doodled in notebooks made of dead trees and mispronounced my species name and offered chocolate to strangers. This girl who sat in the back row of every class and asked too many questions about food and seemed so completely, thoroughly unremarkable that most of the campus had forgotten she existed. I had never been so wrong about anything in my life. The 3 days following the incident moved with the strange, distorted speed of a decompression event, everything happening at once and nothing happening fast enough. I could not stop thinking about what I had seen. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Marin standing in the middle of the wrecked seminar room with blood on her face and calm in her voice, and my brain kept trying to reconcile that image with the quiet girl who had asked me how to pronounce Veilani and apologized 3 times for getting it wrong. Kesod and his 2 companions were in the medical ward. The reports circulated through the student body like wildfire carried on a data net breeze, each detail more startling than the last. Marin had fractured Kesod's knee plate, which was a joint structure that Dratha military engineers had spent decades trying to find a way to compromise. She had collapsed a secondary breathing membrane in his companion's throat, which required surgical intervention to repair. She had caused a nerve cluster shutdown behind Kesod's crest that took medical staff nearly 2 full days to reverse using targeted electrical stimulation. The doctors said the shutdown was caused by a single precise blow to a point that was not referenced in any standard xenobiology textbook available to students. When someone asked the head physician how a human had managed this, the physician paused for a long time before saying that whoever had done it must have had access to Dratha military medical literature or conducted independent anatomical research of considerable depth, or both. Marin had done it with a pencil and a paper notebook, and whatever she could find in the Institute's open-access library. The Dratha diplomatic delegation responded within hours. Their statement was delivered by Ambassador Goran Vas, a massive, stone-faced Dratha, whose voice filled the administrative chamber like the rumble of tectonic activity. He demanded Marin's immediate expulsion. He demanded criminal charges under Concord law for aggravated assault on citizens of a sovereign member species. He demanded that Earth's probationary membership be reviewed and potentially revoked. He called Marin a dangerous primitive from an unregulated death world, and he said that her presence at the Institute was an ongoing threat to the safety of civilized students. The Institute convened an emergency disciplinary board. The hearing was held in the main assembly chamber, a cavernous room designed for formal Concord proceedings, with tiered observation galleries and a central floor where the respondents sat at a single table facing the adjudication panel. I attended as a witness, along with 19 other students from the seminar. Desi was there too, her neck still bruised and her voice still hoarse, sitting in the front row of the gallery with her enormous dark eyes fixed on the proceedings with an intensity that made her look like a completely different creature than the fragile Pelori I had known. Marin sat alone at the respondents' table. She was wearing a clean uniform. The gash on her forehead had been sealed with a thin medical adhesive that caught the light when she turned her head. Her knuckles were still raw and discolored beneath fresh bandaging. She did not have a legal advocate. Earth's Concord membership was too new for them to have appointed a legal attaché to the station, and the Institute's internal advocacy office had declined to represent her, citing a conflict of interest that they did not elaborate on. She was alone. She represented herself. Ambassador Goran opened the proceedings with a presentation that was clearly rehearsed and designed for maximum emotional impact, at least among Dratha sensibilities. He described Marin's actions as a premeditated attack on 3 students who had been engaged in vigorous but culturally appropriate discourse. He characterized her fighting ability as evidence of concealed military training, suggesting that Earth had sent a combat operative disguised as an exchange student. He demanded that the board recognize the fundamental incompatibility of human temperament with civilized interspecies society. The panel listened. They took notes. They looked grave. Then it was Marin's turn. She stood up. She did not raise her voice. She did not gesture, or posture, or pace. She spoke the way she had spoken in the seminar room, calm and clear and conversational, as though she were discussing a moderately interesting assignment, rather than fighting for her place in the galaxy. She began by producing the formal complaint she had filed 3 days before the incident. She had the timestamp, the filing number, the administrative response. She read the response into the record. It said, "Insufficient evidence." She let that phrase sit in the silence for a moment before moving on. Then she produced her documentation. She had been keeping records since her second week at the Institute. Dates, times, locations, species of victims, nature of each incident, names of witnesses. She had documented 12 separate acts of aggression by Kesod and his companions over the preceding 4 months. She had the incident with Fayal, the Chivrin who had been locked in a defensive curl for 3 hours. She had the incident with Savan, the Melawuri whose hover tank had been cracked. She had my incident, the cracked crystalline ridge and the corridor ambush. She had 9 others that I had not even known about, smaller cruelties that had been absorbed and forgotten by students who had learned that reporting them was pointless. She presented each one. She was thorough. She was precise. She did not editorialize or dramatize. She simply laid the facts on the table one after another, like stones being stacked into a wall. Then she requested the security footage from the seminar room. The board had it. The footage showed exactly what had happened, from the moment Kesod stood and deployed his threat display, to the moment Marin said she would like to file a report. It showed Kesod grabbing Desi. It showed the 2 companions sealing the exits. It showed every student in the room locked in biological paralysis. It showed Professor Torvan pressed against the wall, unable to move or speak. And it showed Marin, the only person in the room still standing, closing her notebook and walking forward. The footage was played in its entirety. No one in the chamber spoke. When it ended, Marin cited 3 specific provisions of the Institute's charter. Provision 4.7, the duty of students to render aid to fellow students in immediate physical danger when institutional security is unavailable. Provision 8.3, the right of any individual to use proportional force in defense of another when no alternative exists. And Provision 12.1, the institutional responsibility to maintain a safe learning environment for all enrolled species, which she noted had been systematically violated for the entire duration of Kesset's enrollment. She had read the charter. She had read the entire charter. She had memorized the relevant sections. Ambassador Gorin interrupted to demand how she had been able to defeat 3 Dratha in physical combat. His tone suggested that the answer would prove his military operative theory. Marin turned to face him directly, and I watched something shift in her posture, a squaring of her shoulders, and a settling of her weight that was so subtle I almost missed it. She was not intimidated. She was not performing. She was simply present, in her body, in the moment, with a kind of grounded certainty that I had never seen in any species. She explained. She was not a military operative. She was a biology student from the University of Sao Paulo, with a minor in comparative anatomy. She explained that humans evolved as persistence predators on a high-gravity world with extreme environmental variation, and that this evolutionary history had produced a species with unusual endurance, high pain tolerance, an acute adrenaline response system, and the ability to continue functioning at near-peak capacity while sustaining significant physical damage. She said these things without pride or aggression. She said them the way you might describe the weather on your homeworld, as facts that simply were. Then she explained that she had studied Dratha anatomy as part of her coursework in comparative xenobiology. She had studied everyone's anatomy. She had studied the Chivrin exoskeletal locking mechanism. She had studied Vellani crystalline ridge composition. She had studied pylori respiratory systems and Meluuri-Gill membrane chemistry and Varsky joint articulation. She said that understanding the species around her seemed like the responsible thing to do when you were living among them. She said it as though this were obvious, as though everyone would naturally spend their free time learning the biological architecture of their classmates in case they ever needed to help one of them, or protect them, or put someone who was hurting them on the ground. Then she said something that silenced the chamber. She said that on Earth, where she came from, there was a concept that did not translate perfectly into galactic common. She said the closest approximation was this: those who have the ability to act have the responsibility to act. She said she had watched Kesod hurt people for weeks. She said she had watched the system fail to protect them. She said she had filed reports and watched them get rejected. She said she had followed every procedure, every protocol, every civilized mechanism that the Institute offered, and none of them had worked. She said she would not watch it happen again. She said she was not sorry for what she had done. She was sorry she had to do it at all. The chamber was quiet for a long time after she finished speaking. Ambassador Gorin's jaw was tight, and his crest was partially raised, but he did not speak. The panel members looked at each other. The evidence was overwhelming, and every diplomat in the room knew it. The deliberation took 2 hours. The Dratha delegation threatened diplomatic consequences. They threatened trade reviews. They threatened military repositioning along 3 contested border zones. The threats were real, and everyone in the room understood that yielding to them was the easier path. The panel expelled Kesod and his 2 companions, permanently. They issued a formal reprimand to Marin for disproportionate application of force, which was a political compromise that everyone recognized as such, and which changed nothing. Marin accepted the reprimand without argument. She remained enrolled. The reaction on campus was immediate and divided along lines that surprised me. I had expected the predator-evolved species to rally behind the Dratha and the prey-evolved species to rally behind Marin, but that was not what happened. The response cut across biological categories in ways that the old hierarchy could not have predicted. A Varsky professor named Len, who had never spoken to Marin before the hearing, stopped her in the corridor afterward and told her that what she had done in the seminar room was the first time in his 20-year career at the Institute that he had seen anyone treat the Charter's protection clauses as something more than decorative language. A Dratha student, not one of Kessad's group, but a quiet fourth year named Theric, who had kept her head down for her own reasons, sought Marin out in the library and told her that Kessad's behavior had embarrassed every Dratha on the station, who believed their species could be more than what their military caste had made them. Theric said this quietly, and she left quickly afterward, and Marin sat still for a long time after she was gone. The Dratha delegation was not finished, of course. Ambassador Goran filed a formal protest with the Concord Secretariat within hours of the ruling, and the diplomatic channels buzzed with threats and counter-threats that I would only learn about months later. But on the campus itself, something had shifted that no diplomatic filing could reverse. Students who had spent years navigating the institute's invisible hierarchy with careful, practiced avoidance were beginning to look at each other differently. The paralysis was not just a Velani condition, I realized. Every prey species on the station had their own version of it, their own biological or psychological mechanism for making themselves small in the presence of something larger. And all of them had just watched a creature smaller than most of them walk through the worst a Dratha could offer and come out the other side still standing, still speaking, still refusing to accept that the system's failure was acceptable. I went to see Marin afterward. She was in her quarters, sitting on the edge of her bunk with her elbows on her knees and her bandaged hands hanging between them. She looked tired for the first time since I had known her. Not the tired of insufficient sleep, which she handled with disturbing ease, but a deeper tired, the kind that comes from carrying something heavy for a long time and finally setting it down. I asked her if she had been afraid during the fight. She laughed. It was a strange, wet sound, not quite a laugh, and not quite something else, and it caught in her throat before it finished. She said she had been terrified. She said she had been terrified from the moment she stood up until the moment security walked through the door. She said her hands had been shaking so badly she could barely close her notebook, and that the only reason she had been able to walk down those stairs was because she had locked her knees and refused to let them buckle. I asked her how she had fought like that while terrified. She looked at me with those dark, quiet eyes, and she said, "That is what humans do. We are always afraid. We just do things anyway." I sat with her for a while after that. We did not talk much. I watched her unwrap the bandaging on her knuckles and flex her raw, bruised fingers with a wince she tried to hide. I asked if they would heal. She looked at her hands, turned them over, and shrugged the same way she had shrugged when Kessad crushed her chocolate on that first day. "They will heal," she said. "We are good at that too." 6 weeks after Kessad was expelled from the Concord Institute, I sat in the Commons during the midday break and tried to identify the exact moment the world had changed. I could not find it. Not because it had not happened, but because it had happened so gradually and so completely that looking for a single turning point was like trying to find the exact second when dawn becomes day. You cannot. The light just arrives, and then everything is different, and you realize you have been seeing in the dark for longer than you thought. The Commons itself looked the same curved tables, the same filtered station light falling through the viewport panels, the same hum of recycled atmosphere through the ventilation ducts. But the people in it were different, or maybe they had always been the same, and were only now allowing themselves to show it. A Chivrin student named Fayal, the one Kessad had cornered in the laboratory wing and locked into a defensive curl that lasted 3 hours, was sitting at a table near the center of the room with 2 Velani students I recognized from the science cohort. They were working on a joint research project, something about crystalline molecular bonding that I did not pretend to understand, and Fayal was making subsonic clicks of enthusiasm that rattled the table surface, while the Velani students leaned in and pointed at data displays and talked over each other in the way that people do when they are excited and have forgotten to be afraid. A Meluchuri student named Sevan, the one whose hover tank had been cracked in the corridor, was gliding past the food stations with a pilori perched on the upper rail of his tank, her short legs dangling over the side of the glass. They were arguing about music. I did not know that Melusuri and Pilori could argue about music, or that they would want to, or that the argument would involve the Pilori singing fragments of traditional songs in a high, clear voice, while the Melusuri played counter-melodies through his tank speakers in an attempt to prove that bass harmonics were structurally superior to vocal range. They had been doing this for 20 minutes. Neither of them was winning. Both of them seemed happy. These things had not happened before. The species mixing, the casual conversations across biological categories, the willingness to sit in the middle of the room instead of pressed against the walls and clustered by species type. Before the fight, the commons had been a map of invisible territories, predator species in the center, prey species at the edges, everyone carefully occupying their designated place in a hierarchy that nobody talked about and everybody obeyed. That map had dissolved. Not all at once, and not completely, but enough that the room felt different in a way that was hard to name and impossible to miss. Marin was responsible, not because she had told anyone to change, or organized any movement, or made any speeches about interspecies unity. She had not. She had gone back to sitting in the back row of her classes, with her notebook open and her pencil in her hand, and she had resumed her habit of asking too many questions about food in the dining hall, and she had continued to be, by every surface measure, the same unremarkable human she had been before everything happened. But the story had spread, not just through the institute, not just through the station, but outward, carried on data net channels and diplomatic communications, and the informal gossip networks that connected every species in the Concord. The human exchange student who had fought 3 Dratha and won. The small, soft-skinned creature with no natural weapons, who had walked through a chemical weapon designed to paralyze every prey species in the galaxy, and had not even noticed it. The girl who had studied anatomy textbooks in her free time, and memorized the weak points of every species on campus, and used that knowledge not to threaten anyone, but to protect a Pelori she had barely spoken to. The story changed how people looked at Marin, but more importantly, it changed how people looked at each other. I think I understood why on the morning that Professor Torvan invited Marin to co-lead a special seminar session on human conflict ethics. I attended, of course. The amphitheater was full, standing room only, packed with students from species that did not normally take Professor Torvan's class, and a handful of faculty members who had cleared their schedules. The seminar room had been repaired. New desks, new lectern. The wall where Kesot's companion had left a crack had been patched, but if you looked closely, you could still see the seam where the new panel met the old one. Marin stood at the front of the room in her standard uniform with her notebook on the lectern and her pencil behind her ear, and she talked about Earth. She talked about human history. She said that humans had spent most of their existence fighting each other with increasing creativity and efficiency, developing methods of destruction that grew more sophisticated with every generation. She said that humans had built weapons capable of rendering their entire planet uninhabitable, and then they had sat across tables from each other and negotiated agreements to not use them. She said that the same species that had perfected the art of war had also perfected the art of choosing not to wage it, and that this second achievement was, in her opinion, considerably more impressive than the first. She talked about concepts that did not have clean equivalents in Galactic Common. She used the word justice, and then spent several minutes trying to explain what it meant, because the Galactic translation software rendered it as proportional consequence allocation, which she said missed the point entirely. Justice, she said, was not about proportion. It was about the belief that every being, regardless of their size or their species, or their place in any hierarchy, deserved to be treated with a basic dignity that could not be revoked by those who were larger or stronger, or more politically connected. She talked about solidarity. She described it as the decision to treat someone else's suffering as your own problem even when it technically was not, even when walking away would be easier, even when the cost of staying was higher than anyone could reasonably expect you to pay. She said humans had a long and complicated history with this concept. Sometimes they lived up to it. Often they did not. But the idea persisted, she said. It kept coming back, generation after generation, refusing to die, no matter how many times they failed it. She talked about moral courage. She said it was different from physical courage, harder and rarer and more important. She said physical courage was the ability to face danger without running. Moral courage was the ability to face injustice without looking away. She said the galaxy was full of species that were physically braver than humans. Plenty of species were stronger, faster, more durable, better armed. But she had noticed, since arriving at the Institute, that physical strength did not seem to correlate with the willingness to use it in defense of someone else. In fact, she said, It often seemed to correlate in the opposite direction. The strongest species in the Concord were frequently the least likely to intervene when something was wrong, because they had never needed to develop the moral framework that comes from knowing what it feels like to be small. She did not say this with anger. She did not say it with accusation. She said it the way she said everything, calmly, clearly, as a simple observation about the universe she had found herself in. Then she said that humans were not strong, not by galactic standards. She said that Earth was classified as a death world, but that this classification was somewhat misleading, because it implied that humans had conquered their environment through dominance. They had not. They had survived it through stubbornness, through adaptation, through the refusal to accept that a problem was unsolvable, simply because it was dangerous. She said that humans did not fight because they were powerful. They fought because they had decided, slowly and painfully over thousands of years, that strength without conscience was just cruelty, and that the measure of a species was not how much damage it could inflict, but how much damage it was willing to absorb to protect something smaller than itself. The amphitheater was very quiet when she finished. In the weeks that followed, the ripples continued to spread. The Drotha diplomatic delegation sent a formal protest to Earth's newly appointed Concord liaison, demanding restrictions on human exchange students. Earth's response was delivered by a woman named Catherine Hale, a career diplomat with gray hair and a voice like polished steel, who had arrived on the station 3 days after the hearing and had spent every moment since then having very quiet, very firm conversations with every delegation that would see her. Her public statement was measured. She acknowledged the seriousness of the incident. She expressed regret for any injuries sustained. She affirmed Earth's commitment to the principles of the Concord and to the peaceful integration of humanity into galactic society. She said that Earth would ensure all future exchange students received comprehensive briefings on interspecies protocols and cultural sensitivity. Then she said, without raising her voice, that Earth would not restrict its students from defending the lives of their classmates when institutional systems failed to do so. She said this was not negotiable. She said Earth hoped the Concord would understand. The subtext was clear to everyone in the room, and it traveled through the data net within hours. Earth was not asking for permission. Earth was not apologizing for what Marin had done. Earth was informing the galaxy, politely but without ambiguity, that this was who they were, and that the Concord could either make room for that or discover what happened when it did not. I received my own placement results during this period. I had been accepted into the diplomatic corps, which was what I had wanted since the day I arrived at the institute. I read the notification on my datapad while sitting in the library, and I sat very still for a long time, because I realized something that I had been avoiding admitting to myself. I had gotten what I wanted, but I had not gotten it for the reason I had expected. I had not earned it through academic excellence, or strategic networking, or any of the careful, cautious maneuvers that I had spent 2 years perfecting. I had earned it because something had changed inside me, in that seminar room, watching a human walk down a set of stairs toward a threat that should have been impossible for her to face. I had started asking different questions. I had started thinking about what the diplomatic corps was actually for, not as a career path but as a mechanism for making the galaxy less cruel. And that shift in perspective had apparently been visible in my application essays, in ways that the review board found compelling. Marin had changed me. She had changed me without trying, without intending to, without even knowing she had done it. And I did not know whether to thank her or be terrified of a species that could alter the trajectory of someone's life by simply being who they were. I found her on the last day of term, at the viewport dome on the upper observation deck, the same spot where I had watched her standing alone on her first week at the institute. She was looking out at the stars again, her hands in her pockets, her reflection ghosting across the transparent alloy. But she was not alone this time. Desi was standing beside her, the small pilori pressed against Marin's hip, with the unself-conscious devotion of a creature that had decided exactly where in the universe it felt safest. Desi had declared Marin her life guardian under Pelori custom, a bond that carried enormous cultural weight in Pelori society, and Marin had accepted it with the gentle, slightly overwhelmed grace of someone who did not fully understand the magnitude of what had been offered, but understood enough to know it mattered. Desi saw me first and chirped a greeting. Marin turned and smiled, and it was her real smile, not the polite, careful smile she had worn during those early weeks when she was still trying to figure out where she fit. This was the smile of someone who had stopped trying to fit and had simply decided to stand where she was and let the space arrange itself around her. I told her about the diplomatic corps. She looked genuinely delighted, which was a word I had not previously associated with humans, but which seemed accurate in the moment. I told her that she had changed things, not just for the campus, not just for me, for the way I thought about strength and weakness, and what those words actually meant when you stripped away the biological determinism and looked at what was underneath. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said something that I have carried with me every day since. She said I was never weak. She said that fear was not weakness, cruelty was weakness, indifference was weakness. She said that I had been afraid, and that was understandable, because I lived in a body that was designed to be afraid, and fighting that design every single day just to walk through a corridor took more courage than most predator species would ever comprehend. She said that the bravest people she had ever known were the ones who were afraid all the time and kept going anyway, and that by that measure, every prey-evolved species in the Concord was braver than they had ever been given credit for. I did not know what to say to that. I am not sure there was anything to say. She reached into her bag and pulled out her notebook, the paper one with the wooden pencil marks and the slightly bent cover. She tore out a page and handed it to me. It was a drawing. She had done it in pencil, with the careful, unhurried detail of someone who draws not because they are talented, but because they find it calming. It showed the commons. Not the commons as it had been, divided and silent and afraid, but the commons as it had become. Students of a dozen species sitting together, talking, arguing, sharing meals. A chivrin and a Veilani hunched over a data display. A Meluuri with a Pelori perched on his tank. A cluster of species I could not immediately identify gathered around a table covered in food containers from 6 different worlds. She said she had drawn it the week after the fight. She said this was what she had come to the Institute to find. Not a fight, not a confrontation. This. The version of the galaxy where people sat together because they wanted to. Not because the thing keeping them apart had finally been removed, but because someone had shown them it was possible. I took the drawing. My hands were trembling slightly, a faint crystalline vibration that Marin politely did not mention. She shouldered her bag and said goodbye. She said she would see me next term, assuming Earth sent her back, which she thought they probably would since she had accidentally become the most famous human in 3 sectors, and the diplomatic corps was apparently very interested in leveraging that. She said this with a dry humor that I had learned to recognize as distinctly human. The ability to find absurdity in your own circumstances and laugh at it rather than be crushed by it. Then she walked toward the shuttle bay. She did not hurry. Desi trotted beside her, keeping pace with short, quick steps, and I watched them go, the human and the Pelori, one small and one smaller, moving through the corridor with the easy rhythm of 2 people who had found each other and did not intend to let go. I looked down at the drawing, then I looked back up at Marin's retreating form, growing smaller with distance, framed by the long corridor and the viewport beyond it, and the immensity of a galaxy that was only just beginning to understand what it had invited in. In the years that followed, as humanity's role in the Concord grew, from probationary membership to full partnership, to something that no species had quite anticipated and no political analyst had accurately predicted, scholars and diplomats and historians would argue about the turning point. Some would cite the Treaty of Palios, signed 6 years later, which granted Earth full voting rights in the Concord Assembly. Others would cite the human fleet deployment during the Vascari border crisis, when 3 Earth warships held a contested corridor for 11 days against a force that outnumbered them 40-1 and did not lose a single vessel. Others still would point to the economic integration initiatives, or the cultural exchange programs, or the joint research partnerships that produce technologies neither species could have developed alone. They would argue about it in lecture halls and diplomatic chambers and across data net channels for decades, and they would never agree, because the answer was not the kind of thing that fit neatly into a historical record or a diplomatic brief. The answer was a girl, in the back row of a classroom, who watched a system fail and decided that failure was not acceptable. A girl who studied the anatomy of every species around her because understanding seemed like the responsible thing to do. A girl who stood up when her body was not shaking and walked forward when every rational calculation said she should sit down. The turning point was not a treaty or a fleet or an economic agreement. The turning point was Marin Ortega closing her notebook, setting down her pencil, and standing up. I still have the drawing. It hangs on the wall of my office at the Diplomatic Corps headquarters on Palio 7, where I have worked for the past 12 years. Visitors sometimes ask about it. They see the pencil lines and the slightly smudged shading, and the careful, unpolished detail of a sketch made by someone who drew for comfort rather than skill, and they ask who made it and why it matters. I tell them it was drawn by a human. I tell them it shows the future, rendered in graphite on a piece of dead tree, by a girl who could see it before the rest of us even knew we were allowed to look. And then, if they have time, I tell them the story of the exchange student who closed her notebook and stood up. They always have time, everyone does, because that is the thing about humans that the galaxy learned too late and has never been able to forget. They do not conquer you with warships or trade agreements or political maneuvering. They conquer you with a piece of chocolate offered to a stranger, and a drawing torn from a notebook, and a quiet voice saying, "Put her down." They conquer you by making you believe you deserve to be saved. And the worst part, the truly terrifying part, is that they mean it.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. Amara had exactly 3 minutes left on her shift when she heard the screaming. 3 minutes. 180 seconds between her and a hot shower, a cold beer, and the blissful silence of her tiny apartment where nobody needed anything from her and nothing was on fire. She'd been counting down since hour 9 of this 12-hour nightmare, watching the clock tick with the desperate focus of a woman who'd unloaded 6 freight containers of mining equipment in 90-degree heat. But no, the universe had other plans. Because of course it did. The sound came from the alley behind the cargo docks, the kind of narrow, trash-filled gap between buildings, where smart people didn't go after dark. Amara was many things, stubborn, sarcastic, possibly too fond of cheap whiskey, but she'd never been accused of being smart. Not when it counted, anyway. She should have kept walking, should have clocked out, gone home, pretended she hadn't heard a thing. That was the frontier colony survival rule number 1. Mind your own business. Keep your head down. Don't get involved in whatever fresh hell was brewing in the shadows. Instead, she grabbed the cargo hook hanging by the loading bay door and headed toward the noise. "Stupid," she muttered to herself. "This is stupid. You're stupid." The alley reeked of rotting garbage and something chemical that probably violated at least 6 environmental regulations. Amara's boots splashed through something she really hoped was just water as she rounded the corner, cargo hook held like a very inadequate weapon. What she found made her stop dead. 4 men, human, which somehow made it worse, had backed something small and terrified against the far wall. They had the look of hired muscle, cheap armor, cheaper weapons, and the kind of swagger that came from never having met real consequences. The kind of thugs who worked for smugglers or gang bosses, doing the dirty work for people too smart to get their own hands bloody. The small, terrified something was a child. Not a human child, though. This kid had scales that shimmered iridescent even in the dim light, and eyes that reflected the glow from the street like a cat's, claws on hands that were too small to do any real damage, and a tail that lashed in fear. The kid couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 in human years, wearing clothes that looked expensive, real fabric, not synthweave. Amara's brain supplied the information automatically. Haxree, one of the apex predator species, the kind of aliens who grew up to be 8 feet of muscle, fang, and attitude. The kind who ran half the military operations in this sector of space and looked at humans like we were cute, squishy things that broke too easily to be useful. This particular Haxree was currently shaking like a leaf and making small, terrified chirping sounds. "Come on, little guy," one of the thugs was saying, his voice doing that fake friendly thing that made Amara's skin crawl. "We're not gonna hurt you. Just gonna take you somewhere safe, yeah? Your family's gonna pay good money to get you back." Ransom? Of course. Because kidnapping an apex predator's child was definitely a plan made by people who thought things through. The kid pressed harder against the wall, claws scraping uselessly against concrete. Amara cleared her throat. All 4 thugs spun around, weapons coming up. She got a good look at what she was dealing with. Plasma pistols, the cheap kind that overheated after 6 shots, but would absolutely turn her into a smoking crater before that became a problem. "Evening, gentlemen," she said, keeping her voice level and her cargo hook visible. "Lovely night for felony kidnapping." The lead thug, shaved head, scar across his nose, probably thought he looked intimidating, laughed. "Walk away, lady. This doesn't concern you." "See, I would," Amara said, taking a step forward. "I really would. I've had a long day. My back hurts. I'm pretty sure I pulled something in my shoulder. And I've got a date with a shower that's been calling my name for the last 3 hours." Another step. "But here's my problem," she continued. "I walk away, and tomorrow I wake up knowing I let 4 grown men terrorize a kid. And then I've got to live with that. And I'm already living with enough bad decisions without adding that to the pile." "Your funeral," Scarface said, raising his pistol. "Yeah," Amara sighed. "Probably." She moved fast. Not fast enough to dodge a plasma bolt, but fast enough to be unpredictable. The cargo hook swung out, caught Scarface's wrist, and his shot went wide, scorching the wall above the kid's head. Amara followed through, driving her boot into his knee. Something crunched. He went down screaming. Then everything went sideways. The other 3 opened fire, and Amara did the only thing she could think of. She threw herself between the kid and the guns. The first bolt hit her in the shoulder, and it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker through her flesh. The second caught her in the ribs. The third, fourth, and fifth came so fast she couldn't tell where they hit, just that her entire body was suddenly made of fire and agony. She heard the kid screaming, a high, terrified sound that cut through the pain. 6th shot. Her leg gave out. The 7th knocked her flat. The 8th she didn't really feel. Everything had gone distant and fuzzy, like she was watching it happen to someone else. She was on the ground, she realized. When had that happened? The kid was underneath her, protected by her body, still making those scared, chirping sounds. "You crazy!" one of the thugs was shouting, but his voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. Footsteps. Running. The thugs were leaving, probably heard sirens, or maybe they'd just realized they'd shot a human in front of a witness, and that was going to bring heat they didn't want. Amara tried to move, to check if the kid was okay, but her body wasn't responding anymore. Everything felt cold, despite the burning pain. That was bad, right? She was pretty sure that was bad. The kid wriggled out from under her, and she got a glimpse of those big, reflective eyes staring down at her. The little Haxree was saying something, but Amara couldn't make out the words. Everything was getting darker. Her last coherent thought was, well, this is officially the dumbest way I've ever almost died, and I once tried to arm wrestle a cargo loader. Then the darkness swallowed her whole, and Amara stopped thinking anything at all. Somewhere far away, she was vaguely aware of more sounds. Shouting, the whine of emergency vehicles, someone lifting her, multiple someones, strong hands, urgent voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize. But it all felt very far away, and not particularly important anymore. If this was dying, it was a lot less dramatic than the movies made it look. Mostly, it was just quiet and cold. And then, nothing at all. Waking up was a mistake. That was Amara's first coherent thought, as consciousness dragged her up from the comfortable void. Her second thought was that everything hurt in that special way that suggested her body had been disassembled, run through a wood chipper, and then reassembled by someone working from a badly translated instruction manual. Her third thought was, why am I not dead? She cracked one eye open and immediately regretted it. The light was too bright, too clean, too white. This wasn't the dingy emergency clinic near the docks where freight workers went when they couldn't afford to miss work. This was the kind of medical facility that had actual windows and equipment that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the current decade. "Oh, good," a male voice said from somewhere to her left. "You're awake. I was starting to wonder if you'd decided to just sleep through the next month." Amara turned her head, slowly, because apparently her neck had opinions about sudden movements, and found a human man in a white coat sitting in a chair beside her bed. He was maybe 50, with gray streaking through dark hair, and the kind of tired eyes that said he'd seen some things and wasn't particularly impressed by any of them. "Where?" Her voice came out like gravel. She tried again. "Where am I?" "Mercy General, Upper District," the man said. "I'm Dr. Harry. And before you ask, yes, you should be dead. No, I don't know how you're not. And yes, someone paid for the very expensive treatment that's the only reason we're having this conversation." Amara processed that. Upper District, the fancy part of Iron Haven where people had things like savings accounts and furniture that matched. She'd been there exactly once to deliver a package and had felt out of place the entire time. "How long?" she asked. 3 weeks, give or take," Harry said. "You were in a medically induced coma while the regenerative treatment did its work. You took 8 plasma bolts at close range. Your shoulder was slag. 3 ribs were powder. Your left lung was perforated, and your femur had a hole in it the size of my fist." He said it clinically, like he was reading a grocery list. Amara appreciated that. She didn't need sympathy. She needed information. "The kid?" she asked. Harry's expression shifted into something that might have been amusement. "The kid is fine. Not a scratch on him thanks to you using your body as a meat shield. Which, for the record, was either the bravest or stupidest thing I have seen in 20 years of emergency medicine. And I once treated a guy who tried to fight a cargo mech with his bare hands." "Stupid," Amara said. "Definitely stupid." "Well, the kid's family disagrees." Harry stood up, and there was something in his posture that made Amara nervous. Which brings me to the complicated part of this conversation. You've got visitors, a lot of them, and they've been waiting very patiently for you to wake up. Visitors? Amara tried to sit up and discovered that her body had strong feelings about that plan. Who? The kind that travel with armed escorts and diplomatic credentials, Harry said. The kind that make hospital administrators very, very nervous. The kind that, look, I'm just going to say it. There are Haxry Imperial Guards outside your room right now, and they've been there for 2 weeks. Amara stared at him. I'm sorry. There are what? Imperial Guards, elite military. The kind of soldiers who could probably take out this entire building without breaking a sweat. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Turns out the kid you saved wasn't just any Haxree cub. His name is Rennick, and his father is High Commander Naxrill. As in, one of the most powerful military leaders in Haxree society. As in, the kind of person who can make entire planets nervous. The room suddenly felt too small. Amara's brain, still fuzzy from 3 weeks of forced unconsciousness, tried to process this information and failed spectacularly. "Oh," she said. "Oh, that's just fantastic." "It gets better," Harry said, and his tone suggested it absolutely did not get better. "The commander wants to meet you. He's been asking every day when you'd wake up. And before you ask, no, you can't say no. I mean, you can, but I don't recommend it. These people take honor and debts very seriously." "How seriously?" "The kind of seriously where refusing to meet him would be considered a grave insult and might cause an interstellar incident," Harry said. "So, you know, no pressure." Amara closed her eyes and counted to 10, then 20. Then she gave up because numbers weren't making this situation any less insane. "Fine," she said. "Wheel him in. Let's get this over with." "You sure? You just woke up. I can tell him you need more time." "Dr. Harry," Amara said, opening her eyes, "I'm lying in a hospital bed in the fancy part of town, apparently alive because some alien warlord paid for experimental treatment, and there are elite soldiers outside my door. I don't think more time is going to make this less weird." Harry nodded slowly. "Fair point. I'll let them know." He left, and Amara had about 30 seconds to contemplate her life choices before the door opened again. The Haxree who entered had to duck to fit through the doorway. He was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with scales that shimmered deep crimson and gold. His eyes were amber, slit-pupilled, and currently fixed on Amara with an intensity that made her want to hide under the blankets. He wore armor that looked ceremonial, but probably functioned just fine in actual combat, and he moved with the fluid grace of something that had been killing things efficiently for a very long time. Behind him, 2 more Haxree in military gear flanked the door. Guards for the guard, apparently. High Commander Naxrill stopped at the foot of her bed and just looked at her. Amara looked back, because she'd never been good at backing down, even when it was clearly the smart choice. The silence stretched out. Amara's internal monologue was screaming. Finally, Naxrill spoke. His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an accent that turned human words into something more growled than spoken. "You are Amara." It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "That's me. Dock worker, bad decision-maker, apparently too stubborn to die." Something flickered in those amber eyes. "You saved my son." "I got in the way of some bullets," Amara said. "Not sure that counts as saving." "You placed your body between him and harm," Naxrill said. "You took wounds that should have killed you. You did this for a child not of your species, not of your clan, not of your world. This is not getting in the way. This is sacrifice." The way he said that last word made it sound important. Capital S, important. "Look," Amara said, "I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I really just did what anyone would do. Kid was scared, bad guys had guns, I had a cargo hook and a history of poor impulse control. That's the whole story." "No," Naxrill said, and there was something almost confused in his tone. "That is not what anyone would do. Most would flee. Many would hide. Some would call for help and hope it arrived in time. You attacked 4 armed males with a tool and your bare hands. You used your flesh as a shield. This is not normal behavior." "Well, normal's overrated," Amara muttered. Naxrill moved closer, and Amara fought the urge to sink deeper into the bed. He wasn't being threatening, at least she didn't think he was, but he was just so damn big, and every instinct she had was screaming that this was a predator, and she was very, very small. In my culture, Naxrill said slowly, a life debt is sacred, absolute. You saved my son's life at the cost of your own. That you survived does not diminish the debt. It increases it. I'm not asking for anything, Amara said, quickly. Seriously, we're good. You paid for the fancy medical treatment, which, thank you for that, and we can just call it even. We cannot call it even, Naxrill interrupted, and there was something almost offended in his tone. There is no even. There is debt, and there is honor, and there is family. You have given me back my son. There is no payment that balances this. He straightened, and suddenly his posture changed into something formal, ritualistic. The two guards by the door snapped to attention. I, High Commander Naxrill of the Crimson Fleet, declare before witnesses that Amara of Ironhaven is kin-chosen. She is blood of my blood, clan of my clan, family of my family. Her enemies are my enemies. Her honor is my honor. This bond is eternal and unbreakable. The words hung in the air like something physical. The guards had their fists over their hearts. Naxrill was staring at her with an expression that might have been respect or might have been something else entirely. Amara's brain had officially given up. I'm sorry, she said. I'm what now? Kin-chosen, Naxrill repeated. It is the highest honor my people can bestow. You are now considered part of my family. My clan will protect you, provide for you, honor you as one of our own. But I'm human, Amara said, because apparently that was where her brain had decided to make it stand. I'm not. We're not even the same species. How does that work? It has never been done before, Naxrill admitted. You are the first alien to be named kin-chosen. But the law is clear. One who saves the life of a clan member at risk of their own becomes family. The law does not specify species. So you're just adopting me into your alien warrior family because I got shot? Because you chose to get shot, Naxrill corrected. Because when faced with danger, you did not calculate odds or consider consequences. You simply acted. This is the mark of true strength, true honor. Amara laughed. She couldn't help it. The sound came out slightly hysterical, but honestly, who could blame her? Okay, she said. Okay, this is insane. This is completely insane. I'm a freight dock supervisor. I live in a 400-square-foot apartment. I eat instant noodles for dinner 3 nights a week. I am not warrior family material. You faced 4 armed enemies alone, Naxrill said. You took 8 plasma bolts and survived. You protected a child with your life. What part of this is not warrior behavior? The part where I was mostly just annoyed and not thinking clearly? Courage is not the absence of fear, Naxrill said. It is action despite fear. You have proven your courage. The matter is settled. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. My son wishes to visit you, he said. When you are stronger. He has been asking every day. The kid's okay? Amara asked. Really okay? Not a scratch, Naxrill said, and something in his voice softened. Because of you. Rest now, Amara. Kin-chosen. We will speak again soon. He left, guards following, and the room suddenly felt much larger and much quieter. Dr. Harry poked his head back in. So, he said, that happened? I've been adopted by alien warriors, Amara said to the ceiling. This is my life now. Could be worse, Harry offered. How? How could this possibly be worse? Harry considered. Well, You could still be dead. Yeah, Amara sighed. There is that. She closed her eyes and tried very hard not to think about what being kin chosen to a high commander actually meant. She had a feeling she was going to find out whether she wanted to or not. Amara was discharged from Mercy General 5 days later, and that's when she learned that her life had become a circus. A circus with armed guards, media drones, and apparently a security detail that followed her everywhere, like the world's most intimidating shadows. "This is ridiculous," she said, for the 15th time that morning, staring at the Haxry warrior currently standing outside her apartment door. "I don't need a bodyguard. I live on the 4th floor of a building with broken elevators. The most dangerous thing here is the mold in the bathroom." Lieutenant Horan, because of course he had a rank and a name, and apparently a permanent assignment to make her life complicated, didn't even blink. He was smaller than Naxril, only about 6.5 feet tall, with dark green scales and eyes that tracked every movement in the hallway, like he was expecting an attack from the vending machine. "High Commander's orders," Horan said, his voice clipped and professional. "You are kin chosen. You will be protected." "I've lived here for 3 years without protection," Amara pointed out. "I think I can manage." "You were not a political symbol 3 years ago," Horan replied. "You were not known across 6 star systems. You were not the first human to be named kin chosen to a Haxry clan. You are now all of these things. Therefore, you will be protected." He said it like he was explaining basic math to a particularly slow child. Amara resisted the urge to throw something at him. "I don't want to be a political symbol," she muttered, unlocking her door. "I want to be a person who drinks coffee in her underwear and doesn't have an audience." "Then you should not have saved the High Commander's son," Horan said. Amara turned to stare at him. "Are you seriously suggesting I should have let a kid get kidnapped?" "I am suggesting that actions have consequences," Horan said. "You chose to act. These are the consequences." "You know what? I don't like you," Amara said. "That is acceptable," Horan replied. "I am not here to be liked. I am here to ensure you survive." Amara slammed the door in his face and immediately felt childish about it. Then she decided she didn't care. If she was going to be stuck with a judgmental lizard cat warrior following her around, she was allowed to be petty about it. Her apartment looked exactly the same as she'd left it 3 weeks ago, which was somehow both comforting and depressing. Dishes in the sink, laundry on the chair. The plant by the window that she'd named Herbert was definitely dead now. Nothing had changed, except everything had changed, and Amara didn't know how to process that. She made coffee, the cheap instant kind that tasted like regret, and sat on her couch, trying to figure out what came next. Her comm unit buzzed, then buzzed again, then started buzzing continuously. Messages, hundreds of them. Interview requests from news outlets across the colony and beyond. Job offers from security companies. Marriage proposals from people she'd never met. Threats from people who apparently had strong feelings about humans getting special treatment from alien species. Amara turned the comm unit off and threw it across the room. "This is fine," she said to her dead plant. "Everything is fine." Herbert did not respond, being dead. The knock on her door 3 hours later was small and hesitant, nothing like Horan's earlier pounding. Amara opened it to find Rennick standing in the hallway, looking up at her with those big reflective eyes. He was wearing clean clothes now, expensive looking, and there was an older Haxry female behind him. A nanny or guardian, probably. Horan loomed in the background, watching. "Hi," Rennick said in heavily accented human standard. "You are awake. Something in Amara's chest did a weird twisting thing. The kid was okay. Really, actually okay. Not a scratch on him, just like everyone had said. "Yeah," she said, crouching down to his level and immediately regretting it when her still healing ribs protested. "I'm awake. How are you doing, kid?" "I am good," Rennick said. "Because of you. Father says you are family now. He says you are very brave." "Your father gives me too much credit," Amara said. "I just did what needed doing." "You took the fire weapons," Rennick said, and his voice got smaller. "You covered me. I thought you were dead. There was so much blood." Oh no. The kid had trauma. Of course he had trauma. He'd watched someone get shot 8 times right in front of him. "Hey," Amara said softly. "I'm okay. See? Still here, still kicking. Takes more than a few plasma bolts to keep me down." Rennick reached out and touched her arm, like he needed to confirm she was real. His claws were tiny, barely sharp enough to scratch. "I brought you something," he said, pulling a small object from his pocket. "Father says, when someone saves your life, you give them a token, so they remember you are grateful." He held out what looked like a small carved stone, smooth and dark, with symbols etched into its surface. "It is from our homeworld," Rennick explained. "It means protector. Father says you are my protector now. Family protects family." Amara took the stone, and that weird twisting thing in her chest got worse. She wasn't good with emotions. She was good with cargo manifests and sarcasm and keeping her head down. This was way outside her comfort zone. "Thank you," she managed. "I'll keep it safe." Rennick smiled, showing way too many teeth, and Amara reminded herself that this cute kid would eventually grow up to be an 8-foot apex predator. Biology was weird. The nanny ushered Rennick away after a few more minutes, and Amara was left standing in her doorway, holding a carved stone and feeling like her life had tilted sideways. "That was kind of him," Horan said from his post. "I thought you didn't do small talk," Amara said. "I do not," Horan replied. "I am making an observation. The young one has been distressed since the incident. You are the first person who has made him smile." Amara looked at the stone in her hand. "He's a good kid." "He is the son of a high commander," Horan said. "He will be a warrior, a leader. He will command fleets and make decisions that affect billions. But yes, he is also a good child." Something in Horan's tone made Amara look at him more closely. "You don't think I should be kin-chosen, do you?" Horan was quiet for a long moment. "I think you are human. Soft. Weak. Your species has been part of the Galactic Coalition for less than a generation. You have no warrior tradition, no honor codes, no understanding of what it means to be Haxriai. Tell me how you really feel," Amara muttered. "But," Horan continued, "the High Commander has made his decision, and the High Commander does not make decisions lightly. So I will protect you, whether I understand his reasoning or not." "How inspiring," Amara said, really feeling the family love here. "You want honesty or comfort?" Horan asked. "I can provide only one." "Honesty's fine," Amara sighed. "I've had enough smoke blown up my—" The explosion cut her off. It came from below, a massive boom that shook the entire building. Amara stumbled, and Horan moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, pulling her back into her apartment. "Stay down!" he barked, and suddenly he had a weapon in his hand. Where had he been keeping that? And was speaking rapidly into a comm unit in his own language. "What the hell?" Amara started. Another explosion. Closer. The lights flickered. "We are under attack," Horan said, scanning the hallway. Someone has breached the building perimeter. We need to move, now. Attack? Who's attacking? Does it matter? Horan grabbed her arm, carefully but firmly. There are people trying to kill you. We can discuss their motivations after you are not dead. He pulled her into the hallway, and Amara's brain finally caught up with what was happening. Someone was trying to kill her. Actually, genuinely trying to kill her. Because she'd saved a kid and become famous. And apparently, that made her a target. I really hate my life right now, she said. Complain later, Horan said. Run, now. They ran. The stairwell was full of smoke, and Amara could hear screaming from the lower floors. Horan moved like he'd done this 1,000 times, weapon up, checking corners, keeping himself between her and any potential threats. They made it down 2 floors before the attackers found them. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces covered, weapons raised. They opened fire without warning, and Horan shoved Amara behind a concrete pillar hard enough to knock the wind out of her. He returned fire, and the sound was deafening in the enclosed space. 1 attacker went down, then another. The third got a shot off that scorched the wall inches from Amara's head. Horan moved, fast and brutal, and suddenly the third attacker was on the ground with Horan's claws at his throat. Who sent you? Horan demanded. The attacker said nothing. Horan applied pressure, and the attacker made a choking sound. Who sent you? The collective, the attacker gasped. The collective of rational governance. You're contaminating the galaxy. Humans don't belong. Horan knocked him unconscious before he could finish. We need to move, he said, pulling Amara up. There will be more. They made it to the ground floor and out into the street where chaos reigned. Emergency vehicles, security forces, and a crowd of onlookers with cameras. Amara's building was on fire, smoke pouring from the lower floors. A transport vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, and Naxrill emerged, looking absolutely murderous. You are unharmed? He demanded, looking Amara over. I'm fine, Amara said. Horan got me out. What the hell is going on? An assassination attempt, Naxrill said. The collective of rational governance. A political faction that believes humans are inferior and should not be elevated within coalition society. They see your kin-chosen status as an insult to superior species. So they tried to blow me up, Amara said. That seems excessive. They tried to make a statement, Naxrill said. They failed, and now they will face consequences. He turned to Horan. You protected her. It is my duty, Horan said. You did well, Naxrill said, and there was approval in his voice. Then he looked at Amara. You cannot return to your home. It is not safe. You will stay in the diplomatic quarter, under full guard, until this threat is eliminated. I don't want to hide, Amara said, surprising herself. These people tried to kill me because I saved a kid, because I'm human, and apparently that's offensive to them. If I hide, they win. If you die, they also win, Naxrill pointed out. Then don't let me die, Amara said, but I'm not hiding. I'm not giving them the satisfaction. Naxrill studied her for a long moment. Then something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. You are very stubborn, he said. Yeah, Amara said. I've been told. Good, Naxrill said. Stubbornness is a warrior trait. Come, we have much to discuss, and enemies to hunt. As they climbed into the transport, Amara caught Horan, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. What? She asked. Nothing, Horan said. I am simply reconsidering my earlier assessment. Of what? Of whether humans understand what it means to be warriors, Horan said quietly. Perhaps I was wrong. Amara didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. But she kept the carved stone Rennick had given her clutched tight in her hand, and she thought about what it meant to be a protector. And she thought about the people who tried to kill her for the crime of being human and being honored. And she got angry. Not the hot, explosive kind of angry. The cold, determined kind. The kind that made decisions and stuck to them. If the collective wanted to make her a symbol, fine. She'd be a symbol, just not the kind they were expecting. The Galactic Council Summit was held in the largest convention center on Ironhaven, a massive structure of glass and steel that was supposed to represent unity and cooperation among species. Right now, it mostly represented a very large target. Amara stood in the staging area backstage, wearing clothes that cost more than 3 months of her old salary and feeling like a fraud. The human delegation was around her, colonists, engineers, administrators, all looking nervous. They'd been invited to present humanity's petition for elevated status within the coalition, to argue that humans deserved a real voice in galactic affairs. And Amara was supposed to be their symbol, their proof that humans were worthy. No pressure. "You do not have to do this," Naxriel said from beside her. He'd been against the plan from the start, but Amara had been stubborn, and eventually he'd given in. "We have intelligence that the collective will strike today. Let them come to us on ground of our choosing, not here where innocence will be caught in the crossfire." "If I hide, they win," Amara said. "We've been over this." "If you die, they also win," Naxriel countered. "We have been over that as well." "Then I guess I better not die," Amara said. Horan appeared from the shadows. He was good at that, she'd learned. "Perimeter is secure. My team is in position. If the collective makes a move, we will be ready." "You sound almost concerned, Lieutenant," Amara said. "Careful. People might think you actually like me." "I do not like you," Horan said, but there was something in his tone that suggested he was lying. "I simply prefer that you remain alive. It would reflect poorly on me if you died under my protection." "How touching," Amara said. A human aide poked her head in. "5 minutes, everyone. They're ready for you." The delegation filed out toward the stage, and Amara took a breath. She could do this. She'd faced down armed thugs, survived 8 plasma bolts, and lived through 3 weeks of being a galactic celebrity. She could handle a speech. Probably. The convention center was packed. Thousands of beings from dozens of species, all watching as the human delegation took the stage. Amara spotted the collective representatives in the audience. They weren't hiding, which was bold or stupid or both. They wore the gray and silver colors of their faction, and they watched the humans with expressions that ranged from contempt to outright hostility. The human ambassador, a woman named Clarissa, who actually knew what she was doing, began the presentation. She talked about human contributions to the coalition, about the colonies they'd built, the trade routes they'd established, the problems they'd solved. She was good, professional, hitting all the right notes, and the collective representatives looked bored. Then Clarissa introduced Amara, and the energy in the room shifted. "This is Amara," Clarissa said, a freight dock worker who became the first human to be named kin-chosen by a Haxri clan. Her story represents what humanity brings to the coalition: courage, compassion, and the willingness to act when action is needed. Amara stepped forward, and every camera in the room focused on her. She hated it. "I'm not a politician," she said, because starting with honesty seemed like the only way to get through this. "I'm not a diplomat or a warrior or anyone important. 3 weeks ago, I was unloading cargo containers and counting down the minutes until my shift ended. Then I heard a kid screaming, and I made a choice. She could see Naxriel in the wings, watching. Rennick was beside him, small and attentive. I didn't think about species or politics or galactic implications, Amara continued. I just thought, there's a kid in trouble, and I can help. So I did. And yeah, I got shot 8 times for it, which I don't recommend, by the way. The recovery is terrible. A few laughs from the audience. Good. Humor helped. But here's what I learned, Amara said. Strength isn't about how big you are or how many weapons you have. It's about what you do when everything's on the line. It's about choosing to act when walking away would be easier. Humans might be new to the galaxy, and we might be smaller and softer than a lot of species here, but we don't quit. We don't back down. And we don't let kids get hurt if we can do something about it. One of the collective representatives stood up. Inspiring words, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But words are cheap. Humans are weak. You survived through luck and alien charity. Nothing more. You are not warriors. You are not worthy of elevation. You are... The explosion cut him off. It came from the east entrance, a massive blast that shook the entire building. Then another from the west. The lights went out, emergency systems kicked in, and suddenly there was screaming and chaos and the sound of weapons fire. The collective had made their move. Horan was beside Amara in an instant, weapon drawn. Get down. But Amara wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the human delegation, at the colonists and engineers who were frozen in panic, and at the collective soldiers pouring in through the breached entrances. No, she said. No, we're not doing this. Amara, Horan started. They want to prove we're weak, Amara said. Let's prove them wrong. She turned to the human delegation. Listen up. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we've got 2 choices. We can hide and hope someone saves us, or we can fight back. Show them what humans do when we're cornered. We're not soldiers, someone said. Neither am I, Amara said. But I'm stubborn, and I'm angry, and I'm really tired of people trying to kill me. Who's with me? For a moment, nobody moved. Then a dock worker named Chen, no relation to anyone, just a guy who'd been part of the labor delegation, picked up a piece of broken debris and nodded. I'm in, he said. Then another human stepped forward, and another. Within seconds, the entire delegation was armed with improvised weapons, chairs, debris, anything they could grab, and looking to Amara for direction. Okay, Amara said. Okay, here's what we do. We use the environment. We're smaller, so we're faster. We know this building. Most of us helped build it. Use that. Hit and run. Don't try to be heroes. Just slow them down until the real soldiers can do their job. Horan was staring at her. You are insane. Yeah, probably, Amara said. You coming or not? The fight that followed was chaos. The collective had brought heavy weapons and trained soldiers, but they hadn't counted on the humans fighting back. Amara's people used the building's layout against them, collapsing scaffolding, triggering fire suppression systems, turning the convention center into a maze of obstacles and hazards. Amara herself fought with a piece of pipe and pure spite, staying close to Horan, who was cutting through collective soldiers with brutal efficiency. She wasn't trying to win fights. She was trying to survive them. And there was a difference. A collective soldier cornered her near the stage, weapon raised. Amara threw her pipe at his face, ducked under his return fire, and kicked out his knee. He went down, and she grabbed his weapon, even though she barely knew how to use it. Amara, Horan shouted, behind you! She spun, fired without aiming, and somehow hit the soldier who'd been sneaking up on her. Luck or instinct, she didn't know and didn't care. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then Naxrill arrived with Imperial guards, and suddenly, the collective soldiers were the ones being overwhelmed. The fighting ended quickly after that. Amara sat on the edge of the stage, breathing hard, covered in dust and blood. Some hers, most not, and watched as collective soldiers were rounded up and restrained. Naxrill approached, and he looked impressed? It was hard to tell with Haxrai expressions. "You rallied your people," he said. "You fought." "We fought," Amara corrected. "All of us. That's what humans do. We're stubborn like that." "I am beginning to understand," Naxrill said, "why the High Commander chose you as kin chosen." Amara looked up to find Horan standing there, and there was something different in his eyes. Respect, maybe, or at least the beginning of it. "You were right," Horan said quietly. "I did not understand what it meant to be human. I thought weakness was physical. I did not account for strength of will." "Does this mean you like me now?" Amara asked. "I tolerate you," Horan said. "It is a start." The aftermath took hours to sort through. The collective's leadership was arrested, including Ambassador Lixoth, who'd orchestrated the entire operation. Turned out he was Haxri himself, a high-ranking official who'd believed that associating with humans would weaken his species. He'd arranged the original attack on Rennick, hoping to prevent any human-Haxri alliance from forming. He'd failed spectacularly. The Galactic Council, having watched humans fight back against overwhelming odds, voted to grant humanity elevated status within the coalition. It wasn't unanimous, but it was decisive. Amara declined the medals and ceremonies that followed. She'd had enough of being a symbol. 2 months later, she was back at the docks, not as a supervisor this time, but as a liaison between human workers and alien trade partners. It was still manual labor, still long hours, but it paid better and came with significantly fewer assassination attempts. Rennick visited once a week, usually with Horan in tow. The kid was learning human customs and teaching Amara Haxri ones, and it was weird and awkward and kind of wonderful. Naxrill stopped by occasionally, always formal, always respectful. The kin-chosen bond was real, and Amara was still getting used to having an 8-foot warrior consider her family. "I have a question," Horan said one afternoon, standing guard while Amara processed shipping manifests. "Shoot," Amara said. "Would you do it again?" Horan asked, knowing what would follow. The fame, the attacks, the complications. Would you still save the child? Amara thought about it. About the plasma bolts and the pain and the 3 weeks in a coma. About becoming a political symbol and a target. About her apartment burning and her quiet life ending. Then she thought about Rennick's smile and the carved stone she kept in her pocket. "Yeah," she said, "I would." "Why?" Horan asked. "Because he's a kid," Amara said simply. "And kids shouldn't have to be scared. That's reason enough." Horan nodded slowly. "I have been assigned as permanent liaison to human space," he said. "I requested the position." "Oh, great," Amara said. "I'm stuck with you now?" "It is my honor," Horan said. "That's what I was afraid of," Amara replied. But she was smiling when she said it. The galaxy had changed its view of humanity. They were no longer the soft, weak newcomers. They were the species that fought back, that protected their own, that refused to quit even when the odds were impossible. And Amara, who just wanted to finish her shift and go home, had somehow become the symbol of all that. It was ridiculous. But maybe, she thought. Ridiculous wasn't so bad after all.
The scanner beeped 3 times, then it paused. Then it beeped again, slower, like it was confused about what it had just measured. I stood on the intake platform of the Interstellar Coalition Military Academy and watched the machine try to decide if I was real. The light ran over me from boots to crown, green and cold, and then the whole console flickered and ran the cycle again from the beginning. The cadet behind me, 7 feet of gray muscle, a drawn, built like someone had stacked 2 refrigerators on top of each other and given them a uniform, laughed. Not a mean laugh. The kind that comes out when something is just genuinely funny to you, and you have not yet developed the social awareness to care who hears it. The laugh sounded like a pipe bursting. I stepped off the platform. The intake officer, a tired-looking Ussin with 4 eyes and the expression of someone who had processed 12,000 cadets and still somehow had not retired, tapped the console twice with 1 long finger and then looked at me. "Human," she said. "Last I checked," I said. She typed something. The system accepted me. A bunk assignment printed out of the slot, and I took it without looking at the drawn, who was still processing what he'd found so funny. Lord have mercy, I thought. This is going to be a thing. My name is Mara Voss. I am 5'2" and 111 pounds, and I had earned my scholarship to ICMA the same way I had earned most things in my life, by outlasting circumstances that were supposed to stop me. The academy letter had arrived on a Tuesday. My mother had cried. My father had not said anything for a long time and then said, "Well, okay then." That was high praise from a man who measured words like they cost something. The academy was enormous in the way that things are enormous when they are built by a coalition of species, none of which share the same idea of appropriate scale. The corridors were wide enough for a Vethari to walk without turning sideways. The ceilings were high enough that I sometimes felt like I was standing at the bottom of a dry swimming pool. Everything hummed with recycled air and low-frequency station noise, a sound you stopped hearing after 3 days and then heard again every time you woke up at 200 and could not get back to sleep. My bunk bay held 6 cadets. A drawn, not the same one from intake, though they were similar enough in size that I made a note to check. 2 Bryn cadets with their silver-gray skin and their tendency to move in quiet synchronization. A Tilhari who was roughly the size of a large cat and spent the first 2 days near the ceiling where apparently her species preferred to rest. And a human boy named Owen Dale from somewhere in northern Canada who was 6 feet tall and visibly relieved to see another human, even one my size. "They put us together," he said, like this was a conspiracy. "They put 6 cadets who fit in the leftover bunk assignments together," I said. "Don't read into it." My bunk was the top one. I had to jump to reach the rail. I did it without thinking about it, pulled myself up, and arranged my pack before anyone made a remark. No one did. I filed that away as a small win. The ranking board went up on the 3rd day. ICMA posted physical evaluation scores for the full intake class: reaction time, load capacity, endurance by species-adjusted metrics, and raw combat readiness projections. It covered 1 full wall of the main corridor outside the mess hall, and cadets gathered in front of it the way people gather in front of a car accident, not because they want to see something bad, but because they cannot seem to stop themselves. I was at the bottom. Not close to the bottom, not nearly the bottom, the actual bottom, with a gap between me and the next lowest score that was wide enough to park a shuttle in. Someone had put a small notation next to my name in the species-adjusted column that read, "See supplemental classification," which meant the standard metrics did not even have a category that fit me properly. I read the board once. Then I went to the mess hall and ate my ration, which was dense and gray and tasted like compressed cardboard, which was fine. I had eaten worse. Osik found me on the 4th day. He was the squad leader assigned to our integration unit, a Bryn, senior year, with the kind of easy confidence that comes from never having had a reason to doubt yourself. He was not cruel the way people are cruel when they are angry. He was cruel the way people are cruel when they are performing for an audience, when contempt is just a way of showing everyone else where the hierarchy sits. He handed me a translated document, folded neatly, like a gift. I opened it. It was an internal evaluation brief. My brief. It had been generated by the Academy's performance projection system, and it said, in clear coalition standard, non-combat asset, recommend reassignment to logistics or support function. Thought you should know where you stand, Osek said. He smiled. It was a patient smile, the kind you give to someone you are waiting to break. No shame in it. Not every species is built the same. I read the brief a second time. Then I folded it and put it in my breast pocket. Well, isn't that something? I said. I walked past him and went to the training bay. The obstacle course assigned to our unit was calibrated for Class 3 species, Brin standard, roughly. Moderate physical demand built for species with consistent baseline strength, not built for humans, not built for me specifically. I ran it anyway. I fell off the third obstacle, got up, fell on the sixth, got up, made it through the 10th and collapsed at the finish line with my hands on my knees and my lungs doing something that was probably not technically approved by medical. Then I walked back to the start and ran it again. I finished the second run, barely. Owen Dale found me in the corridor afterward, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, drinking water in small, slow sips because my hands were not entirely steady yet. "What are you doing?" he said. "Training," I said. "It's 300. "Yep." He stood there for a moment, looking at me with the expression of someone trying to decide whether what they are seeing is inspiring or deeply concerning. He went back to the bunk bay. I stayed in the corridor another 10 minutes until my hands steadied. Then I got up and went to bed. I was almost to the bay door when I realized I was not alone in the corridor. He was at the far end near the turn, 8 feet tall, 4 arms folded, 2 upper, 2 lower, in a configuration that I would later learn was the Vethari equivalent of standing at ease. His skin shifted in the low light, the faint bioluminescent pattern across his shoulders cycling slowly through blue and gold. He was not moving. He was just standing there, looking at me. Every other set of eyes in that academy had slid away from me by now. The Dran cadets looked and then looked somewhere more interesting. The Brin cadets cataloged and dismissed. Even Owen looked at me sometimes with a kind of helpless pity that I had learned to ignore. This one did not look away. I did not look away either, not because I was brave, because I was tired and my legs hurt and I did not have the energy left for social navigation. He looked at me for what felt like a long time. Then he turned and walked around the corner. His footsteps were so heavy that the floor vibrated faintly under my feet for 3 steps after he was gone. Mine did not vibrate anything. I filed that away too, not with bitterness, more like taking inventory. Knowing what you are and what you are not is not the same as being defeated by it. It is just arithmetic. I went to bed. I did not sleep well. I rarely did. But I got up when the lights came on, and I went to breakfast, and I ate the gray compressed ration, and I did not think about the brief in my breast pocket. I thought about it later, alone in the training bay. And then I went to run the course again. The Academy's performance projection system had called me a non-combat asset. It had access to every biological metric, every species classification, every physical data point that existed in coalition records. What it did not have access to was a winter in Ohio when I was 14 years old, and the distribution network failed for 6 months, and the county got nothing. And I had learned something about what a person is made of when there is nothing left to make it easy. The machine did not have a category for that. That was fine. I did not need it to. The mess hall had a specific kind of quiet in the early morning, not peaceful, just empty. The way a room is quiet when the people who fill it have not arrived yet. I liked that hour. I liked being in spaces before they became what other people made them. I was on my third morning of 500 meals when I noticed that the far table, the one with the full bench cleared around it, the one that every cadet somehow chose not to sit at even when the hall was crowded, had someone at it. He was eating, slowly, something dark and dense that I did not recognize. His forearms moved in alternating pattern, unhurried, and his eyes were on the window that looked out at the station's exterior panels and the dark beyond them. He did not look at me when I sat down 2 tables away. He did not look at anyone. But after a while I got the feeling, I could not have explained it, that he knew exactly where everyone in the room was. His name, according to the cadet registry I had read 3 times out of habit, was Cale Vore, Vethari, 4th year. No disciplinary record, no social record, no recorded conversation with another cadet in 14 months. The registry listed 14 months specifically. Someone had been counting. I ate my ration and did not stare, and when I left, his eyes were still on the window. Later, I would understand that the window had nothing to do with it. On day 8, the physical ranking board updated with week 1 training scores. I had moved up 4 places. Asek walked past the board and looked at my name, and then looked at me across the corridor, with an expression I had seen before on people who had decided I was a joke and were beginning to suspect the joke was on them. I did not say anything. I went to the training bay. On day 10, my Tilhari bunkmate, small, fast, perpetually nervous in the manner of her species, asked me why I ran the course at night. Because during the day there are people watching, I said. She tilted her head. Does that bother you? It bothers them, I said. When I fall, they want me to feel it. I adjusted my boot lacing. I don't give things away for free. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, my people have a word for that, the not giving. What's the word? She said something in Tilhari that sounded like wind moving through a thin pipe. What does it mean? I said. She thought about it. It means keeping the warmth inside so the cold does not find it. I thought that was a pretty good word. I went to run the course. The hazing started on day 12. Not dramatically, nothing that would read clearly on a report. Asek was too careful for that. It was the kind of pressure that exists in the space between what is policy and what is just the way things go when someone with seniority decides you do not belong. My equipment bag went missing from the bay and turned up 2 levels down in a storage corridor. My ration for Tuesday was swapped out for a species variant pack that was not calibrated for human digestion. I ate half of it before the nausea started, and I spent 2 days feeling like my stomach had been replaced with a rock. Nothing was ever done dramatically. Nothing was ever provable in the way that required action. I fixed it each time efficiently, without expression. This was, I discovered, more unsettling to Asek than if I had broken down. He knew the script. He had run it before. The script had a reaction written into it. Frustration, tears, a request for transfer, a complaint that could be managed. What the script did not have was nothing. I gave him nothing. I fixed the problems and showed up the next day and ate my ration and ran the course and came back to the bay and slept 4 hours and got up and did it again. On the 15th day, I caught Asek watching me from the corridor entrance of the training bay. Not mockingly, just watching. The expression on his face was something I recognized but could not name yet. I went back to running. Cale Vore began appearing. That was the only word for it. He did not join anything. He did not approach. He was simply present, at the edge of the mess hall, near the corridor where the simulation rooms were. Once, at the far end of the training bay, 4 arms resting in that at-ease configuration, watching me run the course with the same absolute stillness he brought to everything. Other cadets noticed. The Brin in my bunk bay, a quiet one named Sarah who spoke rarely but observed everything, told me over rations one evening that Vithari did not look at things without reason. "What does the looking mean?" I asked. Sarah ate a bite of her ration before answering. "Among their kind, sustained attention is a form of statement. They do not spend attention carelessly." "What kind of statement?" She looked at me steadily. "I do not know," she said. "I have not seen a Vithari look at a non-Vithari before." I ate the rest of my ration. I did not know what to do with that information, so I put it on the shelf in my mind where I kept things I did not have enough context to understand yet, and went back to the training bay. The simulation scores came out on day 19. Integrated Combat Theory, the class that ran tactical scenarios through a holographic system that assessed threat and response across species lines. Every cadet was rated by the simulation's enemy AI for priority targeting, which was the system's way of identifying who on the field the opposition would logically neutralize first. Low priority meant the AI read you as non-threatening. It allocated resources elsewhere. My rating was low priority. The professor, an Ussin named Coordinator Vel, who had the particular exhaustion of someone who had been teaching young soldiers for decades and had stopped being surprised by anything, read the class results aloud. When she got to my rating, she paused for half a second. The pause was small. I noticed it. "The simulation calibrates based on biological threat metrics and physical projection data," she said, "to the room in general, not to me specifically. It is not a complete picture." It was the kindest thing anyone had said to me in 19 days. I wrote it down in my training log not because I needed the encouragement, but because I believed in accurate records. That evening, the equipment issue happened again. My training pack was gone from the bay, relocated, this time, to the corridor outside the waste processing unit on level 4. Someone had been creative. I retrieved it, checked the contents, made a note. I had been making notes since day 3. Dates, times, descriptions, location logs. Quiet, methodical, precise. The kind of record keeping that requires patience so steady it is almost boring to describe. Almost. Owen Dale saw me writing in the log one night and said, "What are you doing?" "Building a case," I said. He looked at the log. "For how long?" "Until it's enough," I said. He did not say anything after that, but he started keeping his own logs about things he witnessed. He did not tell me he was doing it. I found out 3 weeks later and said nothing to him about it, which I think he understood as the "thank you" it was. On day 22, Asek found me at the equipment lockers. He had 2 other Brin cadets with him, second years, both of them quiet in the way that people are quiet when they are there to witness something rather than participate. He was relaxed, easy, like someone who had already run the math and liked the answer. He told me he was filing a training evaluation report, that the report would document consistent substandard performance across physical, tactical, and integration metrics, that the report, once filed, would trigger an academic review that would assess my continued enrollment, that the timeline for a review decision was typically 5 days. "It's not personal," he said. "It is just the academy identifying where resources are best allocated. You are not built for this, Mara." He said my name like it was a small, breakable thing. I looked at him. I thought about February. The way cold gets into a house when there is not enough heat to push it back. The specific discipline of deciding which 3 things you allow yourself to want today, because wanting more than 3 things is a kind of waste you cannot afford. I thought about the log in my pack, with 22 days of documented incidents. "Bless your heart," I said. He blinked. That was not in the script. "You have never had to be hungry to do something," I said. "It shows." I picked up my training pack and walked past him to the bay. I filed my counter report the next morning. Documented, time-stamped, cross-referenced with the location logs. The ration incident noted with the specific caloric impact on a human physiology. Owen's witnessed accounts attached as supplemental. The kind of submission that takes a long time to read because it is thorough in a way that is slightly relentless. The review board opened a case. That evening, I was in the simulation corridor running a scenario when the sensor at the end of the hall registered a presence. I did not stop the simulation. I ran it through. When I stepped out, Kael'vor was in the corridor, 4 arms folded, watching the space where the hologram had been. He turned and looked at me. 11 seconds. I counted them. Not because I was trying to, but because when everything else is quiet, the mind counts things automatically. Then he said in coalition standard, clear and even and low, "You wait." That was it. He walked past me. The floor hummed under his footsteps. Mine made no sound at all. I stood in the corridor for a moment. Lord have mercy, I thought. This is going to be more complicated than I planned. I went to bed. I slept 4 hours. I got up. I ran the course. The review board ruled in my favor on day 27. Osek's report was rejected on evidentiary grounds. He was placed on academic review himself, which was not a thing I had asked for specifically, but was a natural consequence of submitting a false evaluation against a cadet who had been quietly building a 22-day documented case against him. He did not come to the mess hall for 2 days. When he came back, he sat at a different table and did not look at me. I ate my ration. The compressed gray thing had started tasting better, or I had stopped tasting it, which amounts to the same thing. The drawn cadet from intake, his name was Boar. I had learned eventually, and he was not mean, just large and accustomed to being the measure of things, stopped me outside the training bay on the 29th day. "You went up 12 places on the ranking board," he said. "Yes," I said. He looked at me. He was thinking about something. I could see it the way you can sometimes see whether moving across an open field, slowly, visibly, from a distance. "How?" he said. "I keep showing up," I said. He looked like that was either the simplest or the most complicated answer he had ever received. He walked away still thinking about it. I went into the training bay. The simulation scores updated on day 31. My threat rating in the tactical AI was still low priority. I looked at the result for a moment. Then I closed the screen and went to the course and ran it until my legs said they were finished, and then I ran it one more time. I was not doing it for the AI. The AI worked with the data it had. It did not have all the data. That was fine. I knew what I was. More importantly, I was beginning to understand that something in that corridor, something 8 feet tall with bioluminescent shoulders and 14 months of silence, had known before I did. The seminar announcement posted on the 34th day. Coalition Military History, Non-Standard Threat Assessment. A Vethari academic historian, traveling as a visiting scholar, would deliver a lecture to the full Upper Division Integration Cohort. Attendance was mandatory for all senior cadets and optional for intake year. I signed up before Owen, Dale, had finished reading the announcement. He looked at me over the top of the screen. "You signed up fast." "Yes," I said. He signed up too without asking why. The lecture hall was the largest room in the academic block, tiered seating, coalition standard, with enough space for every species cluster to sit within their preferred proximity range. The cadets filtered in by instinct, the way people sort themselves when no one has told them to, but everyone has a feeling about where they belong. Kael'vor did not cluster. He walked to a row in the middle of the hall, moved to the center seat and sat down. The seats around him emptied by that same quiet instinct. No one chose to leave. They simply did not choose to stay. I walked to the row, counted the seats, sat down next to him. The 2 seats on my other side emptied within 30 seconds. Owen sat 1 row back and slightly to the left, which I think was his way of showing solidarity while maintaining a safety margin, which was honestly fair. Cale Vore did not look at me when I sat down. He was looking at the front of the hall, but the way he was sitting shifted, not dramatically, just the faint reorientation of something that has registered a change in its environment and adjusted accordingly. I opened my note-taking log and waited for the lecture to begin. The historian arrived without introduction. He simply walked to the front of the hall and the room went quiet, because the room always goes quiet when a Vethari enters it, regardless of their age or size. He was old, ancient, by any species standard, his bioluminescence dim and steady, his 4 arms moving with the particular economy of someone who had stopped spending energy on anything unnecessary decades ago. He had scars across his upper arms in patterns that I later learned were not wounds but records. He began speaking in Vethari. The hall's translation system rendered it into Coalition Standard with a half-second delay, which gave his words a strange doubled quality. You heard the shape of the language first and then the meaning, and they did not always feel like the same thing. He spoke about the Vethari's history of combat, not the battles, the philosophy underneath the battles. He said that when his people were young, they believed power was what made something dangerous. Mass speed, the capacity to destroy quickly. He said they were wrong. He said the most dangerous thing in the known galaxy was not what could destroy fastest. It was what could endure longest while remaining oriented toward one thing. He said there was a Vethari concept for this. He said the word slowly in his own language, and the translation system rendered it as the patience that kills. Kethvor. He said it was the rarest quality they had ever encountered in any species. He said his people had spent 300 years looking for it in every civilization they had contact with. He said they found it in their own young warriors perhaps once in a generation. He did not say they had found it anywhere else. He finished. The hall sat in the particular silence that follows something that has rearranged the air in the room. Then he said something else, in Vethari, not standard, and he was looking directly at Cale Vore. Cale Vore answered, also in Vethari, brief, measured. The historian nodded once. He walked out. I looked at Cale Vore. What did he say? I said. Cale Vore was quiet. I waited. I was good at waiting. He said, Cale Vore said finally, that he has not seen it in a non-Vethari. I processed that. Seen what? Another pause, long enough that 2 cadets in the row ahead of us got up and left before he answered. Kethvor, he said. I sat with that for a moment. I thought about telling him he was wrong. I thought about explaining that what I had was not patience, not the noble kind, not the disciplined kind that warriors cultivate through training and philosophy. What I had was something much less poetic. It was the thing you are left with when everything comfortable has been removed and the only available options are stop or continue, and stopping costs more than you have. It was not a virtue. It was arithmetic. I said, I just know what hungry feels like. Cale Vore turned and looked at me fully, not the peripheral monitoring he usually did. Full, direct attention, the bioluminescence at his shoulders shifting to a slow gold. Yes, he said, that is what I said. I looked at the front of the hall, where the historian had been standing. The room was emptying around us. Owen was still in his seat 1 row back, very carefully not appearing to listen. I did not say anything else. I closed my note log. I got up and walked out of the hall and down the corridor to the training bay. I ran the course 4 times. Not because I was proving anything. Because it was the only thing I knew how to do with the feeling that was sitting in my chest like something that had been there a long time and had just been handed its correct name. That night I lay in my bunk in the dark and did not sleep for a long time. The winter I did not talk about sat behind my sternum the way it always sat there. Dense, calcified. The specific weight of a thing that does not get lighter, but that you get stronger around over time. I had never thought of it as something that could be useful. I had thought of it as a thing I had survived. A fact about my past that I carried with me the way you carry a scar, proof of something, but not something you would choose. Cale Vore had looked at me across 14 months of silence and seen something in me that his people spent generations looking for. A Vethari historian had traveled across the coalition and seen it in me in a lecture hall in less than an hour. And what they were seeing was the winter, the hungry months, the arithmetic. I lay in the dark and looked at the ceiling and thought. I did not know it was a weapon. I thought maybe that is the point. I closed my eyes. 4 hours of sleep. Then the lights came on. Then I got up. The training deployment briefing came on day 40. Standard integration exercise, a decommissioned sector, an unmanned station, mapping and structural assessment. Low risk, educational. The kind of assignment given to intake cohorts to practice coordination without real stakes. Coordinator Vell ran the briefing. Osek was reinstated on academic probation, which meant he was technically our senior cadet for the exercise. He stood at the front of the briefing room with the particular posture of someone who had been reduced and was working very hard to look like he had not. I sat in the second row and took notes. Cale Vore was assigned to the deployment as an upper division observer. He sat at the back of the briefing room. He was not required to do anything. He came anyway. Owen leaned over and whispered, "That is not normal." No, I agreed. He could have sent a report instead. Yes, I said. Owen thought about that. He's watching you. He has been for a while, I said. Owen leaned back. He did not say anything else. The shuttle to the sector took 40 minutes. The station was old, pre-coalition, the kind of structure that had been built by a species no longer in the registry, and had been sitting in dead space for long enough that the metal had taken on the particular quality of things that have been alone for too long. We docked at the secondary port because the primary was sealed by corrosion. The plan was simple. 3 mapping teams, staggered rotation, 2 hours per sweep, full data upload to the Academy relay and back on the shuttle by 1800. Simple. We were 40 minutes into the first sweep when Sarah, who was running the environmental sensors at the corridor junction ahead of my team, said, very calmly, "I am reading a non-registration life sign." The hall went quiet. "1," Osik said. "Multiple," Sora said, adjusting, a pause, "many." The ambush came from the east corridor. They moved fast and they moved organized, which meant this was not opportunistic. The station had been occupied deliberately by a group that had chosen it precisely because it was decommissioned and unmapped, and nobody was supposed to come here. We were an academy intake cohort on an educational survey trip. We were the worst possible people to stumble into this. Osek's voice came over the unit channel, sharp and high. "All teams, retreat to docking, all teams." And then 2 things happened simultaneously. The docking corridor showed movement on the sensor, which meant retreat was already compromised, and Osek's second command came immediately behind the first, contradicting it. "Retreat, no, hold. No, retreat to level 2. 3 commands, 10 seconds, all different, all wrong." The squad began to fragment. Not breaking, they were trained. They did not run, but the hesitation was physical. You could see it in the way bodies stopped moving with purpose and started moving with confusion, which in an enclosed corridor with limited visibility is how people get hurt. I was standing next to Bohr, the drawn cadet from intake. He looked at the sensor readout and then at me. I had already done the math. The east approach had 5 signals. The docking corridor had 2. The junction between them had a choke point. a structural narrowing from the old architecture that nothing larger than a Brin could pass through side by side. If someone held that choke point, the two separate threats became one manageable line instead of a surrounding pressure. "Boar," I said, "take Sarah and Owen and go left at the junction. Hold the door on the maintenance corridor. The sensor shows it's a dead end. They're not coming from there. Do not move until I say." Boar looked at me. Osek said. "Osek has given 3 different orders in 10 seconds, I said. "Go left, hold the door." He went. I turned to the remaining 2 cadets, a Tilhari named Fess and a quiet Brin second year named Cord, and told them what I needed. Fess moved like everything her species moved, fast, small, near the ceiling where the sensors were not calibrated for something that light. Cord went to the choke point. I went to the junction. On the other side of the station, something lit up the corridor. Gold and blue, spreading slow. Kael'vor's threat display had activated. I had never seen it at full range before. It was not aggressive exactly. It was something more fundamental, like pressure, like the feeling in the air before a storm. Something ancient and physical that bypassed rational thought and spoke to whatever part of a brain handles the question. Can I survive what is in this room? The answer the display gave was no. 3 of the cell members broke from the east corridor before contact, just turned and ran, back the way they came. That left 2 in the east and 2 in the docking corridor. I spoke into the unit channel, calm, even. "Boar, the docking corridor, the 2 there are moving toward the junction. Hold your position. Fess, the sensor junction on level 2, I need eyes on the east access from above." Fess confirmed. Cord held the choke. Kael'vor moved through the east corridor with a precision that was not violence in the way I understood violence. It was removal, clean, deliberate, efficient. The 2 remaining east corridor contacts went down non-lethally in the time it took me to update the position map. He did not coordinate with me. He was not looking at the map. But every time I adjusted direction, his line shifted to match it, like something calibrated to the same frequency. We had not planned this. We had not spoken about it. We did it anyway. The docking corridor contacts reached the junction and found Boar standing in it. Boar was 7 feet of drawn muscle and not a complicated obstacle. They were not getting through. I flanked from the side corridor. Cord came from the choke. 2 minutes and 19 seconds from the first contact. The station was clear. The debrief was quiet in the way that rooms are quiet when something has happened, and no one is quite finished processing it yet. Boar was on the floor of the junction corridor, one arm compressed by a field medical kit. He had taken a hit at the doorway, non-critical, the kind of damage that heals and leaves a story behind it. He was looking at the ceiling with the particular expression of someone reassessing several things at once. I crouched beside him and checked the kit's readout. "You're fine," I said. "The pressure is holding." He looked at me. "You're smaller than my secondary limb." "Yep," I said. "How are you?" He stopped, tried a different direction. "How did you?" "I've been hungry before," I said. "Eat your field ration when they bring it. You need the calories." I stood up and moved to check on Fess and Cord. I did not see his expression when I walked away. Owen told me about it later. He said Boar looked like a person who had been handed a map of a country he had been living in for years and was realizing for the first time that the map and the country were not the same shape. Coordinator Vel reviewed the tactical record herself. She was in the debrief room with the senior faculty representative for 3 hours. Owen told me later, he had been near the door, that she ran the footage of the action sequence 4 times and said nothing after the 3rd run and the 4th. The senior faculty representative said, the intake cadet issued 7 positional directives that superseded the senior cadet's commands. Vel said yes. All 7 were validated by post-action analysis. Yes, Vel said again. A pause. And Kaelvor coordinated responsively with her positional calls, Vel said, without prior agreement, without a shared communication channel, without any established protocol. Another pause. That is, the faculty representative said carefully, not something Vethari do. No, Vel said, it is not. She closed the footage. She picked up a classification tablet. She changed Mara, Voss's threat rating in the academy system. No one told me what she changed it to, not that day. I found out the way I found out most things at ICMA, not because someone announced it, but because the environment changed and I noticed. On day 43, I walked into the mess hall and sat down. No one said anything. Not the nothing of being ignored. The nothing of being acknowledged in the way that does not require comment. I ate my ration. The compressed gray thing still tasted the same. I had stopped noticing the taste either way. Osek requested a transfer on day 45. He was assigned to a logistics coordination track at a secondary academy in the outer systems, which was, if you were being precise about it, the reassignment that had been recommended for me on day 3. The irony was not lost on me. I did not spend much time on it. He passed me in the corridor on his way out, his pack over one shoulder, the particular posture of someone who has reached the end of a chapter and is not entirely sure what the next one looks like. He stopped. I stopped. I didn't know what I was looking at, he said. It was not an apology. It was something more honest than an apology. It was an accurate statement, delivered plainly, by someone who had run out of the resources to be anything other than accurate. Most people don't, I said. That's fine. I meant it. Not generously, just factually. Most people, when they see small, red, fragile, it is a reasonable inference based on available data. The data just was not complete. He walked past me to the exit bay. I watched him go. Then I went to the training bay. The simulation scores updated on day 47. My threat rating in the tactical AI had been recalibrated. Priority target. The combat simulation now tagged me as first contact neutralization priority, the highest risk designation the system assigned. I sat with that for a moment. Then I loaded the scenario and ran it. The AI got one targeting solution off before I closed the angle and removed the threat source. Lord have mercy, I said to the empty room. I reloaded and ran it again. The new intake class arrived on day 50. I watched from the second floor rail as they were processed, the intake scanner running its green light over each cadet in turn. The hall filling with the specific noise of species sorting themselves into unfamiliar spaces. I saw the Tilhari cadet when the scanner flagged an error on her metrics. Small, fast-looking, the kind of small that reads immediately as wrong place to every eye in the room. A cluster of larger cadets watched. There was a low sound that was not quite laughter but was in the neighborhood of it. The Tilhari cadet stepped off the platform. She looked at her bunk assignment printout. She found her bunk. She looked up at it, top rack, same as mine had been, and without any hesitation, without looking around to see if anyone was watching, she jumped and caught the rail and pulled herself up. Clean, no wasted motion. I stood at the rail and watched her arrange her pack. I thought I could go down there. I could find her in the first week and tell her what it looks like from the other side. I could be the person who explains that it gets easier, or that it does not get easier but you get better at it, which is different. I thought she does not need that from me. What she needs is the course at 300, the gray ration, the documentation log, the 18 days before the first board result comes back and the number has moved up. She needs her own winter. I cannot give her mine. I watched until she settled on her bunk and began sorting her equipment with quiet, methodical attention. I went back to my corridor. Cale Vore was at the observation deck when I got there. The long window at the end of the academic block that looked outward. No station panels, just the dark and the faint scatter of light that meant stars at a distance too great to name. He was standing at the window with the same absolute stillness he brought to everything. 4 arms folded, the bioluminescence at his shoulders cycling slowly, gold shifting into blue and back again. I walked to the window and stood beside him. We stood there for a long time. This was, I had come to understand, his version of a conversation. The Vethari gave attention as a form of language, and silence as a form of trust, and proximity as a form of commitment. Standing beside someone at the observation window was not nothing. It was, in his language, something close to, "I am choosing to be here." I looked at the stars. Outside, the dark went on for longer than anything I had words for. "What did the historian say?" I said finally, when he left, the long thing, the one that wasn't translated. Cale Vore was quiet for long enough that 3 stars shifted by a fraction of a degree in the window. "He said," Cale Vore said slowly, like he was choosing each word with the same care you use when you are not sure the language on the other end can hold what you are trying to put in it. "Among my people, when a young warrior shows Keth Vore, true Keth Vore, not discipline, not training, but the kind that grew from something real, we give them a name." I waited. "Not the name their family gave them," he said. "A different name, the name that says what they are underneath the rest of it." "What name did he give me?" I said. The longest silence yet. Long enough that Owen, who had apparently followed me to the observation deck and was standing in the corridor entrance pretending to check something on his data screen, shifted his weight twice. "Vethmai," Cale Vore said. The word sounded like something geological in his language. Heavy, slow, built for distance. "What does it mean?" I said. He looked at the stars. "The hunger that does not end," he said. I stood at the window. Outside, the galaxy kept going. Enormous, indifferent, full of species who had never had to count calories against a February that did not intend to let up, who had never had to decide which 3 things they were allowed to want today because wanting 4 was a kind of luxury they could not sustain. Full of systems that had read me as a non-combat asset and recommended me for logistics. Full of AI calibration systems that had taken 47 days to update what I was. The hunger that does not end. I turned the words over. I thought, that is not how I would have described it. I would have said I was just bad at stopping. I would have said I had been hungry for long enough that the hunger stopped being an emergency and became a condition, which is different. I would have said it had nothing to do with strength and everything to do with the math of options. And when the options run out, there is only one direction left and you take it because there is no other geometry available. I would not have called it a name. I would not have thought it was the kind of thing that got a name. The hunger that does not end. It was a good name. It was the most accurate name for the thing I was that anyone had ever given me, in any language on any world. I did not say that. Cale Vore looked at the window. I looked at the window. Owen stood in the corridor entrance with his data screen and was very professionally not saying anything. The stars kept moving. Everything kept moving. That was the thing about being small. You notice that the large things keep moving regardless, and you learn to move with them or you got left behind, and being left behind was not something the math supported. So you moved. "Thank you," I said. Cale Vore did not answer. He did not need to. We stood at the window for a long time, the smallest cadet in the academy, the most dangerous thing in the known galaxy. The silence between us was not empty. It never had been. It was the kind of silence that 2 things share when they have recognized each other across a very long distance, across species, across language, across every system that had looked at one of them and said wrong place, not built for this, non-combat asset, too small, too soft, too quiet, too still. The kind of silence that says, I saw you. Before the rankings, before the deployment, before the name. I saw you, and I did not look away. I looked out at the dark and the stars and the impossible distance between things, and I thought about the winter I did not talk about, and I thought about my mother's hands, and I thought about the gray ration that always tasted the same, and the course at 300, and the documentation log, and the way the intake scanner had beeped 3 times and then paused because it did not have a category for what I was. I thought, it still does not have a category for what I am. That was fine. Kael'vor had a word for it. Vethmai, the hunger that does not end. I was going to carry that name for a long time. I was going to carry it quietly, the way I carried everything inside, where the cold could not reach it. And I was going to keep showing up. Tomorrow, and the day after, and every day until the universe ran out of days to offer me, which, given the math, was going to be a very long time.
Chapter 1. The Red Dust and the Chrome Bumper. The colony of New Orizaba didn't just have a class divide, it had a chronological one. On the spires of the Upper Rim, the Ultra-Techs lived in the year 4000, surrounded by hard light furniture, life-extending nanites, and gravity-defying gardens. But down in the basement, where Lane lived, it was 1998 with better batteries. The air in the basement smelled of ozone and fried synth-leveled meat. The miners were coming off shift, their exoskeletons hissing as they depressurized. Lane sat on a rusted crate near the main mag-lev artery, his scuffed skateboard resting against his shins. He was stocky, built like a fire hydrant, with the kind of center of gravity that made him impossible to knock over, a trait that had won him 3 regional Concrete King trophies. He watched the traffic. Conventionals drove combustion hybrids that rattled the teeth, but every now and then, an ultra-tech float would glide down from the spires to collect exotic minerals. Check the bumper on that sleek silver one, Lane muttered to himself. As a polished chrome aircar slowed for a congestion drone, Lane kicked off. He didn't just ride, he flowed. With a precision born of 1,000 scraped knees, he reached out and grabbed the magnetized rear bumper of the aircar. The sudden jerk nearly dislocated his shoulder, but he tucked into a crouch, his wheels screaming against the hyper-macadam. He was skitchin' at 80 miles per hour, weaving through the exhaust of the future on a plank of old-world maple. It was glorious. It was also illegal. A blue and red pulse flashed behind him. A peacemaker drone had spotted the tagger. Lane tried to kick out and slide into an alley, but a mag tether snared his board. He went down hard, tumbling into the red dust, the silver aircar disappearing into the clouds without ever knowing he was there. Chapter 2. The Judge's Twisted Mercy. The courtroom was cold. Judge Vane sat behind a desk made of real oak, a sign of terrifying wealth. Lane stood there in his bruised glory, holding his snapped skateboard. Vandalism, reckless endangerment, and skitching on a high-cast vehicle, the judge read, his voice bored. You're guilty, Lane. You know it. It was a clear road, Your Honor, Lane countered. I wasn't hurting the car. The law says you're a menace. But, the judge leaned forward, a predatory glint in his eye. The Colonial Military Academy has a quota for conventional integration. Every street rat I send there earns me a tax credit for my new yacht. Military school? Lane recoiled. I'm a skater, not a soldier. You're a convict, flubber, the judge sneered, misreading Lane's middle name on the digital docket. And, Flubber Lane, is going to learn to march. The transport ship was a melting pot of misery. Lane sat on a cold bench surrounded by kids from every corner of the galaxy. There were avian hybrids from the clouds of Venus, scaled laborers from the Titan mines, and a few high-born ultras who had been sent there for character building, usually after crashing a yacht into a moon. The reception was icy. The ultras looked at Lane's stocky frame and conventional clothes like he was a museum exhibit of a prehistoric peasant. Chapter 3. The Crucible of the Void. Academy life was a brutal mix of high science and low crawling. In Cross-Training 101, they were forced into link squads. Lane was paired with Celine, an ultra-tech girl who could calculate orbital mechanics in her head but didn't know how to tighten a physical bolt. "Why are we learning to manually prime a torpedo?" Celine asked, poking the massive iron casing with a gloved finger. "The AI does that. The AI dies when the power goes out," Lane said, wrenching a valve shut with his bare hands. "My grandpa said, if you can't fix it with a hammer, you don't own it." The exercises were grueling. Spacewalk maneuvers, phonetic coding for emergency comms, and zero-G combat. It was here Lane found his edge. While the Ultras struggled with the lack of up and down, Lane treated the vacuum like a giant skate park. He used the walls as quarter pipes, his stocky body tucked into a ball, pulling 360 flips off the bulkhead to slam his training baton into the instructors. They learned to bridge the gap. Lane taught the Ultras how to feel the vibrations in a failing engine. The Ultras taught Lane how to interface his mind with the ship's survival fields. By graduation, Lane had earned a begrudging respect. He wasn't the smartest or the fastest, but he was the one who kept moving when the tech failed. Chapter 4.
For centuries, the Galactic Federation, a group of 5 advanced alien races, ruled the stars. When humans first arrived from Earth, we were the new kids. We weren't the strongest, and we didn't have the oldest technology, but we had something they lacked: adaptability. When the Void Eaters, a mindless swarm from outside the galaxy, attacked, the Federation was terrified. Their high-tech shields were failing. Their logic-based tactics were useless. They turned to us. "Help us," they said. "If you fight on the front lines, we will give you a permanent seat in the High Council. We will share our energy technology with Earth." We believed them. For 5 years, human soldiers bled in the cold dark of space. We lost millions of lives. We used our primitive but effective kinetic weapons to tear through the Void Eaters. We saved their homeworlds. We saved their children. But the day the last Void Eater hive ship was destroyed, the Federation changed. The betrayal. I was standing on the bridge of the UEFS Retribution when it happened. Admiral Marcus Thorne, a man with more scars than medals, was looking at the view screen. We were expecting a celebration. Instead, we saw the Federation fleet, our allies surrounding us. The holographic projector flickered to life. It was High Counselor Varkas, a spindly blue-skinned alien from the Zool race. "Admiral Thorne," Varkas said, his voice cold and robotic. "The war is over. The threat is gone. But we have realized that humanity is too dangerous. You are too violent, too fast, and your population grows too quickly. You are a threat to the stability of this galaxy." Thorne narrowed his eyes. "What are you saying, Varkas?" "We just saved your skins." "We are saying," Varkas replied, "that your services are no longer required. All human ships must power down their engines and prepare for boarding. Your colonies will be dismantled, and your people will be relocated to a single system under our protection. If you refuse, we will fire." The trap. They didn't wait for an answer. Before Thorne could even speak, the Federation fleet opened fire. But they didn't use lasers. They used ion pulses. They knew our ships were weakened from the war. Bam! The Retribution shuddered. All the lights turned red. The hum of the engine died. "Status," Thorne yelled. "Engines are dead, sir. Shields at 10%, the comms officer shouted. "They've sent a virus into our network. They used the repair nanites they gave us last month to sabotage our systems from the inside. They hadn't just attacked us. They had planned this for months. While we were fighting their war, they were building a cage for us. Across the sector, thousands of human transport ships and colony hubs were being seized. They took our fuel, our food supplies, and our communication arrays. They left us with nothing. They thought that without their advanced technology, we would crawl back to Earth and slowly fade away." The human response. Varkas appeared on the screen one last time. "Do not be sad, Admiral. You are lucky we let you live. But from today, the stars belong to us again. You have nothing left to fight with." The screen went black. The bridge was silent. Everyone looked at Admiral Thorne. We were drifting in space, surrounded by enemy ships that were now moving away, laughing at us. We had no fuel, no long-range comms, and no advanced Federation weapons. Thorne walked over to a small locker at the back of the bridge. He pulled out an old-fashioned, physical cigar, a luxury from Earth, and lit it. "They think we have nothing," Thorne said, the smoke curling around his head. "They think because they took our shiny toys and our plasma cores, we are beaten." He looked at the crew. His eyes weren't full of fear. They were full of a dark, burning fire. "The Federation forgot one thing about humans," Thorne whispered. "We didn't start with plasma. We started with rocks and sticks. And when someone takes our house, we don't cry. We build a bigger one and take theirs." He turned to the chief engineer. "Sarah, can we still access the emergency manual overrides? The old mechanical ones?" Tara. "Yes, sir," she said, wiping grease from her forehead. "They disabled the digital systems, but they didn't touch the old hydraulic levers. They probably don't even know what they are." "Good," Thorne smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Call all remaining ships on the shortwave radio frequencies, the ones used in the 20th century. The aliens won't be listening there. Tell them the plan has changed." "What is the plan, sir?" I asked. Thorne looked out at the glowing lights of the Federation's rich cities in the distance. "They took our future," he said. "So, we are going to take their everything, every ship, every mine, every credit. We aren't going home. We're going shopping. That was the day the Great Reclamation began. The aliens thought they had won because they took our technology. They didn't realize that a hungry human with a wrench is much more dangerous than a soldier with a laser. The Federation made a fatal mistake. They assumed that because we were low-tech, we were helpless. They saw our ships as scrap metal floating in the dark. But to a human engineer, scrap metal is just a weapon that hasn't been put together yet. The secret frequency. For 3 days, the UEFS retribution drifted. To the alien scanners, we looked like a dead ship. But inside, the corridors were buzzing with silent energy. We weren't using the Federation's glowing blue power grids. We were using old-school copper wires and backup diesel generators. Tech so ancient, the aliens didn't even recognize the heat signatures. "Admiral," Chief Engineer Sarah whispered, "the shortwave radio is working. I've reached the Ironclad, the Vanguard, and the mining colony on Asteroid 9. Thorne nodded. "Tell them to stay dark. No lights, no signals. We are going to hit the Zool Energy Depot on the moon of Xylos. That's where they're keeping the fuel they stole from us." "Sir," I interrupted, "Xylos is protected by a Class 5 AI defense shield. We don't have the codes anymore." Thorne smirked, tapping his temple. "We don't need codes. We have human viruses that no AI can calculate. The heist begins. We didn't fly to Xylos using engines. That would have alerted their sensors. Instead, we used a gravity slingshot. We turned off all power and let the gravity of a nearby gas giant pull us toward the moon. We were a 50,000-ton ghost falling through the sky. As we approached the depot, the massive alien structure came into view. It was a beautiful tower of glass and light, filled with millions of gallons of star fuel. "Now!" Thorne shouted. "We didn't fire lasers. We fired harpoons." Massive, heavy steel cables with magnetic tips. Clang, clang, clang. The harpoons pierced the glass walls of the depot. The Federation's AI was confused. It was programmed to block energy beams and hacking attempts. It didn't know how to react to a giant piece of sharpened metal hitting it. It was like a supercomputer trying to fight a caveman with a club. The chaos. "Breach team, go!" I led the squad. We didn't wear fancy light armor. We wore heavy, thick, lead-lined suits. We swung across the cables like pirates from the old Earth oceans. When we hit the glass, we used thermite, a simple chemical mixture, to melt through their indestructible shields. Inside, the Zool guards were panicking. They reached for their DNA-coated pulse rifles, but Sarah had already done her trick. She hadn't hacked their system. She had simply overloaded the local gravity sensors. Suddenly, the Zool guards, who were used to perfect, stable gravity, were floating uncontrollably. But we humans? We had spent months training in zero-G gyms on Earth. We were used to the chaos. "Secure the tanks," I yelled, firing my old-fashioned. It sounded like a thunderclap. Taking everything. We didn't just take the fuel. Thorne's orders were clear. Take everything. We attached massive thrusters to the entire fuel storage wing of the building. We literally cut the building in half. "Admiral, the storage wing is detached," Sarah reported. "Hook it to the ship," Thorne commanded. The Retribution fired its old mechanical thrusters. With a massive groan of metal, we began to tow the entire alien fuel depot away into the darkness of space. By the time the Federation's warships arrived, we were gone. All they found was a half-destroyed building and a note painted in giant white letters on the remaining glass wall. "Thanks for the gas. We'll be back for the tires." The aftermath. Back at our secret rallying point, the human fleet was cheering. We now had enough fuel to power our ships for a year. But more importantly, we had captured their repair droids. Thorne stood in the cargo bay, looking at the thousands of tiny alien robots we had kidnapped. "They thought they could lock us out of the galaxy," Thorne said to the crew. "But they forgot that humans are the best thieves in existence. We aren't just going to fight them. We are going to dismantle their empire, bolt by bolt, until they are the ones drifting in the dark." The betrayal had hurt us, but it had also woken up the apex predator of the stars. The humans were no longer soldiers for the Federation. We were the owners of the Great Reclamation. Next on the list, the Zool Central Bank. After the fuel heist at Xylos, the Galactic Federation was in an uproar. They called us space pirates and primitive thieves. High Counselor Varkas put a massive bounty on Admiral Thorne's head, but they still didn't take us seriously. They thought we were just desperate. They were wrong. We were calculated. The target, Ethelgard. Ethelgard was the jewel of the galaxy. It was a planet-sized city that acted as the central banking hub for all 5 Federation races. Every digital credit, every physical, Lumina crystal, their version of gold, and every trade contract was stored in the great archives of Ethelgard. If we take the crystals, we can buy any weapon we want from the black market dealers in the Outer Rim, Admiral Thorne explained to the commanders of the human fleet. But if we take the data, we own their history. The low-tech Trojan horse. The Federation's security was legendary. They had life sign scanners that could detect a single heartbeat from orbit. They had logic gates that could block any AI-driven hack. So, we didn't use a ship, and we didn't use an AI. We used a comet. We found a massive ice comet heading toward Ethelgard's sun. We hollowed out the center of it and stuffed it with 50 of our best infiltrators, led by me. We turned off every single electronic device. We sat in the freezing dark, breathing through old-school oxygen tanks, for 12 hours as the comet drifted past the planet's orbital defenses. The Federation scanners saw the comet. Their AI labeled it as natural space debris. They didn't even look twice. When the comet entered the upper atmosphere, we hatched. The drop, we ejected from the ice shell in wingsuits, simple fabric suits that allowed us to glide through the air without engines. No heat signature. No radar footprint. We looked like giant birds falling from the stars. We landed on the roof of the central bank at midnight. Thermal charges ready. Sarah whispered over a wired headset, no radio waves for them to track. Pfft, crack. The roof didn't blow up. It melted. We dropped into the main vault chamber. It was beautiful. Rows upon rows of glowing blue Lumina crystals, worth trillions. But we weren't there for the shiny rocks. The data ghost. While the team started loading crystals into vacuum bags, I ran to the central core. This was the heart of the Federation's economy. I didn't try to hack it. You can't hack a Zool core with a human laptop. Instead, I pulled out a magnetic pulse induction coil, a device that creates a massive, localized magnetic field. Sarah, start the mirror program, I commanded. We weren't stealing the data by downloading it. We were using the magnets to print a physical copy of the server's magnetic state onto a blank lead plate. It was like taking a giant stamp of the entire bank's memory. Suddenly, the alarm screamed. The Zool guards, tall, 4-armed aliens with glowing stun staffs, burst into the room. "Human scum," the leader yelled. "Drop the crystals and die. The human trick." I looked at the guard and smiled. "We aren't here for the crystals, buddy." I hit the eject button on my belt. Suddenly, the entire bank floor began to vibrate. We hadn't just come to steal. We had brought a gift. Outside, on the street level, the human mining ships, the ones the Federation thought were scrap, had attached massive industrial magnets to the building's foundations. Rumble. Crash. The entire vault floor, 10 floors of solid metal, was ripped downward, falling into the sewer tunnels we had spent 2 days digging with industrial lasers. The Zool guards fell with us, screaming as they lost their balance. We used our magnetic boots to stay upright. In the darkness of the tunnels, our night vision goggles gave us the advantage. Pop, pop, pop. Our silenced pistols took them down before they could even see us. The great disappearance. By the time the Federation police reached the sewers, we were gone. We had loaded the vault floor onto a massive underground maglev train, an old piece of infrastructure the Zool had abandoned centuries ago. We didn't just take their money, we took the property deeds. The next morning, High Counselor Varkas woke up to a galaxy-wide broadcast. It wasn't a threat. It was a legal notice. Admiral Thorne appeared on every screen in the Federation. He was holding a glass of wine and a stack of digital papers. "Attention, citizens of the Federation," Thorne said calmly. "According to your own laws, Section 4, Article 9, the owner of the physical, original deed owns the land, and well, I'm currently holding the deeds to your 3 biggest mining planets, 2 sun collectors, and the High Counselor's private summer villa." He took a sip of his wine. "Technically, you're all trespassing on human property now. You have 24 hours to pay rent in the form of military tech and warships, or we start the evictions." The Federation had betrayed us to save their power. Now, they were realizing that in a galaxy run by laws and money, the humans had just become the ultimate landlords. High Counselor Varkas made a televised speech. "The human landlords are a joke," he sneered. "We do not pay rent to monkeys. We pay in fire." He sent 20 Zul dreadnoughts, massive, sleek ships that could crack a planet's crust, to the human rallying point near the Oort cloud. They arrived with their shields at 100% and their plasma cannons glowing red. The silent trap. When the Federation fleet arrived, they found nothing. No human ships, no stations, just empty space. "Scan for heat signatures," the Zul Admiral commanded. "Nothing, sir," the technician replied. "Wait,
Over
I'm
10,000
picking up
aircraft fly
thousands
to
of tiny signals. They look like frozen water." The Federation's advanced sensors ignored them. To their AI, it was just space ice. But inside those blocks of ice were human saboteurs. We had covered our small boarding pods in layers of frozen CO2 and ice to match the temperature of deep space. We were invisible to their high-tech thermal cameras. The cold boarding. As the massive dreadnoughts drifted through the ice field, we fired small compressed air thrusters. No fire, no heat, just a puff of cold air to push us toward the enemy hulls. Thump. I was in Pod 7. We hit the side of the Zul flagship, the Star Crusher. We didn't use drills. Drills make noise and vibration. Instead, we used gallium liquid. We poured the liquid onto their indestructible aluminum alloy hull. In minutes, the metal became as brittle as a dry cracker. Crunch. We snapped a hole in the ship and climbed inside. Chaos in the corridors. The Zul were prepared for a space battle, not a hallway fight. Their ships were designed for long-range laser duels. The corridors were wide and built for comfort, not defense. We burst through the vents. We weren't using energy shields. We were using flashbangs and smoke grenades. "I can't see. My sensors are blinded," a Zul guard screamed as the thick gray smoke filled the deck. To an alien who relies on visual augmentation, smoke is a nightmare. To a human who grew up playing hide-and-seek in the dark, it's home. We moved like shadows. Using simple stun batons and zip ties, we neutralized the crew deck by deck. We didn't want to kill them. Dead pilots can't teach you how to fly. The hijack. On the bridge, the Zul Admiral was frantically hitting buttons. "Override. Lock the engines. Self-destruct." "Too late, pal." Admiral Thorne's voice came over the ship's own intercom. Thorne hadn't boarded a ship. He was sitting in an old human ham radio room on an asteroid. But he had Sarah. Sarah had found a backdoor. She hadn't hacked the Zul computer. She had hacked the maintenance droids we stole in Part 2. Thousands of those little robots were now crawling inside the Star Crusher's computer brain, physically pulling out wires and rerouting them to a human-made control box we had brought with us. "Admiral," I called out into my radio, "the bridge is ours. The Star Crusher is now a human ship. The Grand Theft Starship. Across the fleet, the same thing was happening. One by one, the glowing blue lights of the Federation dreadnoughts turned human orange. The Zul pilots were forced into escape pods and launched back toward their homeworld. They watched, crying in shame, as their own invincible fleet turned around and warped away. The message. An hour later, Varkas received a ping on his private terminal. It was a video from Admiral Thorne, sitting in the captain's chair of the Federation's own flagship. "Varkas," Thorne said, leaning back comfortably, "you said you'd pay in fire. Well, your ships have excellent firepower. Thanks for the donation." Thorne pointed the camera out the window. Behind him, 19 other stolen dreadnoughts were lining up. "Now," Thorne continued, his voice turning cold, "you've lost your bank, you've lost your fuel, and now you've lost your primary fleet. We have everything we need to build our own empire. But we're not done. You still have your food synthesizer hubs on Planet Ceres, and we're feeling a bit hungry." The Federation was officially in a panic. They had tried to treat us like a minor threat. Now, they were realizing that they hadn't just betrayed an ally, they had accidentally built and funded the most dangerous army in the galaxy. In the galaxy, nobody farms anymore. The Federation races the Zul, the Xylos, and the Krill rely entirely on molecular food synthesizers. These massive machines, located on the garden planet Ceres 2, turn raw energy and basic minerals into steak, fruit, and nutrient pastes. If we control Series 2, High Counselor Varkas told his remaining generals, the humans will have to beg for a biscuit. They can steal our ships, but they cannot eat metal. He was right about one thing. We were hungry. But he was wrong about how we would get our dinner. The dirty tactic. We didn't send our newly stolen dreadnoughts to Series 2. That would have been too obvious. Instead, we used our old Earth trash. During the Void Eater War, humanity had thousands of garbage barges, huge, ugly ships used to haul waste away from the front lines. The Federation ignored them. To them, garbage was invisible. Inside those barges, we hadn't stored trash. We had stored Earth soil and insects. The biological strike. We didn't drop bombs on Series 2. We dropped ecopods. As the garbage barges flew over the vast synthesizer fields of the planet, we released millions of tiny, genetically modified Earth locusts and a fast-growing earthweed known as kudzu. Admiral, I reported from the surface of the planet, hidden in a forest of alien purple trees. The green menace has been released. Within hours, the alien synthesizers began to choke. These machines were designed to work in sterile environments. They couldn't handle the messy biology of Earth. The vines grew into the cooling vents. The locusts crawled into the circuitry. The Federation's perfect food machines began to grind to a halt. The service call. The Zool scientists panicked. They didn't know how to deal with pests. They had lived in clean labs for thousands of years. Suddenly, a signal broadcasted across the planet's comms. It was Sarah, pretending to be an automated Federation repair service. Attention Series 2 hub. Her voice was disguised by a modulator. Biohazard detected. Please evacuate all personnel to the safety bunkers. We are sending the cleaning drones to sanitize the facility. The terrified Zool workers fled. They didn't check IDs. They just ran. The takeover. The cleaning drones were actually human engineering teams in white hazmat suits. We walked right through the front gates of the galaxy's largest food factory. Look at this, Sarah said, pointing to the massive central processor. They have enough protein stored here to feed Earth for a century. And the best part? They've encrypted the food recipes, but they left the bioprints open. We didn't just steal the food. We did something much worse for the Federation. We reprogrammed the synthesizers, the bitter taste of defeat. 24 hours later, the Federation army arrived to take back the planet. We were already gone, vanishing into the clouds in our barges. Varkas ordered the synthesizers to be restarted immediately. Feed the troops, he commanded. I want them ready to hunt the humans. The machines hummed. The first batch of food came out. It looked like the usual Zool delicacies, but when the High Counselor took a bite of his favorite xylo fruit, he immediately spat it out, gagging. What is this? He screamed. Every single machine on the planet, the only source of food for trillions of aliens, had been locked into a single setting. No matter what button you pressed, the machines only produced one thing: human, Marmite, and ghost pepper sauce. It was edible, but to the sensitive taste buds of the aliens, it was like eating liquid fire mixed with salty tar. The hostage situation. A message appeared on the High Counselor's screen. It was Admiral Thorne, eating a very juicy, perfectly synthesized Earth-style apple. Hey Varkas, Thorne said, wiping his mouth. I heard the new menu is a bit spicy. Don't worry, we kept the sweet and savory codes for ourselves. If you want your taste buds back, you're going to have to give us the navigation charts for the Great Nebula. Thorne took another bite. Or you can get used to the spice. I hear it's great for the sinuses. The Federation was now hungry, angry, and humiliated. We had taken their fuel, their money, their ships, and now we had taken their very ability to enjoy a meal. Humanity wasn't just winning the war. We were making the Federation regret they ever met us. The Federation High Command was in a state of emergency. High Counselor Varkas was trying to organize a Grand Alliance meeting. He needed to talk to the kings and leaders of the other 4 races to convince them to launch a final, desperate attack on Earth. Use the subspace array, Varkas ordered. Send an encrypted priority signal. Tell them we meet at the neutral zone in 2 cycles. The weakness of light. The Federation's communication system was beautiful. It used pulses of light sent through artificial wormholes. It was nearly instantaneous, but because it was so advanced, it was incredibly fragile. It relied on sync stations, massive satellites that kept the light pulses timed perfectly. "Admiral," Sarah said, pointing at a holographic map of the galaxy. "If we take out those 3 sync stations, the entire Federation goes dark. They won't even be able to send a text message to the next room." "We aren't going to destroy them," Thorne said, sharpening a small combat knife. "If we destroy them, they'll just build new ones. We're going to reroute them." Operation Echo. We didn't use our stolen dreadnoughts for this. Instead, we used tugbolts. Small, powerful engines usually used to move space debris. We painted them matte black so they wouldn't reflect any light. I led the mission to Sync Station Alpha. It was a giant golden ring floating in the void. There were no guards, only automated turrets, because the Federation thought no one would be crazy enough to attack a station that didn't even have any gold or fuel on it. "Turrets are active," my pilot whispered. "Don't shoot back," I ordered. "Launch the chaff." We fired canisters filled with millions of tiny pieces of aluminum foil. The Federation's high-tech targeting lasers hit the foil and scattered. The turrets were blinded by their own reflections. It was a $5 solution to a $500 million defense system. The hijack. We landed on the station, and Sarah plugged in a device we called the human filter. We didn't stop the Federation's messages. We let them through, but we added a delay. Every message sent by Varkas was now being intercepted by our ship, edited by a human team, and then sent back out. The chaos begins. Varkas sent a message to the Krill Emperor. "We must unite to destroy the humans. Bring your fleet to the neutral zone." But the message the Krill Emperor actually received was, "The humans have paid us. We are going to attack the Krill homeworld tomorrow. Prepare to die." At the same time, we sent a message to Varkas, pretending to be the Krill. "We are joining the humans. Your empire is over, Varkas." The result, for the next 12 hours, the Federation fell into complete madness. Neighbors who had been allies for 1,000 years began to aim their guns at each other. They were screaming into their radios, but all they heard were insults and threats, which we were writing for them. "Admiral," I laughed, watching the scanners. "The Zool and the Xylos are currently arguing over who stole whose lunch money. They've completely forgotten about us." Thorne nodded. "Silence is a powerful weapon. When people can't talk, they start to imagine the worst. And right now, we are their worst nightmare." The final twist. Once the Federation was busy fighting among themselves, we did the final move. We didn't just edit their messages, we stole their identity keys. Every bank account, every door lock, and every automated factory in the galaxy required a digital signature from the High Council. By hijacking the sync stations, we now had those signatures. Varkas tried to log into his personal terminal to call for help. A message popped up on his screen. "Error. Identity not recognized. This terminal now belongs to the Human Reclamation Front. Please enter your password to continue. Hint. Your password has been changed to We Are Sorry Humans 123. The High Counselor sat in his dark office, realized his lights were turned off. His bank was empty. His ships were gone. And now, he couldn't even prove who he was. Humanity had turned the entire galaxy into a giant prank call, and the Federation was the punchline. The High Council of the Federation kept their most prized possessions in the Vault of Ages on the planet Primus. This wasn't a bank for money. It was a bank for legacy. It held the original crowns of ancient kings, the first blueprints of their warp engines, and the soul cores of their ancestors, digital memories of their greatest leaders. If we lose our history, Counselor Varkas whispered to his shivering guards, we are nothing but ghosts. Protect the vault at all costs. The invisible invasion. We didn't send soldiers. We didn't send hackers. We sent the janitors. Because the Federation's economy had collapsed, thanks to us, they had fired all their expensive security droids. They were forced to hire cheap labor to keep their museums clean. A group of Xylo workers arrived at the Vault of Ages. They wore masks, carried mops, and spoke in low alien grunts. The guards didn't even look at them. Why would they? They were just cleaners. Except, under those masks were Admiral Thorne, Sarah, and me. The swap, we spent 3 hours cleaning the main gallery, while Sarah used a portable scanner to create perfect 3D holograms of the artifacts. I was busy with the human touch. We weren't just stealing the items, we were replacing them with Earth junk. We took the golden scepter of the Zul Empire, a symbol of their divine right to rule, and put it in a bag. In its place, we put a plastic yellow broom handle, spray-painted gold. From a distance, in the dim museum light, it looked exactly the same. We took the first warp engine blueprint and replaced it with a child's drawing of a rocket ship colored with crayons. We took the soul cores, the digital memories, and replaced them with USB drives containing nothing but a 10-hour loop of Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. The reveal. We walked out of the front door with the history of the galaxy in our trash bags. Nobody stopped us. Once we were safe on the Retribution, Thorne gave the order. Turn on the planetary broadcast. Let's show them who really owns the past now. Suddenly, every screen on the planet Primus flickered. Instead of the usual Federation news, it showed Admiral Thorne standing in our cargo bay, surrounded by their most sacred treasures. People of the Federation, Thorne said, holding up the real golden scepter. You told us we were a minor race. You told us we had no culture, no history worth keeping. You tried to erase our future. He dropped the scepter into a crate marked Property of Earth. Well, it turns out your history is pretty easy to carry. Since you couldn't protect your past, we've decided to look after it for you. If you want your soul cores back, you're going to have to ask nicely. The collapse of spirit. The news spread like wildfire. When the high-ranking Zul priests rushed to the vault to check their treasures, they found the plastic broom handle. When they tried to consult their ancestors for advice, they were met with a 1980s pop song. The psychological blow was more devastating than any bomb. The citizens of the Federation stopped believing in their leaders. If the High Council couldn't even keep a scepter from being replaced by a broom, how could they rule a galaxy? The new history. Thorne turned to me as we watched the Federation systems descend into riots. You know what the best part is? What, sir? I asked. We aren't just taking their stuff. Thorne smiled. We're opening a museum on Earth. We'll charge them admission to see their own history. It's called The Cost of Betrayal Exhibit. Humanity didn't just have their ships and their food anymore. We had their identity. The Federation was no longer an empire. They were just a group of people living in a galaxy that was rapidly being renamed the Terran Sector. High Counselor Varkas had retreated to the Zul homeworld. He sat in a bunker, watching the Aegis network on his screen. Let them come, he hissed. These satellites are hardwired, no hacking, no human filters. If a human bolt enters the zone, it is destroyed instantly. He was right, we couldn't hack them, but we didn't need to. The low-tech solution. Admiral, I said, looking at the glowing red grid of the enemy defenses. If we fly in there, we're toast. Those lasers can melt steel in half a second. Thorne didn't look worried. He was holding a small, shiny object, a simple hand mirror. What happens when you shine a flashlight at a mirror, son? It bounces back, sir. Exactly, Thorne grinned. Sarah, bring in the glitter bombs. The silver cloud. We didn't send warships. We sent cargo containers filled with trillions of tiny, microscopic glass beads coated in highly reflective silver. We launched these containers from long range using railguns. When they reached the edge of the Aegis network, they exploded, creating a massive, shimmering cloud of space dust that surrounded the entire planet. The satellite's AI detected objects and fired their high-powered lasers to destroy them. Zap, zap, zap. But the lasers didn't burn the dust. Instead, the light hit the silver-coated beads and reflected. The lasers bounced off the dust, hit other beads, and eventually bounced back toward the satellites themselves. Self-destruction. It was a feedback loop of light. Within minutes, the Aegis network was blinded by its own power. The satellites began to overheat and explode as their own reflected beams melted their sensors. The shield is down, Sarah shouted. But more importantly, we've got a clear path to the atmospheric stabilizers. The ultimate ransom. Every advanced alien planet uses atmospheric stabilizers to keep the weather perfect. No storms, no heat waves, just 22 degrees Celsius and a light breeze every day. We didn't land our army. We sent a single drone to the main stabilizer hub. We didn't blow it up. We just installed a thermostat. A message popped up on the High Counselor's bunker screen. It showed a simple dial with two options. Varkas whispered, his teeth chattering. Give them Varkas whispered, his teeth chattering. Give them everything. Taking the factories. By the end of the day, humanity didn't just have ships, we had the shipyards. We now owned the factories that built the Federation's technology. We weren't just the landlords or the pirates anymore. We were now the industrial powerhouse of the galaxy. The Federation was now officially working for us. High Counselor Varkas sat in the Great Hall of the Federation on the planet Primus. Around him sat the representatives of the 4 other races. They were wearing their ceremonial robes, but they looked pathetic. Some were wrapped in blankets because we still controlled their thermostats. Others were eating the spicy marmite we forced their synthesizers to make. We must declare a state of total sovereignty, Varkas announced, his voice trembling. We must pass a law that makes human ownership of our assets illegal. The legality trap. They thought they could use law to stop us. They forgot that humans have been practicing law for thousands of years. While they were talking, we were filing paperwork. Suddenly, the massive holographic doors of the Great Hall swung open. I didn't walk in with a gun. I walked in with a briefcase. Behind me were 10 human lawyers, men and women in sharp suits, carrying tablets and stacks of physical paper. Who are you? Varkas demanded. This is a closed session of the High Council. Actually, I said, leaning against the counselor's podium, this is a meeting of the board of directors, and you're sitting in our chair. The fine print. The alien counselors looked confused. One of the human lawyers, a woman named Elena, stepped forward. Counselor Varkas, she said calmly, when you signed the Mutual Defense Pact with Earth 10 years ago, you included a clause in the fine print, Section 88, Paragraph B. It states that in the event of a systemic failure of Federation logistics, the primary contractor, Earth, would assume temporary administrative control of all government assets to ensure stability. But there is no systemic failure, Varkas yelled. Sir, Elena smiled thinly. You have no currency, no military, no food supply, and your communication network is currently playing 80s pop songs. If that isn't a systemic failure, I don't know what is. The hostile takeover, we didn't need to fire a single shot. We had used the Federation's own obsession with order and process against them. According to the records we recovered from your archives, I added, the High Council's building, the ground it sits on, and even the air you are currently breathing are technically leased from the Human Reclamation Front. And since you haven't paid rent in 3 cycles, I pulled out a small electronic device and pressed a button. Click. The holographics. The dissolution. Effective immediately, I announced to the silent room. The Galactic Federation is dissolved. It has been declared bankrupt morally, financially, and logically. This building is now the Human Administrative Office for Galaxy Sector 1. The guards looked at Varkas, then at us. They saw our lawyers, our technicians, and the human dreadnoughts visible in the sky above. They didn't raise their spears. They simply laid them on the floor and walked out. Varkas slumped into his chair. You took everything, he whispered. You didn't just kill us. You erased us. No, I corrected him. We didn't erase you. We just put you under new management. You're still here. You just don't own the chair you're sitting in anymore. The new order. By sunset, the High Council was gone. The leaders were given small apartments and pension plans, paid in our new currency. The galaxy didn't collapse into chaos. In fact, things started running better. The ships moved on time, the food was distributed fairly, and for the first time in centuries, there was no High Council taking a cut of everyone's hard work. Humanity was no longer a member of the galaxy. We were the owners. But there was one final thing left to do. We had the power. We had the assets. Now, we had to decide what to do with the betrayers themselves. The galaxy was quiet. For the first time in 1,000 years, there were no border disputes, no trade wars, and no secret alliances. Why? Because you can't argue with the person who owns your oxygen, your bank, and your history. The final meeting. Admiral Thorne stood on the balcony of the former High Council building on Primus. Below him, the city was bustling. Human engineers were working alongside Zool workers to repair the infrastructure. But today was a special day. Today was the day of audit. Varkas, the former High Counselor, was brought to the balcony. He wasn't in chains. He was wearing a simple, clean suit. He looked older, tired, but safe. Look at them, Thorne said, pointing to the streets. They're actually happy. The Krill are trading with the Xylos again. No more political taxes or galactic fees. Just honest work. I did. Varkas sighed. You took our pride, Thorne. You made us beggars in our own homes. No, Thorne turned to face him. We took your greed. We made you realize that being advanced doesn't mean you get to step on the new kids. We were your allies, Varkas. We bled for you, and you tried to throw us away like trash. The sentence. So, Varkas asked, looking at the human fleet patrolling the skies, what is our final fate? Are you going to exile us to the dead moons, or are you going to use us as labor? Thorne laughed. It wasn't a cruel laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had already won the ultimate game. We're humans, Varkas. We don't like keeping slaves, it's too much paperwork. And we don't like exile, it's a waste of talent. No, your sentence is much worse. Thorne handed Varkas a digital tablet. From today, the Zul homeworld is being rebranded. It is now a nature preserve and tourist destination. You and your people will stay here. You will manage the forests, you will protect the wildlife, and you will host the millions of humans who want to come here for vacation. Varkas blinked. You're making us tour guides? I'm making you responsible, Thorne corrected. You wanted to be the masters of the galaxy. Now you can be the masters of this one garden. We've taken all your weapons, all your warships, and all your high-tech labs. We've moved them to Earth, the capital of the stars. As Thorne spoke, a massive shadow covered the city. It wasn't an alien ship. It was the UEFS Legacy, the first ship built entirely in the captured Federation shipyards, using human imagination and alien physics. Earth was no longer a minor planet. It was the central bank, the central armory, and the central library of the known universe. All roads, or rather, all warp gates, now led to Earth. We took everything from you, Thorne continued, so that we could give the galaxy a fresh start, a human start. We've turned your empire into a community. And the best part? We're charging a 5% service fee for everything. We are humans after all, the human spirit. I stood behind the Admiral, looking out at the stars. I remembered how we felt when they betrayed us. We felt small. We felt alone. We felt like the galaxy was a cold, dark place. But we didn't stay small. We grew. We adapted. We stole. We hacked. We bargained. And we fought until the cold dark belonged to us. Admiral, I said, the first transport of Earth students has arrived. They're here to study the ancient alien ruins in the museum. Thorne smiled and lit his cigar. Tell them to enjoy the tour. And remind them, if they see a blue-skinned guy named Varkas, they should tip him well. He's had a very long year. The legacy. The story of the human reclamation became a legend that lasted for 10,000 years. It was a story told to every alien child. Never betray a human, because they won't just fight you. They won't just beat you. They will take your house, your car, your lunch, and your history, and then they'll hire you to keep the grass cut. The galaxy was finally at peace, and for the first time, it was a human peace.
All personnel, Code Violet in Mess Hall 7. Korvathi cubs are loose, and security is ordered to stand down. Repeat, stand down per diplomatic protocols. Commander Zilax's voice crackled through every speaker in the Galactic Military Academy, with the kind of panic usually reserved for hull breaches. In the mess hall, 300 cadets from 15 different species pressed themselves against walls, tucked under tables, or simply froze in place as 5 Korvathi cubs, each the size of a Terran lion, prowled between the rows, snatching food trays and scattering utensils with gleeful abandon. Sir, they've taken the entire 3rd section's lunch allocation. Lieutenant Vexthul reported from the doorway, his hand hovering uselessly over his sidearm. Permission to... Denied, Zilax snapped. Those cubs' parents are the Korvathi ambassadors. 1 scratch, 1 bruise, and we're looking at an interstellar incident that'll make the Proxima trade wars look like a scheduling dispute. The cubs clearly knew it too. The largest one, sporting distinctive crimson stripes, had commandeered an entire table and was systematically destroying a Vegelian cadet's carefully prepared nutrient paste, while maintaining direct eye contact with security personnel. Across the hall, cadets whimpered, their species-specific fear responses triggering in waves. The Corvathi were apex predators. They devolved at the top of their food chain, had spread across 6 systems before achieving spaceflight, and possessed exactly 0 natural predators. Their cubs learned hunting by instinct at 3 months old. "Commander, this is a disaster," Vexthul said, watching a cub casually bat a fleeing Prixian cadet back toward the cowering group with one massive paw. "We can't even evacuate without risking someone getting hurt. The cubs think it's a game." "I'm aware," Zilax growled, scrolling through protocols on his datapad with increasing desperation. "The moment we move defensively, their instincts trigger full predator response. We're stuck until the ambassadors arrive, and they're in a council session that won't end for another 2 hours." In the far corner of the mess hall, Cadet Emma Martinez sat at her usual table, methodically working through her sandwich, some kind of Terran protein and vegetation combination, while reviewing notes on her datapad. She hadn't looked up once. "Sir," Vexthul said slowly, "the human hasn't been approached yet." Zilax's attention snapped to the corner. The human sat in a small bubble of normalcy, completely oblivious to the chaos spiraling around her. 2 cubs had started fighting over a stolen dessert cart barely 10 meters from her position. She'd reached for her drink without even glancing their direction. She doesn't know, Zilax realized. She's wearing audio buds. She can't hear the announcement. Should we warn her? They watched as the largest cub, having thoroughly destroyed its current conquest, turned its attention toward new territory. Its predatory gaze locked onto the human's table, where an actual, untouched meal sat waiting. "Get a medical team standing by," Zilax ordered Quabance. The cubs began their approach, moving with the confident swagger of creatures that had never encountered anything capable of challenging them. Emma took another bite of her sandwich. Cadet Kelthas had his communicator out, hands shaking as he held it at chest level, broadcasting directly to Academy Command. As a Pelian, a species that had spent 3 million developing sentience, every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. But he couldn't look away from the approaching disaster. "Command, this is Cadet Kelthas, direct feed from Mess Hall 7, he whispered, his voice cracking. "The cubs are moving toward the human. She still hasn't noticed. Repeat, the human has no idea what's coming." On his screen, he could see the command center's reaction, a dozen officers leaning toward their monitors, equally horrified and helpless. The largest cub reached Emma's table first, circling to her left, while 2 others flanked right. They moved with the practiced coordination of pack hunters, even at their young age. One of them released a low rumble, a sound that made Kael'thas's legs nearly give out despite being 30 meters away and behind a reinforced table. Emma scrolled through her notes, taking another sip of her beverage. "She's going to die." Someone whimpered behind Kael'thas. "Why isn't she running?" "She can't hear them," Kael'thas said into his communicator, forcing himself to keep recording. "She's wearing audio devices. Sir, we have to do something." "Negative." Commander Zilax's voice came through, strained. "Any intervention triggers their hunting instinct. The moment we move aggressively, they'll attack everyone. At least right now they're just playing." But playing for a Corvathi cub looked a lot like combat. The crimson-striped leader reared up, placing both massive paws on Emma's table. Its claws, each the length of a Terran finger, gouged deep marks into the metallic surface. It brought its face within a meter of Emma's, jaws parting to display rows of serrated teeth designed to tear through armor plating. Emma turned a page on her datapad, How is she that calm? Lieutenant Vex Thul's voice came through Kael'thas's feed. Does her species not have fear responses? Oh, they have fear responses, another officer replied. I've seen the human entertainment archives. They're terrified of everything from insects to social embarrassment. She just doesn't realize. The second cub reached out with one paw, batting at Emma's lunch tray. It skittered a few centimeters across the table. The third cub released another rumble, deeper this time, activating its species' natural intimidation frequency, a sound that had evolved to paralyze prey on 17 different worlds. Kael'thas felt his knees buckle slightly, even at this distance. Around the mess hall, cadets from prey species backgrounds had stopped breathing entirely. Emma scratched her nose absently and reached for her sandwich. Commander, we need to contact the ambassadors now, Vex Thul insisted. I don't care if it's the middle of their council session. We're about to have a dead human and an interstellar catastrophe. Already tried, Zilak said grimly. They've got their communications locked for high security discussions. We're on our own for another 90 minutes at minimum. On screen, the crimson-striped cub lowered itself into a crouch, the unmistakable precursor to a pounce. Its siblings mirrored the position, forming a triangle around Emma's chair. This was it. This was the moment their hunting instincts would override their playfulness. Someone needs to warn her, Kael'thas pleaded, though he made no move to leave his hiding spot. Evolutionary programming was a powerful thing. The largest cub's haunches tensed. Its tail went rigid. Every predator indicator screamed imminent attack. Emma set down her sandwich, finally looking up from her datapad with a slightly annoyed expression, not at the cubs, but at something on her screen. She reached for her drink, and as she did, her hand passed within centimeters of the cub's muzzle. The entire mess hall held its breath. Then Emma's throat moved, and she made a sound. Ahem. The sound was barely audible, a soft, almost polite clearing of the throat, the kind of noise someone makes when they have a tickle from carbonation or want to gently indicate their presence. Ahem. The effect was instantaneous and absolutely catastrophic to everything the galaxy understood about Korvathi behavior. The crimson-striped cub's eyes went wide, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Its ears flattened against its skull. For a fraction of a second, it stood completely frozen, every muscle locked as though its nervous system had simply stopped processing commands. Then it bolted. Not a casual retreat, not a tactical withdrawal, a full, scrambling, evolutionary panic response that sent it careening backward with such force that it crashed into its sibling, sending both cubs tumbling across the polished floor. The third cub didn't even bother with direction. It simply ran, slamming into a support column hard enough to dent the metal before ricocheting toward the exit. Within 5 seconds, all 5 Korvathi cubs had evacuated the mess hall, trampling over each other in their desperation to escape. The sound of their claws scrabbling against the deck plating echoed down the corridor, growing fainter as they put as much distance as possible between themselves and the human. The mess hall fell into absolute silence. Emma picked up her sandwich and took another bite, her eyes returning to her datapad. She chewed thoughtfully, scrolling through what appeared to be a tactical doctrine analysis, completely unaware that 300 cadets were staring at her with expressions ranging from shock to existential crisis. Kael'thas's communicator was still transmitting. On the feed, he could see Commander Zilax's mouth opening and closing without sound, his species equivalent of a system reboot. What? The commander finally managed. In the name of every star system in the known galaxy just happened? Lieutenant Vexathul's voice came through, equally stunned. Sir, the cubs, they fled. From a sound. From a human sound. I have eyes, Lieutenant. Zalax snapped, his composure cracking. Someone get down there and find out what kind of weapon that human is carrying. Sonic disruptor? Pheromone emitter? Subsonic frequency generator? In the mess hall, Emma looked up as 4 security officers burst through the entrance, weapons drawn but uncertain, scanning for threats. She pulled out one of her audio buds. "Oh, hey," she said casually. "Did something happen? I had my music on." "Cadet Martinez." Vexathul approached carefully, his scanner out and sweeping over her. "What did you do to the Corvati cubs?" Emma blinked. "The what now?" "The cubs. The 5 predators that were about to attack you. What defensive measure did you employ?" "Attack me?" Emma looked around the mess hall, finally noticing the 300 traumatized cadets and the overturned furniture. "Wait, what? When did..." She paused, thinking back. "Oh, those big cat dog things. They were getting kind of close to my fries, so I just, let them know I wasn't interested in sharing." "How?" Vexathul demanded, his scanners showing nothing but standard human biology. "What weapon did you use?" "Weapon? I just cleared my throat." Emma demonstrated, producing another soft ahem. Every security officer took an involuntary step backward. "That," Vexathul said slowly, his voice tight with disbelief. "That sound, that noise made the most dangerous juvenile predators in the known galaxy flee in terror. I mean, it's just a throat clear," Emma said, looking genuinely confused. Like, "Excuse me, personal space, please?" I wasn't even trying to be rude about it. Commander Zalax's voice came through the mess hall speakers, dangerously calm. "Lieutenant, I need a biological warfare specialist in that cafeteria immediately. And someone find me every piece of data we have on human vocal patterns, now." "Sir," Kylthas spoke up from his position, finally finding his voice. "The Academy Xenobiology database has entries on human communication. Accessing now." He pulled up his datapad with shaking hands. Throat clearing is listed as a warning vocalization, used to indicate mild displeasure or to gain attention. "Mild displeasure," Zalax repeated flatly. "Yes, sir. It's considered one of the least aggressive sounds humans make."